Hey everyone, welcome back to WonderGod. What if the one who was forgotten, the one who was ignored by everyone, returned with a power no wizard could ever hope to match? In today's story, we dive into second part. What if Harry Potter discovered his parents' greatest secret? Here is short summary. As secrets unravel, Harry and his allies expose the hidden past of Albus Dumbledore, shaking the foundation of the wizarding world. Meanwhile, Sirius' wedding, muggle advancements, and the Black Sisters' reunion change the game forever. But before we begin, if you enjoy stories like this, make sure to subscribe to WonderGod and share it with your friends, because it really helps the channel grow. Now, let's begin the story. After breakfast, everyone at the Institute grabbed one of the brooms that Harry had bought yesterday and took to the air to watch as work began on the foundations for the Potter Institute. Emma was once more clinging onto Harry as Remus took Dan up to see this momentous moment. The brooms allowed them to see everything that was happening, without getting in the way of the workmen. As the ground was cleared and the shape of the Institute was marked out, everyone got to see for themselves the scale of the project being undertaken here. Since they had all been involved in the planning of the building, each person on a broom knew exactly what went where as the giant pie took shape below them. Pomona flew over to Harry and Emma. "This brings it all home, this is really happening. I don't think I've been this excited, or scared, since I was a teenager. Lord Potter, I can't thank you enough for giving me this opportunity. Headmistress, my betrothed and I are teenagers, so we know about being scared and excited. I just want to say that having you as headmistress takes away a lot of our fear for this project. We want to thank you for taking on a task that, if you'll excuse the pun, gets larger every day." Sirius then joined the conversation. "I have to say my godson doesn't do things by half, but this has totally blown me away. Harry, this is humongous, the biggest pie in the world." Not able to resist, Harry just teased back. "I'm glad the scale of this managed to take your mind off the architect down there in the white hard hat. I'm surprised you even noticed anything else." Not even trying to pretend he hadn't noticed her, Sirius almost pouted in reply. "Francesca's working, I can't interrupt her while she's busy." Harry had to almost bite his lip to stop from laughing, though Hermione had no such compunction as she giggled loudly by his side. Harry eventually took pity on his clearly smitten godfather. "I'm glad you're not going to keep my architect from her important work, but she will still have to eat lunch." That was all the encouragement Sirius needed as his broom took off like a Francesca-seeking missile on a mission to ask the lady to lunch with its rider, to the accompaniment of much laughter from those he so abruptly left behind. Augusta had found it difficult to wait for her planned visit to where her grandson was holidaying, especially after reading the multiple articles in the Quibbler. The couple of letters that she had received from Neville actually made that waiting harder, not easier. To Augusta, it was as if these letters had been written by a different boy. She had a tight grip on her traveling bag as the timed portkey activated, taking her to Italy. While impressed by her surroundings, Augusta was not pleased that her grandson wasn't there to greet her. She found herself being welcomed by her old friend, Minerva. "Welcome to Italy, Augusta. Your Neville is down on the beach, training with his friends. They tend to forget the time as their sessions seem to get longer. Every day. They should be finishing soon though. Come over and watch with us, the elves will take your bag and traveling cloak, while we can sit back and enjoy a cup of tea." She sat beside Pomona and Phileas, while Minerva returned to greet their next guest. Looking down, she could easily pick out her grandson amongst the black and red-haired boys. What she found hard to believe was the way that same grandson was throwing powerful magic about, knocking over training dummies. "Is this part of the Institute's courses?" Pomona was quick to steer Augusta right. This formidable witch was on the Hogwarts school board and they wanted to impress her with the Institute. Augusta Longbottom was certainly someone whose opinion counted back in magical Britain. While Remus will be our defense professor, this extra training was requested by Harry and Hermione. All their friends wanted to join in too, and they now do this every morning. Augusta was simply in awe of what she was seeing. Neville has never had command of his magic like he does down there, and so powerful too. This time it was Phileas who provided the answer. Students attending the Institute will have all their school supplies bought for them, so every child starts with the same equipment, books and robes as everyone else. This includes wands, and we wanted to try out the wand maker in Naples. You're Neville, 3 of the Weasleys and Hannah Abbott all got wands that suit them better than the ones they had been using. You can see the difference with all 5 of them, though Neville's improvement is the most pronounced. At that, Minerva returned with Zeno Lovegood. She'd heard Filius' comments and agreed with them wholeheartedly. I think Neville has grown and matured more in his 2 weeks here than the last 3 years at Hogwarts. He's much closer to Harry than before, and Luna hasn't left his side all holiday. Those 3 treating one another as family has benefited all of them. Amelia was next to arrive, though didn't need Minerva to welcome her. Greeting everyone, her attention was immediately on the people on the beach. Susan had written to say how much she was enjoying herself, and how much she was learning even while on holiday. Just looking down there I can already tell that Remus Lupin is a superb defense teacher. The way he's got them organized, and that all are clearly enjoying themselves, tells me all I need to know. If the rest of your institute lives up to this standard, I would be delighted to send Susan here. Being no fool, Zeno quickly put the clues together. This is not your first visit here, is it? Every time I visit, I become more impressed with what Lord Potter is trying to do here. Their ambition in Italy is to build a school where the students can thrive. I'm watching what they're doing, while on holiday, and once more my already high expectations have just been raised again. As Minerva arrived back with Hannah and Millie's parents, all sat down to refreshments and watched their children. Augusta was even more amazed as she witnessed Neville climb on a broom and shoot out over the sea with his friends. After their training, they've started doing a bit of flying over the water. Harry has already decided this is how the new first years will be taught to fly a broom. It's a lot easier to cast a drying charm on someone who falls off, rather than taking them to the infirmary to have bones mended. Minerva knew this would appeal to Augusta, as Neville broke his wrist during his first flying lesson at Hogwarts. The flyers then flew lazy spirals to bring them up to the level of the terrace before the squeals of delight began. Susan, Luna and Neville had all known they would be receiving visitors at some point today. It was a complete surprise for Hannah and Millie though. There were hugs all around while the elves gathered up their brooms, before everyone who'd been training excused themselves for a quick shower. Tackled and restrained by a pair of powerful arms. He wasn't in any danger though. Hermione's laughter rang inside his head while Ron was laughing so hard that he had to hold onto a wall to keep himself upright. Thank you, thank you, thank you. That each of Millie's thanks was accompanied by a key asterisk to his face was the cause of Harry's discomfort, and increased Ron and Hermione's laughter. Mate, you should see your expression. At that, Hermione appeared and asked Millie for her betrothed back. Her wink at the teenage witch, along with her wide smile, let Millie know she was joking with her. Oh, I'm just so happy my parents are here, I can't thank you enough for asking them. You're giving it a good try though, and you're very welcome. Harry keyed Millie on the cheek as she released him, before taking Hermione's hand and leading the 4 of them down to breakfast. Food should get Ron's mind off what just happened, or at least stop him chuckling while he ate. The Abbotts and Bones were sitting together, joined by Minerva, Bathsheba and Septima. Pomona was sitting with the Longbottoms and Lovegoods, being joined by Poppy, Ginny, Fred and George. Remus also decided to sit with Pomona, hoping to help giving their institute the hard sell to Augusta. Noticing the Bulstrodes chatting at a table with Filius, that's where Harry led the 4 of them. Harry thought he was in for a repeat performance as Glenda Bulstrode gushed her thanks to Harry for inviting them, and looking after Millie. With Dan, Emma and Sirius joining them too, the conversation flowed around the table. We thought today should be a day spent around here, giving people a chance to relax and catch up. We will have a barbecue on the beach this evening, and we're thinking of spending tomorrow looking around Naples. Harry decided to let Hermione say the rest, as Millie looked so excited, and about ready to thank him again. We want you to enjoy your stay here, but we're also still working. We're looking at the possibility of inviting prospective parents and students to the Institute for a visit. Some of the things we do with you may end up being repeated during that visit. We're looking to see what works, what impresses you, and what doesn't. It goes without saying Millie already has a place reserved at the Institute, if her parents agree to her attending. There was no hesitation from Graham Bulstrode. Anything we can do to help, you only have to ask. One glance at Millie and we can both see this is something she really wants, so of course she has our permission to attend. It was Graham's turn to be hugged and keyed by his daughter, as Glenda shed a few happy tears. I don't think I've ever seen our Millie happier. How could we say no to that? When Phileas then explained about the harder exams, and all the extras, compared to Hogwarts, that the Institute provided, the only thing stopping Graham and Glenda signing the acceptance form was said forms were still to be printed. As the late breakfast continued, they received an unexpected but welcome visitor. Bill arrived with Barchoke. Harry and Hermione immediately rose to greet the goblin, and offered him a seat at their table. Dobby appeared with a mug seemingly filled with a beefy gravy. This had Barchoke thanking the elf before getting down to business. While your endeavors against certain people have had the desired results, we always knew there would be a few innocent casualties. I met with one last weekend. After assuring the head of establishment they were in no danger of closing, I took the time to prepare a full report for you. After the shock of discovering they could have been responsible for closing an orphanage, Harry passed the file to Hermione while he asked some questions. How fast do we need to act on this? I personally guaranteed them funds to keep their operation running. Smiling at the goblin, Harry wanted to go further. I don't just want to keep the place running, I want to help these kids. Could we bring them here for a holiday? Having skimmed through the report, Hermione had a different question for their financial advisor. Why do so few of these kids get adopted? 8 out of 10 of them remain in the orphanage until they're of age. What are their prospects when they leave? Do they get proper schooling? The concern these two were showing was everything Barchoke had come to expect of this couple. Most of the orphans are abandoned on the orphanage doorstep as babes. With no knowledge of who their parents were, it's impossible to tell their blood status. In a society where this fact determines your worth, orphans in these particular circumstances are treated almost as badly as if they were squibs. As Hermione glanced at Harry, he answered her question out loud. While an orphan, the entire country knows who my parents were, and my blood status. Amelia, could we have a moment of your time, please? The fact that a goblin was sitting next to Harry at the table, drinking something his elf provided, had caught everyone's attention. Harry didn't have to raise his voice when calling for Amelia, all other conversation had already stopped. As Harry explained the situation, Dobby appeared with a chair for her to sit. This was the cue for everyone else to move their chairs over and discover just what was going on. As Harry claimed he wanted to do more for these children, rather than just throw money at them to maintain the status quo, Amelia's expression told him immediately that he wasn't going to like what she had to say. Harry, you've stumbled across the dark underbelly of our society. Any changes to the status of these children would see the person proposing those changes hauled up before the Wizengamot. Hermione couldn't hold back. What the hell for? I don't see that same Wizengamot rushing to help these children, whose only crime would seem to be being born. Miss Granger, as a member of that body, you have no idea how close that last statement you made is to the truth. Augusta then attempted to explain what was going on here. There will certainly be members sitting in the Wizengamot who will have offspring of their family in that orphanage, illegitimate offspring to be sure but of their family blood. They never want those blood ties acknowledged and try to sweep the entire situation under the carpet, which is why the ministry will never officially take over the orphanage. Gringotts carrying out an inheritance ritual on some of these children could prove embarrassing for a few of our sitting members. Those rituals, and any claims that result from them, must be completed before the child reaches 17. That law has stood for almost a century, as has the one that states these rituals cannot be carried out on anyone underage without parental consent. Realizing at once what was going on here, Hermione couldn't contain her anger as she spoke. It's a catch-22 situation. They can't discover their parentage without this ritual, but need parental consent to undergo the ritual in the first place. After 17, it doesn't matter what the ritual tells them, they have no legal right to pursue anything through the courts. These kids are deliberately kept barefoot and ignorant, on the very edge of society, to hide possible indiscretions from sons and daughters of powerful families. Harry, you know we have to help them. While proud of her daughter's sentiments, Emma had a question that she knew the people here would be able to answer. While I'm in no way advocating this as an option, why do these mothers not opt for a termination when they realize the trouble they are in? I can't believe leaving the baby you just gave birth to on an orphanage doorstep would be any less traumatic than taking action to stop things reaching that stage. With the silence that question produced, Emma understood she'd said something wrong. Her answer eventually came from Poppy. While I understand where Emma's coming from with this, she doesn't know things are different for a witch. Should a witch try to terminate a magical baby, that baby will fight back and could seriously damage its mother's magic, if not outright killing her. We have morning after potions, but that's really about the extent of it. When a witch is pregnant, it's far safer for mother and child to see things through to their natural conclusion. While this was news to Harry, he felt they had veered off from the original topic. Is the opinion here that we can't help these kids? If it is, then what's the point of all we're setting up here? These are the very kids we should be targeting, the very reason the Potter Institute was conceived and is now being built, to help magical kids who won't get a break in Britain. I'm sorry, Harry, but sometimes you just have to admit you can't save them all. You could have heard a pin drop at Sirius' statement. Harry was getting ready to verbally challenge his godfather's opinion when he spotted the glint in Sirius' eyes. He'd been reading through the report that Hermione had sat on the table and smiled at Harry in a way that didn't even attempt to hide he was up to something. Sirius didn't keep them waiting for long. Barchoke, while the building the orphanage is renting could in no way be considered expensive, it still eats more of their budget than their food bills do. My family has a house in London that I'm more than willing to donate to the Phineas Nigellus Black Orphanage Trust. The trust will have a board that will consist of myself, Miss Hermione Granger, Mr. Daniel Granger, Mrs. Emma Granger, Barchoke and Mr. Neville Longbottom. All of age children of the orphanage will attend the Potter Institute, paid for by the trust. Harry, this is something you can't put your name anywhere near, officially. That doesn't mean your family can't be heavily involved, and you of course may accompany them anytime you want. Remus was chuckling along as Hermione then asked Sirius what he was up to. It's simple, Hermione. My mother will be turning in her grave at the mere thought of her house being used as an orphanage, with a goblin, a pair of muggles and their magical daughter on the board of trustees too. Phineas Nigellus Black hated children, and was considered the worst headmaster of Hogwarts ever. This will be a fitting memorial to him and the system that's failing these children. In simple terms, we're playing the pureblood bigots back at their own game. They can't object to Lord Black opening an orphanage, named in an ancestor's honor. I'll even use the compensation the ministry are awarding me for wrongful imprisonment to get the trust started. After spending all those years wrongfully imprisoned in Azkaban, I just want to help people. Can you see the ministry or Wizengamot speaking out against me helping orphans? As more chuckling, and downright laughter, broke out amongst the group, Sirius had a serious message to pass on to his godson. You can't save everyone, Harry, fact of life. It doesn't mean your family can't help save those you have to pass on. Harry had a smile on his face as he asked the question he was sure he was going to like the answer to. I'm still gonna be involved though, aren't I? Dolores entered the minister's office with the latest issue of the Quibbler clutched in her hand, only to discover Dumbledore had beaten her to the punch. A copy was already spread over Cornelius' desk. She didn't mess about and got straight to the point. The young fool will be bankrupt in no time. Supplying all the students with robes and all other supplies, while claiming their tuition will be cheaper than Hogwarts too, is financially unsustainable. I don't care how rich Potter is, this will be the end of him. Dolores was rather surprised to see her opinion wasn't shared by the other two in the office. It was Dumbledore who explained what the real problem was here. It doesn't really matter if this folly eventually bankrupts Potter, it's what these claims will do to us before he runs out of gold. That's where the real danger lies. According to that article, this institute will only have around 80 students come September. That's 80 students who won't be doing their shopping in Diagon Alley, 80 students who won't be paying fees to Hogwarts. These same students won't ever be going to Hogsmeade on visits, and that number will increase to 140 in the next few years. That's almost a third of Hogwarts' current roll. I've had half the merchants from Diagon Alley on the flow to me already, and expect the other half to catch up with me later today. Since these are the very students who pay full price for everything, some businesses have already indicated to me they won't be able to afford the discount prices those of pure blood currently enjoy. This had Dolores incensed. She had of course read that all the institute's supplies would be purchased in Italy. Dolores simply hadn't considered the consequences of that on magical Britain. If they dare stop the pure blood discounts, then they could quite conceivably put themselves out of business. Albus quickly pointed out that all of Diagon Alley were already well aware of that fact, but the reduced volume of customers could force a few of them out of business anyway. Madame Malkin has the exclusive contract to supply students with their Hogwarts robes. She pays Hogwarts a retainer for that privilege. With that volume of students going to be missing from her expected tally, I had to renegotiate that retainer to even keep her services. While we all understand she has to make a profit too, where else were Hogwarts students going to get school robes? I expect that scenario to be repeated the entire length of the alley, and there's not a thing we can do about it. With reduced income at Hogwarts too, I'm already having to lower my sights concerning replacement professors. Cornelius could see only one solution to this problem. We need to get a hold of Potter, explain to him the knock-on effects of what he's doing here. I have an assurance from his house steward that Harry will be on the Hogwarts Express on the 1st of September. Dumbledore's claim astonished the other two in the office, their silence forcing him to continue. I have to assume he won't be attending Hogwarts but also have plans in place to ensure he will have to be there. Dolores caught on at once. And should anything happen to him, this entire problem would disappear. I think we should start thinking about taking steps to see that happens. We still need the boy, Madame Umbridge. Dolores was not for listening to any of Albus' arguments. I find it easier to deal with the problem we're currently faced with, rather than worry about what could potentially happen years from now. Things change all the time, and right now Potter is the biggest problem we face. Your task will be to ensure Potter's part of the tournament. My task will be to make sure he doesn't leave it, not alive anyway. Cornelius sat back and sipped his coffee. Letting Dolores and Albus decide these things amongst themselves meant that he could deny all responsibility if things went pear-shaped, and have two ready-made scapegoats to dump any shit onto too. This was a win-win for the Minister of Magic. Now that was a nice way to start his day. Jillian couldn't remember ever being this nervous in her life before. She was waiting to meet these mysterious people who held her, and the entire orphanage's future in their hands. Life had taught her to be wary of people helping the orphanage. They almost always wanted something in return. When Barchoke led the group into her office, Jillian found she was suddenly even more nervous. She of course recognized Sirius Black at once. His face had been plastered all over magical Britain in the last few years, mostly on wanted posters. Hermione Granger was certainly a face and name that had recently become well known to those living here too. As the girls' parents were introduced, and then the final member of the group, Jillian had half expected the other teenager to be Harry Potter, but the Longbottom name was also one known and long respected in their society. She tried to be strong but Jillian's tears started falling as Barchoke laid out this group's plans for the orphanage. No press and no publicity for today's meeting. They even specifically asked her not to mention they were actually in the country. They then proceeded to make every one of Jillian's dreams for the orphanage come true, and that was before the group insisted she and the rest of her volunteers receive a salary too. She was quietly waiting on the hammer to fall when Anita burst into the room. "So sorry to disturb your meeting, Jillian, but did you know Harry Potter is walking around the building?" It was left to Hermione to provide an explanation. Harry so wanted to be involved with this, being an orphan himself, but it was felt better to keep his name officially away from the orphanage. Officially, he's just accompanying his betrothed today, and that's the story we will all be sticking to. Involving Harry would undoubtedly raise the orphanage's profile, but there's certainly good and bad sides to that. Harry doesn't want anything he does elsewhere to reflect negatively on the orphanage. That doesn't mean anything I say will not be from the both of us, or that he's not going to be actively helping behind the scenes. Neville also felt obliged to say something here. He was well aware of the honor being bestowed on him by his inclusion on this board. His gran had even said she was proud of him, but Neville didn't want to just sit here and make up the numbers. Harry is along with Luna, who is also my girlfriend. This had the three Grangers and Sirius grinning, as Neville had asked Luna to be his girlfriend yesterday. Neville was grinning too at the first time he was able to introduce Luna as such. Her father owns and publishes the Quibbler, which means any publicity the orphanage requires can also be carefully controlled. None of us here are interested in getting our pictures or names in the press, but if the orphanage moving doesn't receive any publicity, people won't know how to contact you at your new address. Anita was still standing at the door and they began to hear a ruckus building behind her. After emitting a gasp of fond exasperation, Hermione interrupted, while trying to hide that she knew exactly what her betrothed had just done. Sorry Neville, but Harry must have mentioned about the children coming to Italy for a holiday. Word will spread like wildfire and I think he's just about to start a riot out there. Gillian was embarrassed and started to apologize, letting slip she'd specifically told the children to be on their best behavior today. Hermione and Neville actually started chuckling at that. Don't worry, Harry and Luna will be totally responsible for this. My Harry tends to lead with his heart, leaving the rest of us to play catch-up working out the details of how to make this happen. Did I forget to mention he wants to take the entire orphanage for a holiday? This will give everyone time to get your new building ready for occupying. Smiling, Hermione let a stunned Gillian and Anita into more of their plans. We intend to have wizarding tents on the beach for those children old enough to enjoy camping, with the younger ones staying in our house. There will be enough adults there to ensure you get a bit of a break too, and time to meet with the architect Sirius has got working on this project, making sure you get the best use out of the building he's donating. Hearing the noise coming from outside getting louder, a smiling Sirius stood. I think we better go and curtail my godson before the orphanage gets invited to Italy for lunch today. We'll need time to get everything ready for your visit, and it will be the weekend at the earliest before we can cope with that. We can discuss anything else we need to while walking around. It wasn't hard to find the cause of the disturbance and, as expected, Harry and Luna were in the very center of it. Both were sitting on the floor, surrounded by excited children of all ages. When one of them brought forward a battered Harry Potter poster and asked if it could be signed, there was no way Harry was going to say no. This really opened the floodgates though, with most of the children running to their rooms to find something for Harry to sign. Hermione spotted one little girl with long black hair sitting by herself on a bench at the very edge of the excitement with a picture book in her hand. She clearly wanted to go over and ask Harry to sign her book but was too shy to do so. Hermione headed straight for the girl and sat down beside her. Hello there, my name's Hermione. Don't you want to get your book signed by Harry? The young girl physically appeared about 3, though sounded nearer 6, as she sat there nervously swinging her legs under the bench while answering Hermione's questions. My name is Joan, and it's not my book. This is from our small library and it wouldn't be right to get Harry Potter to sign it. I will also have to put it back when I'm finished with it, so there's no point in getting it signed. I was sitting thinking if I had anything in my locker he could sign but I don't. Are you Harry's girlfriend? Smiling, Hermione shuffled closer. Yes, we're betrothed. That means we'll get married when we're older. Staring into her book, Joan's next sentence came straight from her heart. It must be great knowing what you're going to do when you're older. Hermione's arm snaked around the little girl's shoulders and gently pulled her closer. Well, I know a little of your future. With that, she had Joan's full attention. You'll be coming to Italy for a holiday at our house while a building is made ready for the entire orphanage to move into. After hearing that, Joan's blue eyes were now sparkling like the Mediterranean Sea her Harry now loved so much. You could also see this girl's intelligence radiating from those sparkling blue orbs too, so Hermione then tried for a smile. While you're staying there, we'll get our picture taken with Harry, and then get him to sign it for you. Would you like that? Would you sign it too? Hermione keyed the little girl's forehead by way of an answer and then got the smile she was looking for. Hermione was getting the impression that Joan usually didn't have much to smile about. She silently swore to change that. It wasn't as silent as she thought though, as Harry picked up on it through their bond. He totally agreed and promised to join her and Joan as soon as he could. Neville had sat beside Luna while Dan and Emma walked amongst the children. Both were now promising to thank Sirius for getting them involved in this venture. Sirius watched the kids having fun, so of course wanted to join in. Padfoot made an appearance and was soon surrounded by laughing children. Barchoke was the only member of the group left standing beside Gillian and couldn't miss the tears running down her cheeks. He'd totally misread the reason behind those tears however. I'm sorry that our meeting seems to have fallen apart. Gillian interrupted before the goblin could say any more. Oh please don't apologize. Watching this tells me more about the type of people these are than I could learn from a dozen meetings. Usually the rich pure blood would have us round up a couple of the children so they could be in a picture for the press. The children were then used as nothing more than props to show those pure bloods in a good light, barely spoken to and never interacted with. We always do our best for the children but there usually isn't a lot to laugh about around here. This is music to my ears, and certainly eases my worries over our future." With Padfoot now drawing all the attention, Harry was able to make his way over to Hermione. He sat down beside Joan. "Hey, I see you've met Hermione. Isn't she wonderful?" This drew a short giggle from Joan, and immediately broke the ice between them. Hermione then handled the introductions. "This is Joan. I was telling her about coming to Italy and staying there for a holiday. Do you like to fly?" Joan just looked at Harry in bemusement. "We just bought new brooms for the school we're building. We're trying them all out, so would you like to fly with Hermione and me?" With her arms still draped around Joan, Hermione couldn't miss the shudder of excitement that ran through the little girl at the mere thought of Harry's suggestion. Joan was nodding like mad as Hermione whispered to her, "Now wouldn't that make a good picture to be signed?" Sitting between both of them, Joan's smile now lit the entire room. Dan could feel his wife's mood change through their bracelets and asked what the matter was. "I was just watching our not so little girl instinctively know what that other little girl needed. It just hit me how much I had missed of her growing up." Keying Emma's cheek, Dan had the perfect cure for his wife's melancholy. "Look around you, Emma. We've just been given the opportunity to help a lot of these kids. We can look on it as practice for when our grandchildren finally make an appearance." Looking at the way Hermione and Harry were interacting with the little black-haired girl, Emma's answer somewhat surprised Dan, as did the sense of determination her words held. "Those two are going to make fabulous parents. Just look at the way they are dealing with these kids. We're going to need all the practice we can get. I'm bloody determined not to fail as a grandparent too." In his search for new professors, Albus found himself approaching the burrow. With 4 of her children still at Hogwarts next year, he was hoping to convince Molly to teach Transfiguration. He still had all his teaching notes and lesson plans from when he taught the subject many decades ago, and a little extra gold would certainly be welcome by the Weasleys. Albus was intending that amount of gold would be as little as he could get away with. As expected, the door of the burrow was opened before he reached it. Albus always received a warm welcome from Molly. He had no idea that today that welcome would be red hot. "Ah, Molly, how nice to see." His words were cut off by Molly drawing back and slapping Dumbledore across the face. His hat went flying while his half-moon glasses were now entangled in his long hair and beard. After opening with a physical assault, Molly then began a verbal one that would be every bit as painful for Albus, and not just because of the volume it was delivered at. "How dare you show your face here again after what you did to my family? You repressed Ginny's memories, not to help my baby but to cover your own wrinkly old ass. The Italian ministry won't let my Ginny come home, and are working with our ministry to bring charges against you. All your secrets are now known, Dumbledore, and no one will ever trust you again. When I tell Arthur about this, he'll let Amelia know it's time to get the ball rolling." Albus had his wand out and obliviated Molly in mid-sentence. He then quickly pushed past her to see who else would require that spell cast upon them. Percy coming charging down the stairs like a typical Gryffindor was easy prey for the headmaster's wand. A quick glance at Molly's wonderful clock showed the hands for her 4 youngest all pointing at Holiday, with Arthur, Bill and Charlie all at work. Now with a moment to catch his breath, Albus began to plot his way out of this mess. A compulsion charm was added to Percy's Obliviate. The most recent Hogwarts head boy would be making his way back to the castle looking for a job. Albus sweetened the deal by promising connected rooms for him and his girlfriend if he could coax Miss Clearwater to come with him to Hogwarts. 2 professors that Albus intended to pay salaries that combined would hardly match one of the professors who abandoned Hogwarts this summer. Neither Weasley would remember that Albus had visited the burrow today, buying him some time to deal with Amelia's investigation before she went near Fudge or the Wizengamot with her findings. Even with what he had been faced with here, Albus' next stop would still have to be Street Mungo's. Without a qualified nurse or healer in the castle, it didn't matter how many professors he had lined up for Hogwarts, the school wouldn't be able to open come September. With the tournament coming up, Fudge suggested Hogwarts have 2 healers this term, and had promised the ministry would fund one of them. If what Dolores was suggesting with the tasks came to pass, Albus was going to try for at least one highly trained and experienced healer to be based at Hogwarts from September. That wouldn't come cheap, but now he wasn't going to be paying for it. He would fund a trainee nurse to offer support for the healer. Dolores also had a busy and somewhat productive morning, after she had discovered the circumstances surrounding astonishing changes at the magical orphanage. Muggles, mudbloods and a beast in charge of young witches and wizards, she simply wouldn't stand for that. Rather than cause a scene herself, Dolores had whispered those facts into a few ears that had more than a passing interest in what happened to the orphaned magical children. Suggesting this could be the first step to allowing inheritance rituals to be carried out on these orphans, why else would a goblin be on the committee, was enough to ignite a bonfire under quite a few pure-blood asses. The Wizengamot would soon be demanding these people be dragged before them, and Potter would be sure to come too. What happened then would be anyone's guess, but Dolores still had time to arrange a few surprises for the group, and of course Potter. He was sitting in the corner of his study, reading by an old electric lamp, when he heard her approach. Not lifting his dark eyes, he let the lady bring up what was troubling her. As he suspected, Severus didn't have too long to wait. "I'm worried about Draco, he's hardly spoken in weeks. Seeing the man he idolized as an all-powerful wizard first ruined and then slain so easily has really shattered all his beliefs. He won't say anything, but I'm sure this blood feud with Potter that's hanging over us is the cause of his almost complete withdrawal from life. I'm as certain as I can be that Potter won't be back at Hogwarts." Narcissa wasn't buying that, and she wasn't shy in letting their host know her opinion either. "And I'm sure Dumbledore won't want to lose his golden boy. He'll be doing everything within his power to get Potter back to Hogwarts, Draco knows that too." Severus carefully placed a bookmark on the page he was currently reading before closing the book. It was looking like there would be no more quiet reading for him tonight. "Sissy, you clearly have a plan, but I'm not in the mood to sit here all night playing guessing games. Just tell me what you've come up with and we can take things from there." Taking a steadying breath, Sissy told her first person what had recently been going through her head, to the point of becoming an obsession. "I have a surefire way to end this blood feud on us." Severus interrupted at once. "While I can't stand the sight of that little shit Potter, we all have to admit the boy is rather hard to kill. Trolls, basilisk, dementors, the Dark Lord, all have tried and failed." Shaking her head at the interruption, Sissy stated clearly that was certainly not a road she wanted to travel down. "I'm not suggesting killing him, though I wouldn't lose any sleep over his death. I'm simply suggesting neither Draco nor I being Malfoys in the near future." Severus' snort of disgust clearly indicated his opinion at the chances of that happening. "I hardly think the new Lord Black would welcome you and Draco into his family." Stopping herself from becoming angry, that was the last thing that would work for her here, Sissy laid her cards on the table, face up so there could be no more misunderstandings. "I wasn't intending to marry Sirius. I was actually hoping you might like the idea, and the position of my husband." Severus was rarely surprised, but this had knocked him for six. Before letting his feelings on this matter show, there was a question he needed the answer to. "Sissy, take a good look around you, we're currently living in a tiny muggle house. What can I possibly offer the current Lady Malfoy, and the heir to the Malfoy family? The Lady Malfoy thinks you bring rather a lot to the table, Severus, and you're already Draco's godfather. It was me who insisted you be given that position. I wanted my son to have at least one male figure in his life that he could depend on. Draco would give up being a Malfoy in an instant to get out from under this blood feud, and whatever's left of the Malfoy family fortune is in my bag upstairs. Draco and I are not exactly penniless, but I'm certainly going to take Dumbledore up on his offer of free tuition for my son." Realizing that her pitch sounded more like a business deal, Sissy softened her approach. "With both of us working at Hogwarts, we can save towards having a life together after Draco graduates. We might possibly have children of our own by that time too. I'm not expecting an answer right this minute, all I want is for you to think about this." Severus was certainly thinking seriously about the best opportunity he'd had since leaving Hogwarts as a student, but Sissy wasn't quite finished yet. There were a couple of conditions tied to her proposal. "I've already lost one husband, and a family fortune. To this madness, I will not lose another, or my son. If you can't let Dumbledore, Potter and the Dark Lord fight this out amongst themselves, then I need to search for someone else to possibly make this offer to. I don't intend to let any of the men in my life be involved in this senseless war that's certainly coming our way." Once more Sissy softened her approach. There was only one wizard she wanted to make this offer to, and he was currently sitting right in front of her. We could even leave Britain, starting a new life elsewhere. Please think carefully about this, Severus. Sissy didn't know that condition just sweetened the deal for Severus. As well as admiring Narcissa from afar, one did not make a move on Lucius' wife. He was also sick of Albus' manipulations, and had no wish to see his former master returning. If the price of having Sissy permanently at his side meant ignoring Black and Potter too, Severus was sure he could handle that as well. He didn't give an answer right away, that was just who he was, but both parties were sure what Severus' answer would be when he judged the time right to make his decision known. When Ginny awoke to the sunshine streaming through her bedroom window, the first thought of the morning was exactly the same as her last had been before falling asleep: her mother was visiting today. Harry had rather cleverly offered a visit to his Italian home for the Weasley parents, knowing Ron and the twins would have to still be staying in Italy for Arthur and Molly's visit. Everyone else who was currently staying at Harry's had no trouble at all receiving parental permission to extend their holiday beyond the initial 2 weeks originally planned. With both Ginny's parents visiting, Poppy had arranged for her mind healer to be present for that meeting too. Depending on how the visit panned out, there was also the possibility of her mum and dad having a talk with representatives from the Italian ministry. With assurances from Bill, Poppy and Harry ringing in her ears that she wouldn't be returning to Britain anytime soon, Ginny finally thought she was ready to face her mother. Meeting up with the gang and heading down to the beach for their training was Ginny's favorite part of the day, so she was more than willing to face her mother to give Ron, Fred and George the opportunity of spending longer in Italy. Her mind healer was convinced training with her friends was helping Ginny more than just physically, an opinion both she and Poppy fully agreed with. Watching as the entire gang took turns at verbally picking on Sirius, a Sirius who sported a ridiculously wide grin on his face after his first date with Francesca last night, had Ginny almost forgetting what was scheduled for her later on this morning. They had finished the physical portion of their training and were just moving on to their wand work when the strangest sight any of them had ever seen banished all thoughts of training, and anything else, from their minds. Harry's goblin friend was racing across the sand, waving his arms in the air and shouting like someone who was more than a few sandwiches short of a picnic. Seeing this very smart goblin, who always appeared so in control of his emotions, behave in this manner warned them something very bad had just happened, or something very, very good. Ginny didn't have enough dealings with goblins for her to tell whether Barchoke was currently smiling or snarling at them. Barchoke raced straight for Harry and Sirius, shouting at the top of his voice about finding it. Both of them could easily see his excitement as everyone else soon crowded around. Knowing that anyone training here would have already been informed of what they were hunting by Harry, the little goblin took a deep breath and then passed on the monuments. News. Lord Black employed a team of goblin curse breakers to cover every inch of Grimmauld Place before he would let Francesca or the orphans anywhere near the building. While a great many dark objects are being discovered and dealt with, the team found one object that had their dark magic scans registering off the scale. A certain locket, once owned by Salazar Slytherin, was immediately dispatched to Gringotts, with the cursed soul being removed and immediately destroyed. That's the last piece, he's now mortal. Harry managed to mumble a question to his goblin friend. How could it possibly have gotten there? Emma reacted in a totally different manner. The emotional mother pounced on Harry and Hermione with tears of relief and joy rolling down her cheeks. I don't care how it got there, you won't have to go into that cursed cave to try and get it out now. That started a celebration which saw all of them ending up running into the sea and acting more like a bunch of toddlers than teens and adults. The sight of Barchoke, bedecked in his normal immaculate three-piece pinstriped suit joyously cavorting about in the waves as if he didn't have a care in the world was something that would stay with them all for a long time. Ginny was glad that all the splashing about in the sea hid her own tears of relief, until she realized that every single one of them was doing the exact same. Luna didn't even try to hide them, rather just clung onto Neville as if her life depended on it. Harry and Hermione were also clinging to each other, though energetically bouncing about in the waves at the same time, like a strange form of demented pogo dancing. Emma was doing the rounds, hugging everyone she could get her hands on. Barchoke must have suffered that particular fate at least 3 times. With thoughts of any further training that they'd forgotten about, they eventually sat on the beach to discuss where this left them. Barchoke was quick to bring them up to date on the steps he'd taken, before heading for Italy. Once we had confirmed beyond any doubts the piece of Riddle's soul had been destroyed, Bill left to inform Amelia of the wonderful news. I would expect to see them both here today at some point. That only leaves the original piece of Riddle's soul that Harry banished from Quirrell inside Hogwarts 2 years ago. There's a team at Gringotts trying to put some sort of timescale on how long this remaining piece of soul could exist without any other soul jars anchoring it. The trouble is they're relying on estimates and guesswork, since no one else has ever been stupid enough to create multiple soul jars before. Ginny had found herself bracketed by her twin brothers the instant she'd sat down. She was grateful for their support as Barchoke spoke about those disgusting things. There was a question she just had to ask though. Does that mean Harry can just stay here and Voldemort will eventually simply fade away? Seeing the same thought was on everyone else's lips too, Harry did his best to answer. I wish I could, Ginny. We know Pettigrew is off trying to help his master return, and all of us think Riddle will attempt a dark ritual to try and regain a body. Steps have been taken to try and disrupt the ritual we think will be his first choice, but we also had to be very careful. If he suspects a trap, Riddle will disappear and probably choose one of the more obscure rituals available to him. If he does that, we won't know about it until a reborn Lord Voldemort starts killing people. We couldn't even chance alarm wards or anything magical around the site we think he'll use. So it isn't over just yet. Fred had Ginny in a reassuring hug before she'd even finished asking her question. It was actually Sirius who answered for everyone as he felt their previous euphoria evaporating. What's been achieved in the last few months is nothing short of astonishing. The last war was so terrible because Voldemort appeared to hold all the cards. He's now been stripped of his finances, his most influential followers and, even more importantly, his anchors that kept him in this world. I'm not trying to belittle the task that still remains, but he's mortal now. Who's to say that if Dan put a bullet into Voldemort, if he gets a body, that bullet wouldn't put him down for good? As Sirius, words slowly sank in, Luna lifted the entire mood with one comment. Can it be Emma who shoots him? She's by far a better shot and we really want him gone, not clutching at his arm in shock. Knowing the friendly rivalry that existed between the Grangers when they were shooting at targets, and that Emma had taken to shooting like a duck to water, kicking Dan's ass since day one and impressing the hell out of Remus with her natural talent, tickled a few people's funny bones. This started off with some sniggering that soon turned to full-blown laughter after Hermione's quip, reigniting the good mood that had existed mere moments ago. It's not as if my dad takes his shooting seriously, it's just a bit of a laugh for him. He's also well used to losing to the Granger ladies. While all her friends had only ever seen her dad being a bit of a joker, Hermione had grown up seeing the deep level of concentration and strictly serious side of him when he worked on a patient, so wasn't surprised when her dad transferred that focus to his shooting. While he wasn't a bad shot as such, Emma could practically pick what eye she would put the bullet through, almost since completing her first session of training. Her mother's hugs though still caught Hermione out almost every time. While she absolutely relished those hugs, this radical change in her mum's behavior, especially since she and her dad got those bracelets, was going to take some getting used to. It was a happy group who headed back to the house on their brooms, ready for a shower and then breakfast before facing the day to come. Remus was heading back to Britain and the orphanage. Gillian was going to be spending the day with them, helping to get everything ready for the entire orphanage arriving on their doorstep tomorrow. Molly couldn't remember ever being as nervous as she was today. Then again, nothing in the world was more important to Molly Weasley than her children. Bill had Flo called to say he wouldn't be port-keying with them, but that he and Amelia would be dropping in on Harry later on today. On arrival, her eyes locked in on her children immediately. They were having so much fun sitting at breakfast with their friends that none of them had noticed Arthur or her yet. Poppy had though and moved over to greet them. She didn't miss Molly's mouth hanging open at seeing her children so happy, and Poppy couldn't help but smile at her reaction. They've actually been up for a couple of hours, training down on the beach before doing a bit of flying. Ginny's mind healer is adamant those sessions training with her family and friends are really helping with her recovery. I've never seen them looking better, or Harry looking so healthy and happy. This is easing a lot of my worries, hopefully taking with them will erase the rest. A blind person could see they're all having a great time. They were shopping in Naples again yesterday. We have over 40 orphans arriving tomorrow for a holiday and every one of them chipped in with ideas and suggestions for making sure these children enjoy themselves. Because it's for the orphans, Sirius insisting on paying for everything, and all of them had a great day out in Naples too. It was Harry who noticed the Weasleys first and waved the group over. As Molly approached, Fred and George stood immediately and were quickly engulfed in their mother's arms. Ron was next, though Molly gently pulled Millie into the hug too. I've never seen Ron happier and, although this place is beautiful, I'm sure it's more because of the company he's currently keeping. Millie's face almost split in two with the size of grin that comment brought on. Watching that also made Harry's mind up, and Hermione instantly agreed. He stood and held his arms out in invitation, and a tearful Molly soon had both of them entwined in her arms. I can't thank you enough for looking after my children. Harry wasn't having that. 3 of your sons sitting there came to my relative's house a few summers ago and ripped bars from my bedroom window to rescue me. You then took me in and allowed me to stay for the rest of that summer. For us, no thanks are needed. We were having a great holiday, and then did what was necessary to protect Ginny, that's all. Molly was nodding but had a confession to make. Percy left the burrow after a big argument. He wouldn't hear a word said against Dumbledore. He's now living in Hogwarts Castle and will be teaching Transfiguration next term. Hermione let out a groan. Did you check him for a compulsion charm? The look of horror on Molly's face answered that question before Arthur tried to calm his wife's fears. It may be Dumbledore's just being very clever here. He appointed Percy's girlfriend, Penelope, as arithmancy professor too. Both of them are already staying in the castle. Good jobs and lodgings for both of them, that would be very hard for any young couple to turn down. Seeing how well things were going had encouraged Ginny to make her way around the table, approaching her mother with tears already in her eyes. Molly too was unashamedly crying as she wrapped their only daughter in her arms. You look absolutely stunning, Ginny. Those clothes really suit you. We've been shopping in the Muggle section of Naples. It's fantastic with so much to choose from. The magical section is much bigger than Diagon Alley too. Wait until you see the institute being built behind Harry's house, it's going to be amazing. All her fiends were beaming at Ginny after hearing that comment. They wanted the rest of the Weasleys to be attending the institute with them. Her parents were also well aware what Ginny was up to. It wasn't exactly a subtle comment, and one glance between Molly and Arthur saw the Weasley children get an answer they were hoping for. If Dumbledore could do that to one of my children, he could do the same, or worse, to the rest of them. None of you will be returning to Hogwarts, so we'll just need to see if we can get you places at the Potter Institute. I've heard it's quite exclusive. A smiling Harry immediately interrupted Molly. Having the last name Weasley instantly grants you access, though pulling pranks could still get you kicked out. There was now a mass of Weasleys excitedly hugging on the terrace, though Ron and Millie appeared to be copying their best friend's moves from earlier, bouncing up and down while clinging onto each other and laughing. Molly and Arthur were invited to sit with them and felt right at home at a table full of happy teens. That 4 of those teens were Weasleys almost had Molly in tears again. A few did escape when Harry offered them the opportunity to stay for a couple of days. Even his hope that they would chip in and help with the visiting orphans was an offer they couldn't refuse, both immediately volunteering to help in any way they could. They were all back on the beach, erecting the magical tents and generally getting prepared for the arrival of their little visitors when Amelia and Bill appeared. Their demeanors demonstrated that they obviously needed to have a discussion in private. Deciding to use one of the tents, Harry, Hermione, Sirius and the Grangers sat in what was amazingly a comfortable living room under canvas. Amelia realized this was her show and found she had no qualms about warning the people here about what she suspected might be coming their way. Fantastic news about the last Horcrux. The fire whiskey came out in my office again as Bill and I shared a toast. What's got me worried though is some things I've been hearing regarding Dolores Umbridge. Sirius, she's stirring up the muck within the Wizengamot. I expect you'll soon receive a summons to appear before them regarding your plans for the orphanage. It was a thoughtful Hermione who had a suggestion. What if we set up a preemptive strike? Harry, do you remember we promised Skeeter an exclusive interview with your godfather? That appearing in the Prophet just before the Wizengamot demand answers should pull the rug out from under them. This saw her receiving a quick key from her betrothed. A fantastic idea, and we can still give Luna a couple more exclusives for her father. I don't ever want Rita anywhere near the Institute. With that potential problem being so easily solved, it was clear something else must be bothering Amelia. She didn't disappoint. It's an open secret within the ministry that Hogwarts is holding the revived Tri-Wizard tournament this year, with 2 other schools from abroad traveling to Hogwarts to compete alongside the still-to-be-chosen Hogwarts champion. Looking at Hermione, the information started popping into Harry's mind. They haven't held this tournament for centuries, because a number of the contestants continually kept ending up dead. The last 2 champions received their awards posthumously. Why the hell would they want to revive something like this? Nodding in agreement of Hermione's sentiments, Amelia then expressed what had initially triggered her alarm bells. The competition is being restricted to witches and wizards who are of age. Hermione immediately began to share Amelia's worries. Harry's considered of age, but has obviously left Hogwarts. How are these contestants chosen? Amelia had heard from Susan just how smart this witch was, and was shocked at how quickly Hermione had gotten right to the heart of the problem. Any potential champions need to place their name into a magical artifact, the Goblet of Fire. It chooses the champion for each of the schools, creating a binding magical contract as it does so. Oh shit, why do I feel as if someone just walked over my grave? None of them thought Harry's comment was funny, nor his apprehension unwarranted. All could clearly see here's what had prompted Amelia to speak with them. Sirius found himself a lot more worried about this development than any summons for himself to face the Wizengamot. Bill, could Gringotts look into this supposed binding magical contract the cup creates? We could try and obtain a set of the rules for the competition, but we also know that rules can be rewritten, or downright ignored, if it suits Dumbledore or Fudge's agendas. Amelia agreed with that, but had more information to share with them. What really set my alarm bells ringing is that Umbridge suddenly started upgrading all the tasks to lethal levels. Amos Diggory was telling everyone at the ministry who stood still long enough that his son, Cedric, would be one of the favorites to represent Hogwarts as her champion. That was until Umbridge contacted his department about bringing dragons to Scotland for this tournament, and that's only the first task. I think his son will currently be getting ordered not to go nowhere near that goblet. While both were discussing the situation over their bond, it was Harry who spoke about what they had decided. This is something we should certainly keep an eye on. Just how binding this contract might be will decide on how closely the situation needs monitored. It's at least a few months away though, and there's such a lot to be done before that. It goes without saying that Dumbledore would do practically anything to drag me back to Britain, if not Hogwarts Castle itself. I have people looking out for me now though, so that puts us miles ahead of where we would normally be in these situations. It's now placed on our to-do list, and will move higher up the list as the date approaches, or we find out more worrying information. Do we all agree? That question was greeted by nods of agreement, though Dan and Emma's were rather forced. The subject was closed for the moment, however, when the tent flap opened and Remus led Gillian into the tent, with a stowaway. After hearing where I was going, this little madam parked herself outside my office door and begged to be brought along. I hope you don't mind. The last part was said in jest as Harry and Hermione were clearly very happy to see Joan again. Their wide smiles were soon joined by Joan, now wearing a matching expression. I couldn't wait to see Hermione, and Harry, again. Hermione only managed one step before Joan rocketed right into her arms. Oh, I think we could overlook this little stowaway. She was holding Joan while having another conversation with Harry. Emma was soon being introduced to the little witch too. Remembering her own conversation with Dan, Emma was determined to help here. Do you like the tent? You and your friends are going to be staying in them. Oh, I think they are beautiful, just like everything here. Putting Joan down onto her own feet, Hermione took the little witch by the hand. What if we go a walk with my mum and dad while Gillian has her meeting? Joan wore a massive smile as she slipped her tiny hand into Hermione's. Emma offered to take Joan's other hand and the three of them stepped out of the tent, with Dan following on. Gillian deliberately waited until they had left before speaking again. I'm really sorry for imposing Joan on you like this, but I've never seen her this animated before. When not doing an organized activity, she normally just sits somewhere by herself and quietly reads. Since meeting the people who visited the orphanage, the change in her has been remarkable. Her smile as she left here holding Hermione's hand is easily the widest I've ever seen on her face. Through Harry, Hermione was still getting all of that. Knowing the feeling for Joan was mutual, Harry totally agreed with his betrothed's mental suggestion. We already love having her here, she's not exactly any trouble, and we were wondering if she could stay tonight. Everyone else will be arriving tomorrow anyway, so it will only be extending her holiday by 1 day. Gillian had absolutely no problem with that suggestion, and Harry was almost overwhelmed by the feeling of joy that returned from Hermione over their bond at hearing the good news. Bill left to meet with his family and Amelia set off to have a visit with Susan. She had already offered to sit in any meeting the Weasley family had with the Italian ministry. She was more than happy to speak with them on how the investigation was proceeding, and why the British Minister of Magic was blocking her department at every turn in order to protect Dumbledore. Harry, Sirius and Remus proceeded to give Gillian a tour of the facilities they'd put in place, and run some of the activities planned past her for approval. She adored the tents, knowing the children would love them too. Tents opening onto a beach was a wonderful idea, though she had some safety concerns. Remus was able to ensure her that there would be at least one adult staying in each of the tents with the children, and that there were alarm wards on the tent flaps in case one of the children tried to wander off at night. Simply watching as Joan interacted with the rest of the teens currently on the beach reaffirmed to Gillian that this was the best thing to ever happen to the orphanage. Sitting on a beautiful beach at tables under thatched parasols and drinking delicious chilled fruit juice was a very rare treat for her. Seeing Joan and Hermione share a large ice cream sundae would be an experience Gillian was sure the little witch would never forget. That this was being made available to all of the children currently in her care had Gillian thinking she was dreaming, except her dreams had never been as good as this before. Draco was also thinking he was dreaming. He stared once more at his mother to ensure what he was hearing was actually true. Severus had insisted Draco's opinion on any union be considered before they proceeded further, not knowing this simply further endeared him to Sissy. Lucius had never thought of anyone but himself, apart from the man he had called master. Yes, Draco. If Severus and I married, you would have the option of no longer being a Malfoy. Severus would be more than happy to adopt you into his family. Switching that stare to his former head of house, Draco's expression once more begged for confirmation of that fact. He actually has another option open to him as well. My mother was of the house of Prince but married beneath herself. That proud family is now reduced to one great aunt who only clings onto life in the desperate hope an heir can be found before she passes. I will never be considered, but she would happily accept you as the answer to all her prayers. With your parents being a Malfoy and a Black, Great Aunt Ophelia would probably key **** your feet if you would consider continuing the Prince bloodline. You would probably have to blood adopt with her, though would still be our son. It would also see any legacy your mother and I leave go to any children we might have later. Draco couldn't see any downside to this. He would be at Hogwarts with both his parents, both there as professors. No longer being considered a Malfoy would remove a massive weight from his shoulders. Even the thought of his mother possibly having more children with Severus was not a deal-breaker for Draco. Dreams of teaching a younger sibling how to fly a broom were very pleasant ones. In the end, there really wasn't a decision for Draco to make. If you and Severus wish to get married, I would offer you both my full support on the matter. As to the price or Snape thing, I'll happily trust your judgment on whatever you both think is best for me. His mother then laying down the law that none of the men in her life would be involved in the war between the Dark Lord, Dumbledore and Potter was just the cherry on top as far as Draco was concerned. He'd seen what death looked like at the hands of Potter, and had no interest in any repeat lessons. Changing his name would get Draco out from under this blood feud, and no one could say anything about how he achieved that feat. His mother remarrying was a perfectly legitimate reason to lose the Malfoy name, without any accusations of cowardice being attached to the maneuver, or Draco himself. As discussions moved on to when his mother would marry Severus, Draco could only think that the sooner the better. Joan was failing fast, only her determination not to miss anything was keeping her eyes open. She'd probably spoken more today, and with more people, than she would in a month back at the orphanage. Hermione then unleashed her secret weapons. If you go for a nap, I'll be able to introduce you to Hedwig and Crookshanks. Hedwig is Harry's owl and Crookshanks is my cat. If you get a short nap now, you'll enjoy your dinner more. Oh, Did I forget to mention, Miss Gillian said you could stay here with us when she goes back to Britain after dinner tonight. After hearing that, Joan hugged Hermione hard before releasing her grip and melting into Harry's arms. With shouts of, "See you for dinner," ringing in her ears, the little witch was almost asleep by the time they reached Harry's bedroom. She stayed awake long enough to be introduced to Hedwig, and then Crookshanks jumped up on the bed to keep Joan company as she napped. Gillian stood at the door, smiling down at the young couple in her charge. "The excitement alone will be enough to have her tired out. You just gave that young witch the best day of her life, and are planning to do the same for the rest of my charges. You can't possibly know what this means to them." Knowing Harry wouldn't want to talk about his pre-Hogwarts years, Hermione gave Gillian something of an insight on what this meant to them. "My Harry is an orphan who was raised by relatives. Those relatives hated even the mention of the word magic. Since my Harry is a very powerful wizard, they transferred all that hatred onto him. A friend, even a kind word, can make all the difference in the world to someone who feels life has abandoned them. We know exactly what this will mean to them, and hopefully it will only be the start. We hope to change all of their lives for the better. Ambitious, yes, but that's who my Harry is. His godfather is pretty special too, and failure is simply not an option in this case." After quietly calling Dobby and asking him to keep an eye on Joan, Harry put his arm around Hermione and led them all from his room. "You'll meet Francesca later, which is one of the reasons why we wanted you to stay for dinner. She's the architect who will work on the orphanage, and has actually just started dating Sirius. She's currently project managing the Potter Institute. We've gotten into the habit of all having a quick look at how the institute is progressing, and then Francesca joins us for dinner." Gillian could certainly understand Joan's tiredness due to all the excitement. This was turning out to be the most exciting day of her life too. Ron was sitting quietly on the terrace, with his arm around Millie as they let their sumptuous dinner digest. They were watching Harry and Hermione walk along the beach, with Joan happily sandwiched between them and holding both of their hands. The colorful lanterns that had been set up all over the beach for tomorrow's visitors allowed him to see the trio were all having fun. Noticing the thoughtful mood her boyfriend was in, Millie asked the question she really didn't want to. "Would you rather be down there, with them?" Millie may have said, "them," but she really meant Hermione. While the girl had been nothing but supportive of her relationship with Ron, and was quickly becoming a good friend to Millie, this holiday had seen Hermione bloom into a beautiful young woman. Millie still had some major insecurities over her appearance however, and Ron had been one of Hermione's best friends for the last 3 years. No, they need some time to themselves, or with Joan. That little girl makes both of them smile and laugh so much, they're good for each other. Looking into Millie's eyes, Ron then sussed exactly what Millie was asking him. "They are both my best friends, but I would much rather be sitting here with you." Seeing her smile didn't quite reach Millie's eyes, Ron then confessed to what he'd actually been thinking about. "I was sitting here wondering if this was actually real, or will life kick us in the teeth again? Watching a beautiful Mediterranean sunset with my arm around my gorgeous girlfriend, those things don't happen to Ron Weasley. I've been piss poor all my life and this just doesn't seem real, ouch." Hitting Ron on the back of his head, Millie then asked her boyfriend if that smack was real enough for him. "I'm here, and not going anywhere. Your family is also by no means piss poor." Seeing Ron about to dispute that statement, Millie didn't give him time but instead cut right across his objections. "Piss poor is a muggle saying. Tanneries used to require urine to treat the hides, so people used to save their piss and sell it to them. For the poorer families, that might be all the income they had, hence piss poor. If you literally didn't have a pot to piss in, you were even poorer than that. By no stretch of the imagination are the Weasleys anywhere near that poor." She then changed tact on Ron. "Look down there. Now no one in the entire world knows those two better than you do, so tell me this. Is it his gold that's making Harry incredibly happy, or the people he's with?" It was like the theater curtain pulling back on opening night. Ron finally got to see his friends for who they really were. Harry usually wears clothes that are in a worse state than mine, and don't even fit him. When Harry got access to his gold, the first thing he did was spend a chunk of it on his friends. Harry could easily have arranged for some of the best tutors in the world to provide lessons for him and Hermione, instead he's building a fabulous school for all of us. People are more important to Harry than any amount of gold, with Hermione being right at the very top of that list. Pleased that her boyfriend was cottoning on, she prodded him to go further. And Hermione? Ron's smiling was not the answer Millie wanted, but she was fine after hearing his explanation. The first time we met Sirius was terrifying, and not just because it was in the Shrieking Shack. He was supposed to be an escaped mass murderer who was desperate to kill Harry. Hermione deliberately stood right in front of Harry, ready to take any curse Sirius was going to cast at him. A hell of a lot of things changed that night, but not how those two felt about each other. She wouldn't care if Harry didn't have a Canute to his name, Hermione would still be right by his side. Nodding at his understanding, Millie then laid it out for Ron. You have a wonderful family and fantastic friends, that makes Ronald Weasley a wealthy man. He leaned over and gently keyed Millie. Having you as my girlfriend makes me one of the richest men in the world. You have my permission to keep whacking the back of my head anytime I forget that. Molly was sitting on the balcony connected to the room Harry had provided for her in Arthur's stay, sipping a wonderful glass of red wine and making no attempt to stem the flow of tears that were running down her cheeks. Understanding these were happy tears, Arthur sipped his own glass as they saw his youngest son give his girlfriend a key. They all look wonderful, Arthur, and are clearly very happy. That school Harry's building is something else too. It's hard to believe that our children even had some input into the design of the building, but Minerva would never lie to us. Harry's also invited us back for Christmas, we'll get to spend the holidays with them. Passing his hanky over to his wife, a smiling Arthur had even better news for Molly. Since the institute will only have 4 years' worth of students, they decided to allow parents to visit and stay for a weekend each term. They'll arrange a rota of when those visits are, taking birthdays and other things into account. I didn't want to say anything until after our visit. Molly finished Arthur's sentence. Just in case we couldn't come. Oh Arthur, I could strangle Albus bloody Dumbledore with his own beard for what he's done to these children. Do you think Percy will be in any danger at Hogwarts? Arthur had been giving that a lot of thought, so gave Molly his best guess. Dumbledore will try to extract as much work out of Percy and Penny as is humanly possible, while paying them as little as he can get away with. I don't think either of them will be in any danger. Those Quibbler articles will see a lot of people keeping a close eye on Hogwarts and Dumbledore. He would need to be really crazy to pull anything now. That didn't exactly reassure Molly, since the young mind healer who was handling Ginny's case used exactly those words to describe the Hogwarts headmaster. Harry and Hermione were tucking Joan into a bed that had been placed in Hermione's room. The little chatterbox became quiet as Harry keyed her goodnight on the forehead. Noticing her silence, and her nose twitching almost as if Joan was biting her young lip over something, Hermione keyed the little girl on the forehead too before speaking. You know you can ask us anything, don't you? Looking at both of them in turn, Joan then lowered her eyes and her voice was barely above a whisper. Is this what having a family feels like? Everyone here has treated me so well. This has been the best day of my life. Harry sat on the bed beside the little girl, trying to avoid Joan bursting into tears. I think so. You see, I didn't have a family before this summer either, and never thought I ever would. Any family would be really lucky to have you as part of it, and I promise your name is already down to attend the Potter Institute when that time comes. Joan threw her arms around Harry and hugged him close, smiling instead of crying. With a wand and uniform and books, she now had a future to look forward to. Peter understood his future would be decided in the next few seconds. He'd found the spirit that once had been his master and was now on his knees, head bowed, awaiting any punishment the Dark Lord saw fit to administer. He tried not to let his thoughts drift to the witch kneeling beside him. After spending over a week in Bertha's company, a Bertha Jerkins controlled by the imperious curse Peter had cast on the lovely witch, he was finding it hard to ignore the witch he now knew in the biblical sense of the word. His master immediately quashed all Peter's lustful thoughts about the witch who'd been keeping him company by possessing Bertha's body. There was zero chance of Peter even keying this witch again. His master's face growing out the back of Bertha's head put an instant end to that. Memories of the fun he'd had with Bertha, after she'd recognized him in that inn, were now actually turning his stomach. The Dark Lord's possession of Bertha might just kill Peter's libido off for all time, if his master didn't kill him first. Ah, Wormtail, so nice of you to find me, eventually. Hearing his master's voice for the first time in over a decade left Peter trembling with fear. He expected, at the very least, to be punished severely. His master was clearly very angry, and an angry Dark Lord always took that anger out on others. Since Peter was now the only other person here, his master was hardly likely to cast his favorite torture curse on the witch he'd just possessed. Peter expected to feel that anger wash over him and cause a torrent of pain. He was to be shocked that the expected pain didn't materialize. Lord Voldemort had other fish to fry. Tom wasn't angry. Instead he was experiencing an emotion that he usually inspired in others. The Dark Lord Voldemort was terrified. For some reason he couldn't explain, Tom felt compelled to return to Britain as quickly as he possibly could. There was no time for finesse or complicated rituals. A brute force possession of a witch already under the control of one of his followers was the surest way of reaching Little Hangleton in the shortest possible time. There, he would check to see if the treasure stored at his mother's home was still safe before deciding on his next move. Something was telling Tom his treasure wouldn't be there, which was the reason for his terror. Unless that ring was where he left it, Tom would be forced into taking drastic measures. He'd felt abandoned and alone, with that feeling growing exponentially over the last few months. Wormtail was certainly not one of his inner circle Death Eaters. He was barely competent as a wizard, but he was here, and with a vessel for him to possess. When Wormtail's shaking hand held out his beloved wand, Lord Voldemort decided to be merciful. He cast the Cruciatus on Wormtail, but only for a few seconds. It was wonderful to hold his wand once more, even if these arms were on backward. Come Wormtail, we must return to Britain. As you have already discovered, traveling as a couple attracts very little attention. We will continue to do so until we reach home. His wand soon had expansion charms on the inside of Bertha's bag, with featherlight and warming charms making it an ideal way to transport Naegi along with them. That same wand then transfigured a piece of wood into a hat for Bertha, charmed so the Dark Lord could see through it. The couple began walking out of the forest they'd entered earlier. Unlike their journey in though, they certainly weren't holding hands as they left. Donald was having relationship problems too. Those were actually not so unusual for guards posted to the luxury island resort of Azkaban, though Donald's certainly were. All these articles in the newspapers mentioning Death Eaters and you know who caused the security at the island prison to be reviewed and dramatically increased. This left his proposed date with the deadly Bellatrix to be simply impossible for the time being. There was one thing about Donald Carrick however, he had no problem displaying patience to get what he wanted, and Donald wanted Bellatrix badly. He would wait until all the hoo-ha died down. This level of security couldn't be maintained for too long, and then Donald would be able to make his much-anticipated move. Thinking positive thoughts like that was the only thing that got him through the days, that and knowing his patience would be well rewarded. Bellatrix Lestrange was certainly worth waiting for. Dolores was grinning at the headline in the Prophet. It wasn't a grin that contained so much as a gain of happiness though, rather one of twisted anticipation for a well-worked plan of hers that was finally coming to fruition. The newspaper was obviously very pleased to have an exclusive interview with Lord Black on their front page, posted on his even more famous godson's birthday, but Dolores was confident this would have little to no effect on what she'd been meticulously plotting. The senior undersecretary had been beavering away behind the scenes for the last couple of weeks, ensuring the right people understood the dangers Sirius Black taking control of the orphanage posed to their way of life. These particular people had far too much to lose, so no chances would be getting taken today. They wanted a stop put to this, immediately and permanently. While Dolores could certainly appreciate this exclusive interview as a shrewd tactical move on Black's part, a move that was sure to set Cornelius off in a spin, she was supremely confident today's Wizengamot meeting would result in blood being spilled on the floor. This article might result in Black and company actually lowering their guard, thinking their job of convincing the Wizengamot was already done. With it being the Potter brat's birthday too, Dolores felt sure he would accompany his summoned godfather to today's session. Whether it was Black or Potter blood that ended up on the floor didn't bother Dolores in the slightest, she was actually hoping to see both. Harry and Hermione were heading for the Ministry of Magic, mob-handed was the expression that came to mind. Sirius had Francesca on his arm, her drawings and work schedule for the new orphanage shrunken in his pocket. Since they were on the orphanage committee, Dan, Emma and Neville had demanded to accompany them too. Barchoke thought his presence today might prove more of a hindrance than help, so was rather diplomatically unavailable to attend. Since only Sirius had been summoned to face the Wizengamot, none of them thought Barchoki's absence would be even noticed. As Harry held Hermione's hand, there was a very real sense that something was missing between them, or rather someone. For the last couple of weeks, that someone was Joan. She never walked anywhere without at least holding one of their hands and seemed happiest when it was both of them. They had of course realized that they were both growing incredibly fond of the little girl. Joan not being with them today just emphasized how far that relationship had progressed. A beaming Joan had presented Harry with a hug and a card she'd made when they met this morning. Only her being roped in by Remus to help prepare Harry's surprise birthday party allowed them to escape her company for this visit. All the orphans and orphanage staff were still in Italy and having the time of their lives. With the amount of hard work going on to get the institute up and running for September, these children were not only helping relieve any stress the daily problems that Enterprise turned up caused, they were a constant reminder of why everyone was working so hard. These were children who would never catch a break in magical Britain, due to their undetermined blood status, yet each and every one of these children already had their names down to attend the institute when they were 11. Everyone involved with the institute were working hard to ensure that experience would be as positive as possible for every student, regardless of birth or blood status, who entered the new school. With work on the orphanage now progressing at an amazing pace too, Harry and Hermione were well aware the clock was ticking on any decision they wanted to make on the little girl who had wormed her way into their hearts. Joan's absence today however clearly emphasized just how much of a hole would be left in their lives without this special little girl being part of those lives. Neither wanted to think what returning to the orphanage would do to Joan, who Gillian continually remarked on never having seen the young girl so happy. That was a talk they would be having soon, having put it off until after Harry's birthday. A table had been positioned for Sirius in the center of the Wizengamot chamber. That table had to be extended and more chairs conjured to accommodate all the members of his group. Starting the meeting, Cornelius tried to keep the atmosphere light. This meeting was about discovering what was behind Black's move, and today's prophet had portrayed the wizard sitting there in rather a good light. It wasn't Cornelius' job to tear the man down. After all, that's why he employed Dolores. Lord Black, thank you for attending. Perhaps you could introduce the people who are with you, and tell us why you thought their presence was necessary at this special session of the Wizengamot. Sirius stood and played to the crowd, walking around to the front of the table. Since he and his godson were the biggest draw in magical Britain, the place was packed. Except for those members who had fled the country or died, in the case of Malfoy and Parkinson, every Wizengamot seat was occupied. The tiered public benches located behind Sirius' table were also full to bursting. Making his way along the table, Sirius began the introductions. Certainly, Minister. The lady who was sitting beside me is Miss Francesca Rossi, one of the best architects Italy has to offer. In consultation with myself, the trustees and those currently working at the orphanage, Miss Rossi has performed miracles on an old London townhouse and is busy providing us with a building to be proud of. She is also the architect who designed the Potter Institute and came highly recommended by everyone involved in that project. Sirius ignored any grumblings about foreigners and moved on to the next shock for them. The doctors Granger here are highly qualified healthcare professionals, with their own business too, before falling under the allure of the Potter Institute. They will be the Muggle Studies professors when the institute opens this September, and I was delighted they consented to serving as trustees on the orphanage board. Sitting next to them is a young wizard from a family with a proud history in magical Britain, Mr. Neville Longbottom, also a trustee board member. Next to Neville is one of the smartest witches I've ever met, Miss Hermione Granger. As well as being betrothed to my godson and heir, Miss Granger is an integral member of the Board of Trustees. Smiling, he then introduced the person who certainly didn't need one. At the other end of the table is my godson and heir, Lord Harry Potter. As my heir, he will one day in the future take over the running of the board, so his presence here today is also necessary. Sirius remained standing, he felt more in control, being able to pace up and down. With the first questions of the day soon being fired at him, it was now time to attack their arguments. Harry and Hermione were ignoring these proceedings in favor of monitoring those currently in the chamber that they knew carried the dark mark. Harry had spent the last couple of days running Hermione through casting Riddle's Parseltongue shield charm. If anything started here today, that was going to be their go-to spell. Harry's danger signals were going berserk, there were actual goosebumps appearing on his arms due to his anxiety levels. He was as certain as he could be something was going to happen here today. While keeping an eye on their main suspects, neither Harry nor Hermione had any trouble identifying Dolores Umbridge. Amelia's description of a woman who resembled a toad yet always wore pink left them with only one viable candidate when identifying the undersecretary. That she was smirking the entire time just added to their unease, since there was currently nothing for her to smile about. Sirius was now striding up and down before the Wizengamot while giving a killer presentation that was tearing any and all of their arguments against the Black Orphanage to shreds. It was Hermione who picked up on what was bothering them first. Rosier keeps glancing into the crowd, as if he's expecting something to happen from there. I've had a quick look and don't recognize anyone in the area he's looking at. We could be dealing with someone polyjuiced, or under the Imperious curse though. As Harry too scanned the crowd behind them, a wizard sprang to his feet with his wand already drawn. Only the wizard shouting, "Die! Blood traitor," before casting a spell at Sirius' head gave Harry time to react. That Sirius pacing currently saw him at Harry's end of the table was the sole reason he reached his godfather in time. Hermione was pulling her wand up, already knowing it was too late. She fired off a stunner but the blasting curse had already left the assassin's wand. There was a massive disturbance in their bond as Hermione's head whipped around to see a bloody Harry lying on top of a shocked but seemingly otherwise uninjured Sirius. Her temper exploded, and so did Riddle's charm for controlling his Death Eaters from Hermione's wand. Her anger was such that the charm contained enough power to encapsulate the entire chamber. Within the chamber, 4 members of the Wizengamot, an Auror and 2 wizards in the public gallery fell to their knees clutching their left arms. Hermione's voice boomed around the chamber, Riddle's charm painfully demanding answers from those carrying his mark. Who is responsible for this? I want your answers now. Amelia attempted to take charge of the situation. Aurors stand down. I've seen this before. All those on the ground are Death Eaters and we can't interfere. Dolores' scheming might have achieved her objective. Potter blood had certainly been spilled, but she was far from happy with the current situation. Don't be preposterous, Amelia. This little mudblood by CH is torturing pure blood members of the Wizengamot, inside our own chamber. Knowing all eyes would now be on her, she limited her curse to a stunner. Dolores would later be glad she didn't give in to her more base instincts and fire something far deadlier, since Dolores' stunner rebounded from Hermione's shield and hit the squat witch square in the face. Dolores would take no further part in these proceedings until someone revived her. Since all hell was breaking loose around the chamber, that was unlikely to happen for a while yet. Those Death Eaters with no involvement in this plot were very quick to loudly declare so, knowing that their current pain levels would ease with a truthful answer, and they had nothing to lose by telling that truth. Hermione was left staring at one wizard, beads of sweat running from his forehead as Evan Rosier attempted to fight against the increasing levels of pain. Eventually the Death Eater cracked. It was me, I wanted Black dead. Hermione's "why" was enough to get him talking. Admitting the truth had seen his pain reduce, Evan was desperate for that pain to reduce even further. I'm certain to have a few bastards in that place. I don't like spilling magical blood so, after I beat a witch, I just obliviate that memory from them. They would then be likely to leave any resulting child at the orphanage. I don't want inheritance rituals performed on them, bastards have no place in my proud family. Hermione's anger was now off the scale at what this sick bastard had just admitted to. Those lovely children have just spent 2 weeks holidaying with us in Italy, I doubt whether any of them would want to be associated with the likes of you. Is it only pure blood witches you spare, or are all the women you grace with your unwanted presence obliviated after you beat them? I have no problems killing muggles, or little mudblood by chess like you. I'm only sorry I didn't get to beat you first. Avada Kedavra. The green light shot from his wand and stopped at the shield protecting Hermione. Evan was screaming in pain while Hermione struggled to hold the shield. It was touch and go who would win this battle until she once more felt a wonderful presence in her mind. Accept the magic, love. Magic is magic. Just because this arsehole used it to beat, torture and kill, you won't be tainted by any of that. Realizing he wasn't going to win this one, Rosier screamed for help, but rather specific help. Evan called on his fellow Death Eaters currently under Hermione's spell to aid him in his time of need. Overload her shield. She attacked us. The Wizengamot will never convict pure bloods for killing a filthy mudblood who cast the first spell. Another 2 killing curses hit Hermione's shield, but, since she had begun to accept the magic siphoned off from Rosier, these additional contributions only made her stronger. She then took a chance and glanced around to see Sirius supporting a bloody yet now sitting Harry. His left shoulder looked a mess, but both had their wands drawn and were ready to defend themselves and their group. They were all looking in the wrong place though. A wizard who appeared to be in his early 20s leapt from the public benches and had his wand against a terrified Francesca's temple. "Release my father or she dies." Seeing the family resemblance, Hermione spoke to the wizard who had fired the killing curse at her from the public gallery. "You must know this can't be stopped now. Order your son to lower his wand." Hearing a couple of clicks as safeties were disengaged, Sirius recognized at once what was about to happen and tried to offer the pair of muggles some semblance of legal protection. "Dan, Emma, I'm ordering you to protect our family. Take the shot." As there appeared no chance of this little by laying down her wand and accepting death from their killing curses, the father understood he was destined to die from his own curse. Rather than accepting the position he'd placed himself in though, he selfishly wanted to take as many as possible with him. Nodding to his son, he gave what would be his last ever order to the young wizard. "Kill the by ch." A pair of loud explosions happened so close together, they could almost have been one. The wizard who had been holding Francesca hostage was flung away with half his head now splattered over members of the public gallery well before he could even think of implementing his father's command. Dan and Emma's handguns were now sweeping the chamber, looking for anyone else who dared to attack them. Neville had his wand drawn but quickly moved to comfort a now freed but understandably distraught Francesca. Again, Amelia tried to take command of the situation that was in imminent danger of spiraling beyond anyone's control. "Lower your wands. Anyone firing on Miss Granger will see their own curse rebound on them." These 3 signed their own death warrant when they used the killing curse. "All others affected will be tried today, in this session of the Wizengamot. I've seen this before and nothing can be done. Lower your wands or you will be fired upon. Shacklebolt, get some healers in here, now." Albus was appalled at the death of the young wizard, by muggles no less. He was not going to stand back and watch as a further 3 wizards were basically being sentenced to death. He would deal with Amelia's ludicrous promise to try the others involved later. "I can't allow this, Amelia." He attempted to move a chair into the green beam of the nearest killing curse, hoping to break the connection. The chair never got there though, as Sirius, Harry and Amelia all simultaneously hit the chief warlock with stunning spells. As Dumbledore dropped to the ground, Emma's voice rang around the chamber. "I was just about to put a bullet in the old bastard's head, so thanks for that. There is no way of knowing what breaking those spells will do to my daughter. Dan and I will put a bullet in anyone else who tries it. Please remember, they all fired a killing curse at our Hermione, a 14-year-old witch. Imagine if that was your child." Emma never got to say any more as Evan Rosier's magic was now exhausted, causing his own killing curse to finally rebound and take the Death Eater's life. The screams from the other 2 Death Eaters rose in volume and intensity, knowing their own end was fast approaching. Mere seconds later, both slumped to the floor, dead from the killing curses they had cast at someone still legally considered a child. Hermione was glowing from all the magic she had just absorbed but had only one thing in her mind. Seeing Aurors ready to restrain the 4 wizards still held by her spell, she cancelled it before stumbling toward Harry. Hermione dropped to her knees and, mindful of his injury, carefully hugged her betrothed. Releasing his godson into Hermione's tender embrace, an absolutely livid Sirius stood and surveyed the scene around him. Nodding as Dan and Emma moved to stand guard over their children, Sirius had to hold himself in check from racing straight to Francesca. The entire incident had probably taken less than 2 minutes, but it was the following few that would set the tone for what happened next in magical Britain. One thing was for sure though, all their lives had just changed forever. He let that anger show as Sirius addressed the room. "Is this what magical Britain has become? Lock a wizard in Azkaban for over a decade without a trial. When he proves his innocence, lure him back here to be assassinated in front of everyone. Let's not delude ourselves here, that's exactly what was supposed to happen today." With Dumbledore and Dolores still unconscious, it was left to the minister to try and rebut these allegations, with some of his own. The only assassination I witnessed was a pure-blood wizard getting his head blown to pieces by a pair of muggles. Hearing growls of agreement coming from the masses at Fudge's declaration, Sirius immediately jumped all over that idea. It also gave him the excuse he was looking for to wrap Francesca in his arms. Miss Rossi and I are currently courting. As you can clearly see from her robes, she is also under the protection of Houses Black and Potter. Those same house crests also adorn the robes of the Grangers, and you all heard me ordering them to carry out those actions, protecting someone who is becoming very dear to all of us. With Francesca clinging to Sirius and burying her face in his chest, his piercing gaze traveled around the entire chamber before laying his cards on the table. A member of the Wizengamot plotted to murder me in the very heart of your government, all in a bid to ensure his multiple beeps and murders wouldn't be discovered. He would probably have succeeded too, because only having a godson with exceptional reflexes sees me standing here still. Watching Harry get injured probably gave Hermione the power she needed to cast that spell, and survive 3 attempts on her life. Neither Harry nor I were prepared to let Dumbledore risk her life further in a futile attempt to save 3 Death Eaters who all cast the killing curse at Hermione. Madam Bones, I would like to know what your intentions are regarding the wizard who fired at me and the Death Eaters that were exposed within this chamber. Amelia knew she would gain instant approval for her initial suggestion. It was her following intentions that would set this place alight. I propose to question the wizard that fired upon you with truth serum, right here and right now. If, as I suspect, he was acting under the Imperious curse, then he can face no blame for what happened. Sirius nodded in agreement and waited for her to continue. He wasn't disappointed. I propose to question all those affected by that spell under truth serum too. Again, if they were forced to take the dark mark and committed crimes while under the influence of the Imperious curse, they will face no charges from the Ministry. This almost started a riot. The very thought of Wizengamot members facing questioning under Veritaserum sent shivers of dread down more than one member's spine. This was setting a precedent that couldn't be allowed to stand. After accepting some blood-replenishing potion and numbing charms cast on his shoulder, Harry pushed the healer away as Hermione helped him stand. Having his recommendations and protests ignored, the hacked-off healer moved on to Dumbledore. The ancient wizard had apparently been hit with multiple powerful stunners and would need a trip to St. Mungo's. After dealing with one patient who ignored his instructions, the healer decided to wait until Dumbledore was in a bed at St. Mungo's before attempting to revive him. Slapping an emergency portkey onto the chief warlock, an unconscious Albus Dumbledore left the building. Harry didn't really need Neville's nod to know he was with them on this matter. Their friend was standing amongst them with his wand drawn and ready to face whatever was thrown at them. It would however give Neville a few seconds to catch his grandmother's eye, and convey that he was on board with what was happening here. Considering what Harry and Sirius were about to pull, they didn't want to leave any room for the charge of kidnapping to be thrown at them too. Seeing a bloody Harry Potter standing there at the center of this group gradually brought silence to the chamber. The blasting curse had caught the boy's left shoulder and the large emergency pad the healer had stuck there was already turning red with Harry's blood. There was nothing but defiance in his posture though, and no give at all in his stare. As Albus was portkeyed away, Cornelius realized that this whole thing was going to be left for him to sort. He'd shaken his head as the healer approached Dolores, ready to revive her. Dolores would certainly be out for blood, and Cornelius was sure he could guess just whose blood that would be. Anyone trying to harm the Granger girl though would have to face not only Lords Potter and Black. Her Muggle parents had just dispatched another wizard, and stood ready to serve the exact same fate to anyone else attempting to harm their daughter. Lord Potter, that was an incredibly brave thing you did, but may I recommend you are taken to St. Mungo's as quickly as possible. We have our own healer at home. Poppy always takes great care of me. I'm more interested to hear your answer to the second part of Madam Bones' proposal, Minister. Everyone is here, this could be done today. Oh, that's far too rushed for such a sensitive matter as this. Harry cut right across him. That would be a no then. Fair enough, you leave us no other choice. Dobby. The little elf appeared before his master and then everyone present got to see a sight they'd never thought possible, an enraged house elf. What can Dobby do? Who did this to Master Harry? It's all right, Dobby. Hermione dealt with it. Seeing the dead bodies on the floor, the elf nodded in agreement, but everyone could see the little creature was more than ready to defend its master. Dobby, I need you to go and inform Ragnarok we're calling in all the loans. Apologize that we can't make it in person, but I'm going to have to see Poppy and hope she'll let me attend my party later tonight. With a determined nod of his head, Dobby popped away to do his master's bidding. Turning to address the Wizengamot, Harry explained what had just transpired. Over the last month or so, many of you would have received notice from Gringotts that your loans are now under the control of a holding company. B&P Holdings are owned exclusively by Lord Sirius Black and Lord Harry Potter. Since this country is clearly morally bankrupt, we don't see why our funds should continue to support it. All those loans will be called in within the next 48 hours. Now there was real uproar within the chamber, with more than a few screaming at Fudge to do something about it. The Minister of Magic tried his best. Lord Potter, surely that's a bit excessive for simply not getting your way here today. No, Minister, we don't think so. Trying to murder someone because you might get caught breaking the law is excessive. When your mask is removed and claims of being under someone else's control aren't even investigated, that's excessive. Putting an innocent man in Azkaban for over a decade without even a trial, now that's excessive. Before you even think of trying to assert some type of control over us, we stand here as Italian citizens, with 2 members of the Italian Ministry of Magic in the public gallery. They came here today hoping to question Albus Dumbledore over his illegal actions concerning a young pure blood witch. Again, that's excessive. Handing his wand to Hermione, Harry then wandlessly tore the left sleeve of his already destroyed robe. Blood was running down his arm, but there was clearly no tattoo there. These people aren't even that hard to identify, they allowed themselves to be branded like cattle. I can't lift my arm up at the moment, but I hope everyone can see I'm not a Death Eater. Placing his right hand on his godfather's left shoulder, the sleeve of Sirius' robes joined his now laying on the floor. Unlike his godson though, Sirius' bare arm was thrust into the air. Yes, he had tattoos, but there was no dark mark amongst them. As Harry made his way around their group, bare left arms raised into the air became the norm. When Amelia, quickly followed by Augusta, then did the same, it threw down the gauntlet to every single person within the chamber. This became a challenge that was rapidly accepted by all, desperate to publicly prove they were not Death Eaters. The public gallery pounced on this idea to show their innocence. In a matter of moments, no robes with left sleeves remained. With one Auror already publicly exposed as being a Death Eater, the others in the chamber couldn't wait to follow their boss's example and display their dark mark, free arms. Faced with such a show of unity, Wizengamot members really had no choice but to bare their arms too. That this was greeted with cheering from the public gallery saw even the Minister of Magic tear his robes and raise his left arm. When the prisoners had their sleeves ripped off, all were found to be carrying the mark that literally branded them as Death Eaters. Harry could barely stay upright by this point and knew he had to end this soon. Hermione was now physically supporting him, and she also couldn't wait to get out of here. Hermione had effectively killed 3 people in this chamber today, while her parents had taken down another. Her mum and dad might appear totally in control, but Hermione could see the cracks beginning to show. She was certain her dad would be sending her mum all the love and support he could through their bracelets, but that wouldn't be enough for much longer. The entire party needed to get home and regroup, or, as Hermione intended to do, cling to those she loved and cry her eyes out. Harry made their final play. The people have spoken, Minister. They want to see the end of this as much as we do. Pump these Death Eaters full of truth serum and learn all their secrets, as well as who their fellow Death Eaters are. Grow a backbone and deal with the problems, because we'll be watching. You have 48 hours before your country's financial affairs adjusts to match your morality, totally bankrupt. The clock is ticking. Before anyone could answer, Harry then issued a command. Potter emergency, go go go. With that, the entire party's emergency portkeys were activated, immediately whisking them from the chamber and leaving utter chaos in their wake. Justin, Ernie and Zach were waiting on the girls in Diagon Alley. They hadn't seen their friends since the Hogwarts Express and were delighted to receive an invitation to meet with them today. All 3 had also applied to attend the Potter Institute, and were hoping Susan or Hannah might have some news for them as well. All three were shocked into silence at the pair of simply stunning young ladies who approached their table in Fortescue's. Only Hannah's distinctive laugh gave their identities away. The combinations of exercising every day, their suntans, sporting new hairstyles and their muggle clothing left both young witches practically unrecognizable to the three young Hufflepuff wizards who had known them for the last 2 years. Like teenage boys the world over, their eyes were eventually drawn like magnets to the girls Terea. Hannah was giggling as she spoke to her best friend. "I told you these t-shirts would be a hit. I wonder if they've worked them out yet." Ernie's face was bright red at being caught staring, while Zach tried to fudge his way through an answer. "I get the picture as Potter's school, and that the INS stands for Institute. Shouldn't it be at the other side of the picture though, and I have no idea what the RE stands for." It was Muggle-born Ernie who got the INS pie redesign first. Inspire. That's an inspired choice for a school. Susan was smiling and nodding, drawing even more attention to her t-shirt. "There was a shop in Naples that custom printed anything you wanted, and we came up with this design. Hannah and I put it forward to be considered as the new school badge. Headmistress Sprout is seriously thinking about it." An excited squeal from Hannah summed up both girls' feelings about this. "Imagine being able to say you designed the school badge. We also had a say in the design of the Institute's uniforms. How good is that?" No student's opinion was ever asked for in Hogwarts. It was Zach who asked the question all three young wizards wanted to know the answer to. Is the Institute really so much better than Hogwarts? Susan signaled for a waitress so she and Hannah could join the boys eating ice cream. Answering that question would probably see them here for a while. They were only visiting Britain today, taking advantage of the Portkeys traveling for the Wizengamot session. They would be back in Italy tonight for Harry's surprise birthday party, that everybody knew about, before returning home for the rest of the summer on Monday. Ron and Millie had taken advantage of the group Portkey 2 so they could spend a date in Diagon Alley. While all Institute students wore personal Portkeys anytime they left the school, these were the emergency return version and they all planned to meet up in Gringotts later to travel back to Italy. As well as enjoying their date, today's visit to Diagon Alley had a far more serious side to it. Millie was a fully paid-up member of the Wrapped Around Joan's Finger Brigade. While Ron might tease his girlfriend about this, he was delighted to be helping the little girl out today. Joan had approached Millie and asked if they could buy a birthday gift for Harry, from her. No one needed to ask why Joan hadn't approached Hermione. Even a 4-year-old figured out she and Harry really had no secrets from each other and Joan wanted this to be a surprise. Harry had given each orphan a little gold so they could have their own spending money when they visited Naples. Never having had any before, some had raced into shops and bought the first thing that caught their eye. Joan though had apparently bought one book, and trusted Millie with the rest to buy Harry's present. Both were choked at hearing what Joan wanted, and silently promised to get the best present they could find, even if they had to add their own gold to do so. They were on their third shop when Ron called Millie over and showed a magical silver photo frame, comprised of 3 interlinking hoops. "Harry loves his photos, and I have a great idea for this one. You put a picture of the person in one hoop and their name appeared carved into the silver frame. Harry in one hoop, Hermione in another and Joan in the third. He'll love it." Instead of saying, "That's great," Millie showed her agreement by keying her boyfriend. This was their first day away on their own, the first they weren't under Harry's hospitality, and Millie was feeling rather frisky. In one way she was glad the pace of their relationship had slowed down, it gave them more time to get to know each other properly. The other side of that argument was relevant too. The more she got to know Ron, the more certain Millie was that Ron was exactly what she'd been looking for. Her boyfriend would be going back to the Burrow on Monday, but only until Wednesday when he would be staying with Millie for a week. Millie would also be spending the last week of summer staying with Ron at the Burrow, meaning that they would have spent almost the entire summer together. On those days where they wouldn't be staying together, there was always the Flo to visit. Putting her practical head back on, and doing some quick sums in her head, Millie made a suggestion. "I know someone else who would absolutely love that as a present too. We have enough gold between us to buy Joan one as well, put the same pictures in it, and still buy Harry a present. Harry's quite difficult to buy something for though. I mean, he has practically everything. No, Harry is dead easy to buy for, because he's never had anything. Anything we buy him, he'll treasure and love. He's going to absolutely flip when he sees that present from Joan. Ron was keyed again, but, since they bought 2 silver photo frames, the shop owner didn't seem to mind. Walking around the muggle or magical shopping centers in Naples wearing shorts and t-shirts wouldn't see anyone batting an eyelid at them. In Diagon Alley though, it was as if they were parading around BPD. Susan and Hannah were glad the 3 boys were with them, until they bumped into Ron and Millie. If the boys had ogled their Ins Pyre t-shirts, they went pie-eyed over Millie's. Ron was more amused than annoyed, though did provide a friendly warning. Yes, that's the best school in the world you're staring at. At least, that better be what you're staring at. Justin attempted to change the subject. Look Ron, we know you're Harry's best friend. Could you put a word in for me? After that, heir of Slytherin, debacle, well I wouldn't want that to deprive me of a place in Harry's new school. Shaking his head, Ron tried to explain something to the boy he personally thought was a pompous ass. Justin, you're a muggle born. What's that got to do with anything? The other 2 boys were ready to defend their friend when Hannah's laughter completely diffused the situation. Susan nodded to Ron that she would take over the explanation. He was quite happy to let her. It has everything to do with it, Ernie. Harry thinks the British pure-bloods want to keep the country to themselves. It's hard to argue against that, with the amount of nepotism that goes on in the Ministry of Magic. That won't happen at the Institute, or in Italy. Harry wants those who won't get a fair shake of the dice in Britain to have first refusal at attending the Institute. As a British muggle born, that puts you near the head of the queue. As a pure blood, Zacharias Smith couldn't believe what he was hearing here. But that's discriminating against the pure bloods. That can't be right. Ernie was also a pure blood, but on a different side of the fence from Zach. Like the pure bloods haven't discriminated against everyone else for decades, if not centuries. All of us here could use our family names to advance any careers we choose. Ron's quip of he couldn't brought some levity back to the situation, but even Justin got this. My name would help me in the muggle world, but count against me in the magical one. Hannah was quick to correct her friend. Only in Britain, Justin. They don't buy into that in Italy. Ernie was just about to say that sounded like the place to be when the 4 people they were talking with suddenly disappeared. All 3 recognized they had left by Portkey but didn't know what had triggered it. They, like the entire country, would discover what happened in tomorrow's papers. Dolores' grin was long gone, replaced by barely controlled rage. She had been revived and was now forced to sit here and listen to Wizengamot members being questioned under truth serum. That same truth was condemning those questioned to the veil of death. No other option was left available after hearing the atrocities they had willingly and enthusiastically committed as Death Eaters. Not only that, names of upstanding purebloods were being revealed as members of that outlawed organization too. No one seriously thought these named purebloods would fare any better when dragged before the chamber and truth serum was forced upon them. Her helplessness to influence this situation was rather graphically brought home though when, after being revived, she was required to show her bare left arm. The mood in the chamber was such that even a moment's hesitation saw wands being pointed in her direction. Removing her outer robe, Dolores then rolled the sleeve of her cardigan up, claiming it was one of her favorites. The public benches had practically become a mob, one that didn't care about pink cardigans, just that there was no dark mark hidden under them. Since Dumbledore was apparently indisposed in St. Mungo's, Augusta Longbottom had temporarily taken up the position of chief witch. With her and Bones pushing this cause for all they were worth, and a baying crowd roaring their approval of the punishments handed out, they were proving to be unstoppable. Cornelius sat there as powerless as Dolores while the pure blood heart of their society was being all but ripped out. Even the aura wearing the dark mark didn't dent Bones' authority here. He was actually the only Death Eater to accept his fate with any form of dignity. He'd asked not to be questioned under truth serum, citing he made a stupid mistake when much younger and wanted to spare his wife and daughter the gory details. Since he was pleading guilty and accepting a death sentence, the chamber accepted his plea before the next sobbing and pleading pure blood was dragged in and chained to the chair. This was not what Dolores had envisaged when she set out for the Ministry of Magic this morning. As another Death Eater condemned himself with his own words, Dolores' complexion began to take on the appearance of the creature her hated nickname compared her to. Unlike others though, Dolores' cold, clammy green tinge was not due to hearing the latest round of atrocities committed by this Death Eater. No, her reason was much more personal than that. It suddenly occurred to Dolores that it was her scheming which had been the trigger to kick-start this whole horrendous chain of events. Their magical society was about to be forcibly and forever changed, and it was all Dolores Umbridge's fault. Now that was almost enough of a burden to turn her skin permanently green. Dobby had forewarned Poppy that Harry was injured, so she was awaiting his arrival. Unfortunately, since Joan had heard the elf's warning too, nothing and no one could move her from the terrace as she desperately waited on Harry and Hermione returning. The Institute's emergency portkeys were all interlinked, so Harry's master command saw everyone appear on the terrace, including the four who'd been shopping in Diagon Alley. The second she spotted a bloody Harry, there was no holding a sobbing Joan back as she rushed forward and attached herself to Harry's leg like a limpet. Ron and Millie immediately moved to help support Harry as Hermione knelt and tried in vain to comfort a distressed 4-year-old. "Harry's going to be fine, sweetie. Madame Pomfrey is used to fixing him right up." Poppy was giving Harry some more blood-replenishing potion to drink while carrying out a preliminary examination. "I need to get him lying down, Hermione. Like, right now." Taking that as his cue, Dobby appeared and popped Poppy and Harry away, with Joan still attached to his leg. A stunned Hermione barely had time to notice her mum being comforted by her dad, while Sirius was doing the same for Francesca, before Dobby returned and popped her away too. Remus called for some brandy while it fell to Neville to tell everyone what had happened today. Cornelius was hitting the brandy too. It was practically flowing in his office as Dolores, Amelia and Augusta all partook of a tipple as well. The brandy wasn't comforting Dolores in any way, however. All that pure blood lineage being destroyed, it's not right. Augusta just had a stellar day in the Wizengamot chamber. She had no intention of listening to this toad croak her bigoted beliefs over their achievements. Rather than sitting there lamenting over rapists and murderers meeting their lawful end today, how about showing some sympathy for their poor victims who were certainly shown no mercy? Our country took a great stride forward today, and will continue to do so with the further trials already scheduled to take place. Dolores appeared as if she was about to object before Amelia cut her off. "You sat in that chamber today, and listened to the same horrors as we did. Do you think any of those people were undeserving of the judgment their Wizengamot meted out?" There was no arguing against that point, but it was another matter Cornelius thought should take precedence here. What of Potter's threat to bankrupt the country? Do we think he can do it, and can we do anything about it? Amelia knew more of what was happening with Harry than Augusta did, so tried to answer without breaking any confidences. Although he's deadly serious about the Institute, Harry's main aim has always been to see Voldemort gone. He wants to live as normal a life as possible, get married and have kids, but knows he can't until that threat is completely removed. He and his godfather will take down the entire country if we stand in his way of completing that goal, something you experienced firsthand today. A shocked Cornelius needed 3 attempts at responding to that. How could he possibly think we were helping you-know-who? Not for the first time, Augusta wondered how this wizard ever became minister. By refusing to deal with Death Eaters at the very heart of our government, the Ministry of Magic might as well have just stood up and declared itself for Voldemort. The more Death Eaters we can deal with now, the less support Voldemort will have when he returns. This should have been done over a decade ago, but Albus was preaching forgiveness, second chances and the healing of our society. You heard those monsters today, they haven't changed and deserved none of that consideration. The only way to heal here is by cutting the infection out to stop it spreading. Not being able to dispute any of that, the minister had to agree with Augusta's assessment. Cornelius then asked the million-galleon question, though he knew for certain the amount of gold involved would be a far greater sum than that. Do you think today's actions might stay their hand in this matter? Again Amelia tried to answer this one. Harry will most certainly act decisively when necessary, though he is not a vindictive person. You heard him say he was left with no other choice. I believe we have now given him another choice, and Augusta and I have invitations to his birthday party tonight. We'll definitely let him know that justice was carried out here today, and will be again tomorrow. At the very least, we hope to be able to convince Harry and Sirius to extend us some time and let us properly deal with the problem. Augusta agreed. If they call in those loans, it will at the very least plunge us into a serious recession, but Sirius and Harry will lose a fortune too. That they seem prepared to suffer those very substantial losses also tells us what their priorities are. Removing these terrorists from our society will eventually see that same society prosper, both morally and financially. Hearing that was the first time since the initial attack in the Wizengamot chamber. Cornelius' mouth didn't taste of ashes. He was no Nero. Cornelius couldn't play the fiddle, but could easily imagine the country he currently led being burned to the ground. Anarchy would reign if the country fell into that state, and Cornelius also knew who the people would blame for it. In any choice where it was saving his own skin by sacrificing someone else's, there wasn't really a decision for the current Minister of Magic to make. He would sacrifice 100 Death Eaters to save his own skin. Remaining Minister of Magic while doing so was a preferred option for Cornelius too. He agreed both witches should do anything and everything possible to convince Lords Potter and Black that the country could and should be saved. As they left to do so, his gaze then locked upon his undersecretary. The door had barely closed when the minister tore her a new one. There was real grit in his voice as Cornelius viciously turned on Dolores. "You couldn't leave it alone, could you? If I can figure out who was ultimately responsible for this fiasco we find ourselves embroiled in, how long will it take some others to reach the same conclusions? There's bound to be people you spoke with about this matter who didn't end up on the chamber floor today. You, better than anyone, know that information will get out. You'll also know your life will be forfeit when certain interested parties hear of it." Since every word Cornelius said was true, tears started to roll down her cheeks as Dolores nodded in agreement. "You understand I can't protect you from them, but Dumbledore might be able to. I would suggest you head for Hogwarts tonight. When Albus recovers, he's going to be busy with the Wizengamot. Hogwarts will need her new deputy to run things, especially with the extra work the tournament will demand. I'll release you from your duties here. Hogwarts' need is greater than ours at the moment." That actually sounds good and will be the line I feed the press. With everything that's happening at the moment, your move to Hogwarts will hardly rate a mention. The castle will protect you, and my advice would be to stay inside its walls until at least next summer. She finished her brandy and rose to leave. Cornelius though had one last bit of advice for her. "I know you and Albus have plans for Potter. I would advise you to forget about them. You only have to look at today to see how wrong plans can go, or how powerful Potter and his cohorts are becoming." Dolores stopped for a moment, not sure what was being said here. Cornelius spelled it out in very simple terms. That group killed 4 wizards today, saw another 4-handed death sentences and also managed to stun you, Dumbledore and the Imperious wizard who attacked Black. That's not a group you want to mess with. It won't have escaped your notice either that Augusta and Amelia are also firmly in their camp. I also received a letter from my contact at the Daily Prophet. B&P Holdings owns 61% of their stock. With the Quibbler already printing Potter exclusive after exclusive, this is a fight we can't win at any level. Again a beaten Dolores only nodded her agreement before Cornelius for all intents and purposes disowned his undersecretary. "Anything you do at Hogwarts, it stays at Hogwarts. Barty will be the ministerial lead for the tournament. You will coordinate the Hogwarts side of things. Do you understand?" Cornelius was the only person Dolores knew who possessed self-preservation instincts that were better than hers. Her career at the ministry was now over. Dolores would be dead within a matter of weeks if she stayed. She needed Hogwarts and Dumbledore's protection, but both people currently inside the minister's office knew that protection would come at a price. Dumbledore would manipulate her to do his bidding, and Dolores was all out of options. Cornelius was simply building a firewall between himself and those manipulations, whatever they may be. Dolores still had tears in her eyes as she left the minister's office. That it was possibly the last time she would set foot in this center of power was the cause of those tears. Hermione woke to Harry gently playing with her hair. "How are you feeling?" was the first words out of his mouth. "Shouldn't I be asking you that?" "I'll be fine. Poppy might even let me attend my party for an hour, providing this arm and shoulder are immobilized. You had a much tougher day than me. It's better to talk about it, you taught me that. I feel as if there are thousands of tiny spiders running over every inch of my skin. I so want to scratch, but there's nothing there for me to scratch at. It's the excess magic in your body at the moment. It'll settle down after a good night's sleep." Yawning, Hermione hoped he was right. "I don't suppose my little nap is going to cut it, though I do feel better for it." She straightened her back to try and get the kinks out. Hermione had been sitting beside Harry's bed when she'd apparently fallen asleep. She really wanted to climb on that bed and cuddle into her betrothed. That wasn't possible at the moment because the space usually reserved exclusively for her was currently occupied by another sleeping witch. Joan had reluctantly released her grip on Harry as Poppy treated him. Clinging onto Hermione though only lasted until Poppy was finished, and Harry was made comfortable. Harry simply lifted his good arm and Joan had been in there like a shot, snuggling in and reassuring herself that Harry was indeed all right. Joan had exhausted herself crying and soon settled into sleep, though never releasing her grip on Harry. This left Hermione no other option but to sit at his bedside, Harry's other arm and shoulder needing time to heal. Hermione was now running her fingers through Joan's hair as they stopped verbalizing their conversation. The last thing they needed was Joan to wake and hear any of it. What are we going to do about her? I don't think I can watch her heading back to that orphanage. How can someone that small hold so much love in her heart? And have such a big personality? We both know what it would do to us to see Joan leave, but what would it do to her? A shudder ran through Hermione at the very thought of that. What are our options? I think we need to talk to your mum and dad first. As Lord Potter, I can easily bring her into our family. She can be a Potter and, should the worst happen, inherit everything. We need your mum and dad on board though because, if that happened, they would need to step in and take care of Joan. What are we looking at here, Harry? Being parents, elder siblings, crazy uncle and aunt. Harry could only smile, loving Hermione's practical side. Why choose? We can be whatever the situation needs us to be, whatever Joan needs or wants us to be. A key from Hermione sealed the deal. As long as they agreed Joan needed to remain a part of their lives, and the little witch herself wanted that too, the rest was merely details and paperwork. When Poppy brought Amelia and Augusta into the room, Harry thought the chances of him making his party tonight just increased. If Poppy thought he was fit enough to deal with this, she would surely grant his release for an hour to make an appearance. They'd heard from Remus earlier that all the orphans had copied Joan's idea and Harry now had quite a pile of homemade cards waiting on him. There was no way those kids would be getting a disappointment today, not if Harry could help it. The healers at St. Mungo's decided that, due to his advanced years, it would be better for Dumbledore to wake naturally from the multiple stunners he'd been cursed with. As he awoke in a strange bed, seeing the sun beginning to rise through the window, it took a moment for Albus to realize this was a different day too. His memory of how he got here was rather fractured, and his body felt as if it had suffered more than a few fractures along its length too. Rather stiffly, Albus struggled before eventually managing to sit up and help himself to some water that was conveniently placed on his bedside cabinet. Catching the headline in the Daily Prophet brought his memories back into sharp focus again, and the water he was drinking back up through his nose as Albus discovered trying to yell while drinking was not a good idea. The senior healer rushed in to find a choking Albus hanging half out his bed as he struggled for air. Noticing the Daily Prophet, and rightly associating that with the case of his patient's current distress, the healer was livid. You shouldn't be concerning yourself about things like this at the moment, we need to concentrate on getting you well again first. As Albus tried to protest, the healer was making him drink a calming potion. That there was a mild sleeping potion mixed in there as well soon saw a docile Albus nodding back off. Finally happy that his patient was once more resting peacefully, the healer then headed out to chew the head off whoever had left that newspaper that so upset this elderly wizard who was recovering from such trauma. Albus Dumbledore was one of the most respected, and highest-profile wizards in their society. His care in St. Mungo's couldn't be anything less than exceptional, even if the patient had to be protected from himself. Dumbledore would leave St. Mungo's only when the healer thought he had recovered enough to do so. The senior healer tried to tell himself that the family he had lost to those murdering bastards who called themselves Death Eaters played no part in holding the one wizard who could deny justice being served in bed for a few days. His wry smile however betrayed his true thoughts. Severus too almost choked on his breakfast after the Daily Prophet was delivered. Reading the part about further named Death Eaters already being arrested and questioned today under Truth Serum had Sissy asking the all-important question. If they question you, will you survive it? Thinking back to the part he played in the Potters being targeted by the Dark Lord, Severus knew there would be no forgiving that. He hadn't forgiven himself of that mistake. Not if they ask the right questions, and not without Dumbledore in that chamber. This appeared to make Sissy's mind up. Right, we'll get married today. Your great-aunt can blood adopt Draco after that. You'll stand a better chance in the chamber as a married man with a family. Both of us being Hogwarts professors will help too. We don't have the gold to buy anyone off for this, so we'll just have to do everything within our power to show you as an upstanding citizen of magical Britain. You still want to get married? Of course I do. I think we could all have a good life together, something that has been denied all of us. Being pulled into this has nothing to do with you, and in no way goes against the agreement we reached. We may have to revisit that agreement. Dumbledore will surely demand something for any support he gives, but I think this is our best hope for keeping you out of Azkaban. We're only moving the day up by a few weeks anyway. Severus was then treated to the sight of his future wife taking command, and left in no doubt that they would be getting married today. After speaking with the others involved, they knew it was time to talk with the main person. They enjoyed a good breakfast before the three of them needed privacy, and soon found themselves sitting on Harry's bed. Sensing something important had changed, tears were already involuntarily escaping from the 4-year-old's beautiful blue eyes. Is it time for me to go back to the orphanage? I knew it had to come. I just didn't want to think about it. Things were so great here, I never wanted them to end. A smiling Harry was wiping her tears away. What if it didn't have to end? That of course was Joan's dream. Having thought of little else, she already understood all the problems that would need to be overcome to make her dream a reality. How can we do that? You and Hermione aren't old enough. You're also not married. The orphanage has very strict rules for people adopting. Hermione was then cuddling the puzzled child. Harry and I would get married tomorrow, if we needed to do so to keep you with us. I want to adopt you into House Potter, meaning you would be my magical ward. Hermione and I will get married someday, and you will be there to see it when we do. When we go to the institute, things will be much the same as they are now, except Hermione and I need to attend classes. You will be staying with Dan and Emma in their professor's apartment, though we will still see each other every single day before and after classes. We want you to be a part of our family, and think this is the best way to do it. We spoke to Gillian and she has already agreed with the arrangements we just suggested. It's now up to you. Is this something you want to happen? The sound that escaped from that little body reminded both teens of a wounded animal's cry of pain. Joan was clinging to both of them as she sobbed her little heart out. The noise immediately attracted Dan and Emma, both of whom had been waiting to celebrate the new addition to their family. Dobby soon appeared with Poppy in tow. While waving her wand over the child, she listened as the two teens brought her up to date with exactly what had happened here. Her diagnosis was Joan appeared to be in some kind of shock, and administered a teaspoon of calming potion to the 4-year-old witch. The poor wee dear. Everyone could see she was hoping his would happen. Getting her wish was just a bit much for her at the moment. Joan should be fine in a few hours, and be back to bouncing off the walls with happiness by tomorrow. As Joan began to settle, her sobs and cries became decipherable. It was only one word, but, to all present, it was a very important one. As exhaustion and the potion claimed Joan, she was now clearly chanting, "Yes," between sobs. Since she hadn't released her grip on either of the teens, there was absolutely no doubts what Joan was actually saying yes to. Hermione keyed the top of Joan's head before maneuvering on Harry's bed until she was sitting with her back against the headboard with a sleepy Joan resting on her lap. Joan may be sleepy, but she also still had a grip on Harry while chanting yes. As Hermione stroked the child's hair, she had an idea. "Harry, our new librarian and potions professor both have young children. Could we fit a staff creche or primary class into the institute?" Emma loved that idea, and had more to add. "Pomona just appointed a language professor. She's the same as Dan and I, though married to a muggle-born wizard, and has 2 magical children. It would also be a tremendous advantage when recruiting further staff. Free childcare would be a massive selling point to those with young children." Dan was nodding in agreement with his wife. "It's something we should have thought of, and by we, I don't mean you two. You have appointed managers, and we should have seen this was something that would be advantageous to the institute, providing we can afford it." Harry let a giggling Hermione answer that one. "Trust us, Dad. The institute can afford it. I know the headmistress still has a couple of positions to fill, and this will certainly help." It will also give Joan children her own age to play and learn with. Do you want to take this idea to her? It's still Headmistress Sprout's decision to make. I think we're going to be tied up until Joan recovers from her nap. Emma had another thought that should help sell the idea to Pomona. When the Parents Visitor program kicks off, they could then bring any younger children with them and have them cared for during the day. None of them thought there would be any problem selling this idea to Pomona. The only downside for the headmistress was adding at least one more member of staff to her list for recruitment. Amelia had just read Sirius and Harry's response to the trials. Their joint statement was immediately and unanimously accepted by a now almost joyous Wizengamot. Both she and Augusta felt more than a touch of despair at how well a teenage wizard, who just turned 14 yesterday, could read the British wizarding public and politicians. Remembering his bitter words from last night as he so accurately predicted this outcome from his hospital bed. Oh flashback oh. Of course they'll accept our offer of a 3 months grace period. These are the same people who sat back and let these atrocities be carried out in the first place. Providing it wasn't directly affecting them, they could easily turn a blind eye to just about anything. Here, all we are asking is that the guilty don't escape the punishment their own laws say they deserve. Since none of the guilty can offer them more gold than they would lose if Sirius and I follow through with our threat, you better believe they'll go along with continuing the trials. Shaking his head in disappointment, Harry didn't have anything complimentary to say about the Ministry of Magic or the Wizengamot. Everyone seems to be out for whatever they can get for themselves, and simply don't understand any other point of view. They think Sirius is nuts because he's spending a vast amount of gold on orphans, and can't see what he's going to get out of it. Lying in bed injured while sleeping, Joan still clung to him. Harry's entire demeanor pointed out exactly who he thought was nuts. They probably think the same of me, and us building the Potter Institute. Don't they know Tom Riddle was raised in an orphanage, and then attended Hogwarts for 7 years? I guarantee you any child that goes through the Black Orphanage, and then attends the Potter Institute, will never become a Dark Lord or Lady. Both Sirius and I intend to show these kids that there are so many other ways to make your mark in the world without ever having to resort to heading down a dark path. Augusta and Amelia were utterly shocked to hear the current situation referred to in those terms. Worst still, they couldn't refute a word Harry said. Think of the lives lost and ruined by the last 2 Dark Lords, the devastation they wrought all over Britain. Now compare that to the gold Sirius and I are spending, and I think you'll agree, it's a piddling amount if we achieve that outcome. If a little gold can give children like Joan the chance of a better life, how can you possibly put a price tag on that? Whatever the final bill, it's one we'll gladly pay. Both witches later got to witness Harry's genuine joy as all the orphans staying with Harry each queued to hand-deliver cards they'd made themselves. He was one of the most famous wizards in Europe, rich too, yet it was easy to see how much he enjoyed these simple gifts. His present from Joan almost reduced Harry to tears, with only his injured arm stopping him scooping up the girl and giving Joan the hug she deserved. Hermione wasn't injured though and was certainly an able deputy for her betrothed in this matter. Oh flashback oh. Yes, they were witnessing history being made in the Wizengamot chamber. While they could only applaud the stand the chamber was eventually taking, both witches would have felt a lot better if they didn't feel the members were only finally facing up to their responsibilities because Sirius and Harry had practically blackmailed them into taking such a firm stance. Neither Amelia nor Augusta had any idea how long this new stance would continue for. Both were determined to push for as much as possible while it lasted. When Amelia made a proposal concerning Azkaban, Augusta was in like a shot to second something that had always rankled with her. Augusta decided there was nothing wrong with a little self-interest voting, if this motion could finally see justice done for her family. Lying on what passed for a bed in Azkaban, a slab of stone with a thin straw mattress, Bellatrix was instantly awake before her cell door had opened more than a couple of inches. She didn't move a muscle though, nor open her eyes. Her nose recognized the cheap aftershave while her ears plotted every move Casanova Carrick made while entering her cell. She would play the demure princess and help fulfill the rapist bastard's fantasy. Bella would play her part well, right up until it was time to strike. Moving as stealthily as he possibly could, Donald was pleased he made his way into the cell and was now kneeling over his princess without even waking her. She was laying on her side, facing away from him, as Donald began to savor what he was sure would be one of the greatest nights of his life. The infamous Bellatrix Lestrange had slowly been bent to his will, and now he would claim his prize. Running his fingers gently through her hair, Donald leaned over and whispered in her ear. "Princess, it's time." Seeing her eyes spring open, but Bella not moving an inch, Donald took this as the witch accepting the inevitable. He couldn't hold back his smile. "I'm taking a terrible risk tonight, but we're all out of time. All convicted Death Eaters are being called before the Wizengamot to be questioned. Under Truth Serum. They started with those that had escaped trials and, so far, every one of them has been sentenced to pass through the veil." Donald could feel Bella trembling at that news and scooped her to him, resting her head on his shoulder. "Shush, princess, don't you worry. Donald will take all your troubles away, at least for tonight. If this is your last night on this earth, we might as well enjoy it." He thought his approach was working as Bella's arms slowly wrapped around him, and Donald's hands started to do some exploring of his own. As Bella started planting gentle kisses on his neck in appreciation of his skills, Carrick was convinced beyond any doubt this was going to be his best conquest ever. As Bella honed in on exactly what she was searching for, her arms slowly tightened their grip on the gullible guard. She struck as swiftly as any snake, sinking her teeth with all the force the desperate witch possessed into the jugular her lips had previously pinpointed. Pain and panic hit Donald in equal yet massive measures. He was on his knees, wedged between the bed block and the other wall of the cell, and this she-wolf was inside his guard. Bella was hanging on to him for dear life while gnawing on his neck like some rabid wild animal. Due to their immense difference in body mass, Donald had never envisaged this little slip of a witch could cause him any trouble in a physical capacity, yet here he was, reduced to flailing his arms at her back as his only method of fighting back. The silencing charms he'd erected before entering were now working against him too. His loud screams were only being heard by the crazy witch trying to chew through his neck. Bella knew if Carrick gained his feet, she wouldn't last 30 seconds. She was desperately holding on, trying to prevent him being able to stand as her jaws attempted to do their deadly work. Her mouth was full of his blood, but it wasn't spurting yet. Both understood the next minute or so would determine the outcome of this struggle. Donald attempted the only move he had left. With superhuman effort, he threw himself sideways along the cell, dragging a still attached Bella with him. The back of his head smacked against the stone floor, but then so did Bella's forehead. With his lower legs now under him, Donald thrashed his body to try and turn over. He needed to get on top of this and then he'd show her a thing or two. Donald thought he was still thrashing but couldn't be sure any longer. His sight was also going black around the edges as he swiftly lost the internal battle to remain conscious. Bella thought she was going to fail, until Carrick started to thrash about. His movement, combined with her teeth trying to rip in the opposite direction, was the deciding factor in finally rupturing his jugular. The instant Bella detected the first spurt, it acted almost like a pepper-up potion. She redoubled her attack and soon had ripped a gash that, even if there had been a healer in the cell with them, Bella doubted if this prick's life could have been saved. Pushing away, she dragged her tired body until she was sitting leaning against the cell door. Bella had no idea how long she sat there, trying to get her body back under control. Puking up all the blood she'd swallowed over Carrick, there really wasn't anywhere else to do it in her tiny cell, left her feeling a bit better. During their brief struggle, Bella hadn't felt the blows he'd landed. Now the effort she'd expended in banging her head on the floor were all taking their cumulative toll. To sit here though was to die, and Carrick's information tonight changed everything. Bella started cackling with uncontrollable laughter at this prick's ego. "You're going to die tomorrow, but don't worry. I'm going to give you the best night of your life. How was it for you, Donny boy? I'll bet that wasn't how you expected to spurt in my mouth." As Bella laughed hysterically at her own joke, she moved to begin searching Donald for the precious items she needed to get her ass out of this shithole. Had Donald seen this version of Bella, covered in blood that was still warm and cackling like the mad witch she was, he wouldn't have come within 100 miles of Azkaban, far less voluntarily walked into her cell as a lamb to the slaughter. Like so many people, however, Donald's first sight of true evil was also his last. When she'd woken, Joan was worried her earlier display would see Harry and Hermione changing their minds. Discovering nothing could be further from the truth made her the happiest little girl on the planet. One of the first things she asked was what to call everyone. Emma was quickest to answer. "You can call me Emma. I'm far too young to be a grandmother." Hermione was reminded of the last time her mother had uttered those sentiments, back in the Ambrosia restaurant. It was a sign of how far they'd all come, however, that this time the words were clearly said in jest, and Emma's arms were wide open while waiting to hug a happy Joan. True to Poppy's prediction, Joan happily bounced right into those waiting arms. "Old sourpuss Dan here, you can call Gramps if you want." Dan's pretend indignation at that saw both Emma and Joan rolling with laughter. It was then Hermione's turn to answer. "Sweetie, you can call us whatever you want. It's whatever you feel comfortable with. You already have your own room here, and we'll have another room in Mum and Dad's apartment when we're at the Institute. As long as you're happy staying with us, everything else can sort itself out when needed." The joy was simply oozing out of the little witch, but Hermione also noticed Joan's nose twitch, the telltale sign something was bothering their new family member. Joan was now sitting with Harry, so he asked what was troubling her. "It's nothing, not really. When you get left at the orphanage, it's sometimes hard to tell exactly how old those being dumped there are. The orphanage just counts the day you arrived as your birthday." Joan's blushing let them know they were about to hear exactly what was bothering her. "I was wondering if I could change my birthday to the day I become a Potter. I'd much rather think of that day as being special." Looking directly into those pleading eyes, there was no way Harry was going to refuse. That the entire family apparently thought it was a brilliant idea to seal the deal. "When we get all the paperwork done and you're legally Joan Potter, I think that day should be celebrated every year anyway. We could make it like you have 2 birthdays. While beaming out a megawatt smile, Joan was still shaking her head at Harry's suggestion. "That would be greedy. I only want 1 birthday, Joan Potter's birthday." Keying the top of her head, Harry asked Hermione how they got so lucky and found the most perfect little girl. It was only after Joan whispered back that she was the lucky one did Harry realized he'd spoken out loud to his betrothed. Looking around the room at their family, both teens knew who the lucky ones were. Family was also on Bella's mind as she exited her cell. She headed straight for the one belonging to her husband. "Roddy, darling, it's me." Rodolphus was at the tiny window in his cell door instantly. The poor light might make determining exactly what the substance his wife appeared covered in was, but the smell told its own story. Bella had bathed in someone's blood, and now held their wand in her hand. "Don't tarry, dear, get out of here before you're discovered. Come back with our master and free all of us." "I'm sorry, Roddy, but that plan has to change. Lover boy told me the Wizengamot has been rounding up Death Eaters and questioning them with truth serum. Every single one of them has been sentenced to the Veil of Death." The sneer Rodolphus greeted that news with was almost celebratory. "Serves the cowardly bastards right, for renouncing our master. I know, Roddy, but they're coming for us next. I can't leave here knowing you and Rabaston will be dead before we would get a chance to rescue you." That did indeed change things. Rodolphus though gave the only answer he could. "I would rather walk through the veil with my head held high than fall prey to the Dementors. That's what would happen if I stepped outside this cell without a protection disc. You have to go, dear. Roddy, darling. There are other guards. Each of those guards has a wand, and a protection disc." Rodolphus pushed his face as far into the bars as he could, allowing him and Bella to share their first key **** in over a decade. That he could taste the guard's blood on her lips mattered not a jot. Bella then stepped back and was swallowed up by the darkness. Tonight, something more terrifying and even deadlier than the Dementors stalked the corridors of Azkaban. Jock Tamsin limped his way along the dark corridor, deliberately foregoing the aid of a Lumos charm. Jock knew there were Dementors on patrol, and that his medallion bestowed total protection from the soul-beeping monsters on the wearer, therefore he had no wish to cast a charm that lit the corridor and allowed him see the vile creatures floating past. Why invite real nightmares into your life when you didn't have to? Out of sight was out of mind as far as Jock was concerned. The person he was looking for would certainly have his wand lit, making it easier to locate him from his own self-imposed blackout. That prick Carrick, for all of his bravado and boastfulness, was afraid of the dark. After 4.5 years of serving as a guard in Azkaban, Jock was well used to this somewhat unusual working environment. He'd volunteered to go looking for Donald when the minister's nephew had missed his check-in, not from any sense of beep-up, friendship or duty, but simply because Jock was crap at playing cards. The stakes may only be a few nuts, but When you lost almost every hand, the amount of cash he continually pushed across the table towards Billy or Martin soon began to accumulate. His limp didn't slow him down too much, though certainly enough to see Jock being forced to change his career path from Auror to prison guard. He could certainly spin a good story to the ladies about how getting injured in the line of duty ended Jock's glory days as an Auror. He'd told so many different variations of the pivotal incident in his life that the truth, getting his knee accidentally blasted to pieces during his Auror training, was almost completely forgotten. That one incident had painfully and graphically illustrated to Jock that being an Auror was not a future he should continue coveting, even if he physically still could. Instead he had gratefully accepted the ministry's apologies, a small monetary compensation, and their offer of alternative employment. Whilst not everyone's idea of a dream job, Jock was certain this was a far safer occupation than being an Auror. Jock was also certain that he'd found a job for life in Azkaban, something quite hard to come by in these unprecedented times of change. A curse shooting out of the darkness slammed into Jock before he even had time to think about reacting, far less actually do anything. His last thoughts as he lay dying in the dark corridor were that at least he'd been partially correct. This had been a job for life, albeit a much shorter lifespan than he'd ever imagined. Nimble fingers soon had Jock's wand fished from his pocket. He was thankfully dead by the time his now bloody protection medallion was removed. Being deceased, the Dementors would simply ignore his body. Hearing the door open behind him, Billy threw his cards on the table, conceding this hand to Martin. "I'm glad you're both back." A curse blasting a hole you could put your hand, still holding cards too, threw in Martin's che. That Billy spinning around in his chair to see who the hell had just slaughtered his fellow guard. An astonished Billy found himself facing death. Bellatrix Lestrange standing there with a wand in her hand basically amounted to the same thing, and Bella almost instantly proved to the now terrified Azkaban guard that she was more than capable of living up to his rather morbid but totally accurate assessment of the situation. Rodolphus greedily snatched at the medallion his wife passed through the bars of the cell door window. Just touching the wondrous object provided instantaneous relief from the soul beeperers. He gazed adoringly through the tiny opening at his wonderful wife, only for her to once more blow his mind by offering 3 wands for him to choose the best match from. Wearing the protection medallion and having a wand in his hand, Rodolphus stood taller than he had in years. Feeling like a wizard once more, he cast his first spell in over a decade. It might only be a simple unlocking charm, but the loud click emitted from the mechanism was one of the sweetest sounds he'd ever heard. Rodolphus stepped from his cell to find his wife wrapped in the arms of another wizard. He instantly joined the family reunion. This incredible night just got better for Rabastan when his brother offered him a pair of wands to choose from. Bella had one last surprise for her brother-in-law though. "I have another medallion here too, just in case you had anyone in mind to escape with us tonight." Taking the offered medallion with all the respect and reverence he could muster, Rabastan left the couple to arrange one more romantic reunion tonight. They were still wrapped around each other when Rabastan returned, dragging a totally shocked Augustus Rookwood with him. "Right, you two, time for that later." "What's the plan?" "Get the F out of this place," was the instant answer from his brother. Augustus finally found his voice. "That's all you got?" He immediately found himself with a face full of angry which. "Just because you play hide the sausage with Rabastan doesn't give you the right to criticize us. We just got your ass out of a cell, a little effing gratitude would be appreciated." "Oh, I more than appreciate this. Even the chance to die with a wand in my hand once again is more than I thought would ever be possible. I was just going to offer a suggestion that might see us not only get the F out of this place, but possibly gain at least a few days lead on any search party." With all 3 Lestranges now giving him their full attention, the former unspeakable laid out his plan. "I think it's a pretty safe assumption that the guards you took medallions and wands from will have no more need of them, but we could still find a use for the guards. Lock their bodies in our cells, it will then take days to work out that we've escaped." Bella was not impressed. "The people that guard Azkaban aren't the brightest, but I'm pretty effing sure they'll be able to tell the difference between Carrick and me." An unconcerned Augustus gave Bella the information she was missing. "Not by the time our fiendfire has run its course." Rabastan put his arm around Augustus's shoulders. "I don't think any of us are fit enough right now to control that spell after it's been cast." "Who said anything about controlling it?" Roddy began stating the obvious before cottoning on to Augustus's idea. We'd burn the whole prison down, keeping the Aurors busy for days. It would raise the alarm quicker though. Yes, but their first priorities will be fighting the fire and trying to rescue prisoners. Not searching for possible escapees. I'll torch this wing, Rabaston can target the admin and governor's quarters while you hit the barracks. Bella's easily the best at transfiguration amongst us, we'll need her skills to produce boats that will get us out of here. There was no argument amongst them, Bella simply announced she would take them to where the bodies were. After placing them in the 3 empty cells, and locking the doors, Augustus counted slowly, trying to judge how long it would take the brothers to reach their targets. Eventually he drew a deep breath, held it, and then released the curse that just condemned every prisoner in the section to a horrible and violent death. He had no time to consider that at the moment, however the screams coming from behind did lend speed to the former unspeakable as he raced towards their meeting point. Bella had conjured a pair of 2-person canoes, and 4 paddles. It proved quite easy to see the 3 wizards rushing towards her, the fierce flames from the prison were backlighting them brilliantly. She didn't need to ask if they were successful, even the roar of the flames couldn't drown out every alarm on the island screaming out at full blast. Rather than waiting to greet the 3 wizards, Bella just climbed into the canoe before Robbie pushed them off and jumped in behind her. Augustus proved to be amazingly accurate, they slipped away from Azkaban, with any and all attention focused on the burning prison behind them. Once outside the wards, the wands they all had would allow them to apparate if discovered. That option was for emergencies only though, as they hoped to make landfall before doing so, making it so much harder for the ministry to track them. Severus felt like a doomed early Christian, about to be fed to the lions at ancient Rome's Colosseum, except he had no semblance of faith to offer him any crumb of comfort. He had faith in the witch beside him however and, as Narcissa had been spending her nights with him, she offered Severus the kind of comfort he'd previously only dreamt of. When they'd discovered today was the earliest they could marry, due to the upheaval in the ministry from all the Death Eater trials, Narcissa had decided not to wait until they were married, ending any speculation this was merely a business arrangement for her on their first night together. Draco was at his other side as they headed toward the phone box entrance to the Ministry of Magic, the trio trying to attract as little attention as possible. Severus and Narcissa pinned their badges that proclaimed, "To be wed," on them, while Draco appeared really pleased that his announced to anyone who read it that he was best wizard. All were on edge but found the ministry strangely quiet. The wizard who weighed their wands mumbled something about trouble at Azkaban. Even standing while the ministry official performed the binding ceremony, Severus kept waiting on a hand settling on his shoulder to lead him away for a trial. Only after stepping into the ministry flow, taking the new family to see his great-aunt, did Severus begin to relax. The plan was for Draco to stay with Ophelia for a few days, and also be blood-adopted into the House of Prince, while his mother, and new father, spent those same few days in Paris on honeymoon. Should the ministry come looking for Severus while he was out of the country, he now had a perfectly legitimate excuse for being abroad. Just how desperate they were to get their hands on him would certainly influence the possibility of the couple not returning. They would be out of the country before the Azkaban story broke in the press. Albus also found himself getting out, escaping his own personal Azkaban. It took all of his skill, and many years of experience in politics, to keep a calm external demeanor as he thanked the staff of St. Mungo's for all their excellent care during his stay. He really wanted to rant, rage and throw ridiculous amounts of magic about but knew that having a tantrum would be used as a sign he was not yet ready to be discharged from hospital, so Albus played their game. Back in his office at Hogwarts, the magnitude and sheer obscenity of the profanities Albus spouted at an absurd volume saw some of the former heads, portraits blushing, and more than a few leaving their frames in disgust. It also alerted his new deputy headmistress to Albus's return. Sitting listening as Dolores brought Albus up to date with what had been happening in the Wizengamot during his absence saw Albus reach for the fire whiskey, drops just weren't enough to cope with a shock of this magnitude. She had kept all the copies of the Daily Prophet he had missed, and Albus could clearly see the ministry's actions had the unequivocal backing of the press, and therefore the wizarding public. This startling revelation led to Albus refilling his now empty tumbler with more of the fiery liquid. The solution the ministry was undertaking was final, there was simply no redemption possible for anyone pushed through the veil, no way to ever bring them back to life, far less the light. Albus certainly never doubted his ability to bring public opinion around to where he wanted it, but any action of his to achieve this would take planning and time. Time though was a luxury he didn't possess with this particular situation. Going by the rate at which things were proceeding, every single Death Eater would be wiped out before Albus could even offer life in Azkaban as a suitable alternative to the Veil. He too was currently unaware that Azkaban had been so damaged, it would never again be an option, unless totally rebuilt. It didn't take a genius to work out exactly who was behind all of this mayhem. His picture and name had been plastered all over multiple back issues of the Prophet. Dolores, we need to get Harry Potter back in Britain, and under my mentorship once more. Dolores well remembered the minister's last words of warning to her while leaving Cornelius's office, but also understood her predicament here. She had to stay in the castle under Dumbledore's protection, so really had no other option but to pay whatever price he demanded. It didn't really matter how Dumbledore phrased his request, Dolores knew it was an order, one she simply had to obey. You know I'll help you any way I can, Albus. Hearing that Severus had not only so far avoided the ministry purge, but was currently out of the country after getting married, was the only bit of good news Albus had heard all day. Knowing he could count on Severus for any action he took against Potter, Albus was now thinking he should be able to rope Narcissa Snape into his plans too. Surrounded once more with people loyal to his cause, Albus could accept these current setbacks, knowing he must eventually win against a mere boy. Even the boy who lived couldn't hope to compete, far less defeat, Albus Dumbledore. Pomona remembered experiencing a touch of anger and exasperation when Harry had handed over the organizing of this event to the Grangers. Those feelings had vanished within minutes as Harry then explained exactly what he wanted done. All Pomona felt now was gratitude to the former dentists as the event that decided whether their school would have any students this September unfolded in front of her. They were currently in a Muggle hotel's massive conference suite, with most of the Muggle families having stayed in the same hotel last night. She was sitting at a table facing their rapidly growing invited audience as they were being seated, waiting to play her part in the Potter Institute's sales pitch. She would be joined at the top table by Harry, Dan and Minerva. They were all astonished, and rather pleased, to discover that Hogwarts had yet to approach any Muggleborn who should have made up part of this year's intake of students. Minerva also reported that being able to offer these parents a meeting, with others who found themselves in the same position as they were, with all expenses paid for said meeting too, could be an incredibly successful strategy for coaxing these and future parents to choose their institute. This could be especially true, since their opposition hadn't even bothered to approach these families yet. With Dolores Umbridge now deputy at Hogwarts though, more than a few of the institute's staff thought this horrendous oversight might actually have been a deliberate ploy on her part. They weren't to know Dolores had no intention of putting her life at risk by leaving the castle, purely to try and entice some Muggleborn to attend Hogwarts. Hermione, Neville and Luna were all circulating amongst the families, and easily spotted since they were wearing the Institute's newly designed sky blue robes. All their friends had offered to come and show their support too, but it was thought better not to overwhelm their invited guests with a sea of light blue robes. Zeno was here, covering the event for the Quibbler, and Augusta to offer her support with the old pure blood families, hence Luna and Neville tagging along as well. Dan had his laptop connected to a projector that had a welcome image on a large screen to greet those who entered the room. Noticing their guests' reaction to this left Harry knowing his opening remarks needed to be as strong as they'd written them. With Hermione in his head, and Joan waving at him from Emma's side, a smiling and confident Harry got proceedings underway. Thank you everyone for turning up here today. I don't think I'm exaggerating when I say this meeting could be life-changing for everyone in this room. The image you see behind me is the newly built Potter Institute and, for those of you who don't know me, I'm Harry Potter. This drew some laughter from the witches and wizards in the audience, while the others stared at the young boy in the fancy dress robes. Harry understood he needed to capture all of his audience, so set about doing so. A lot of people in this room think they know me, there have even been books written about me, all rubbish. I discovered I was a wizard on my 11th birthday. My parents had been murdered when I was just over a year old, and I was raised by my non-magical aunt and her family. For those non-magical here today, I fully understand what you're feeling now. At 11, I was told I was a wizard, put on a train to a castle in Scotland and faced the biggest culture shock of my life. That was only 3 years ago, and in those years I witnessed and faced so much bigotry that I have now left Hogwarts, and Britain too. Harry stopped to take a sip of water, and let his last sentence sink in. To some sitting here, that reaction might seem a bit extreme. Here's the thing though, due to this bigotry I'm the last of my family. Inside Hogwarts, my life had been put at risk on multiple occasions, so this move was motivated by one of our strongest instincts, survival. My original intention was to leave Hogwarts and hire tutors for me and a few friends, but that didn't do anything for those left behind. Thus, over many discussions with people I trust, the idea of building what has since become the Potter Institute was born. Now, that might seem even more extreme, but Potters don't do sulking and hiding well. Those tactics cost my patents their lives. When moving on to talk about the Institute, gone was any sense of bitterness or anger. Harry's voice now projected nothing but confidence and delight. Instead, my peers in this room are being invited to attend a school where bigotry won't be tolerated. Every single student will start on an equal footing in every way possible, with the same equipment, books, brooms, robes and wands too being provided by the Institute. Absolutely no exceptions will be made, even for me. The Institute's students will also sit the higher standard European exams, and pay less fees than Hogwarts, with no discrepancies in fees based on who your family are either. Headmistress Sprout is used to treating me like a student, and that will continue from the 1st of September until I graduate. Stopping for another sip of water, Harry then began to wind up his part of today. I'm glad to see everyone still sitting here. I found parts of that hard to say, for a number of reasons, so I can't imagine it was easy to listen to. Our intention is to sit at the end of these proceedings and answer all of your questions, as long as those questions are about attending the Potter Institute. We are also planning an overnight stay at the Institute for all our potential new first years, and their families, and are hoping to make this an annual event. This visit will include a tour of the entire school, and of course provide another opportunity to ask lots more questions before having to make a decision. Looking around, Harry saw that was well received, so expected the next bit of news would be too. We are also planning to start family visits for all our students' families while the Institute is in session. Professor McGonagall will announce blocks of time on each session, with priority being given to those families trying to be together to celebrate special occasions, like birthdays and such. I'll now hand you over to our headmistress, and our herbology professor, Pomona Sprout. It was a relieved Harry who sat down and, like everyone else, enjoyed the rest of today's presentation. Pomona explained the academic side of the Institute, including the reasons behind currently restricting their upper limits to fourth-year students, and accepting the higher-graded exams. Dan was using his laptop to place slides on the screen that had been produced to help Pomona make her points. Pictures of the new institute were also liberally sprinkled amongst the drier educational figures and charts. Minerva then concentrated more on the students' day-to-day life while attending the Potter Institute, with Dan's pictures of the accommodation, assembly hall, rooftop gardens and pool areas wowing everyone there. Pomona adding a proviso that her herbology classes would be taking a practical approach to growing and planting areas around the institute that were currently left bare for those very reasons. As Minerva sat back down, Dan's laptop was now scrolling thorough pictures of the Potter Institute, the Muggle and magical shopping districts of Naples, with a few pictures of the orphans and Harry's friends who'd holidayed with him this summer enjoying themselves. I'm giving my observations about choosing the Potter Institute from a totally different perspective than the other three people you've just listened to. The images behind me are of course the Potter Institute, and the shopping districts in Naples the students would be able to visit on specific weekends. I took all of those photographs, while I've never seen even a picture of Hogwarts. As a non-magical father of a witch, I have practically no rights in magical Britain. The last time my wife and I visited Diagon Alley, the London centre of magical commerce, the phrase, "filthy muggle," was shouted at us. Our one and only visit to the Ministry of Magic saw curses and bullets flying, and Harry being seriously injured. In Italy, we have been welcomed with open arms. The magical shops there actually accept credit cards. Hermione, Emma and Joan were all sitting at the front, and that's where a now emotional Dan headed. Standing beside his family, Dan finished what he wanted to say. My daughter is a witch, nothing is going to change that, magic is a fundamental part of who she is. This little one here too is also magical, and both will be attending the Potter Institute, though Joan will be attending preschool classes for a few years yet. My wife and I believe so strongly in this school. We're currently selling our dental practice, have already moved to Italy and will be professors teaching Muggle studies to witches and wizards. If that doesn't tell you the Potter Institute will be different from what you're used to, I don't know what else there is to say. Dan gave Emma a quick peck on the cheek, hugged Hermione and Joan, before taking up his seat at the top table to wait on the questions that were sure to be asked. The first came from an angry Muggle parent. The young girl snuggling into his side actually appeared frightened. All I'm hearing here is talk of danger and bigotry. Why the hell should I allow my Natalie to be a part of that? Looking down the table, Harry received nods of approval to answer that one. Sir, as Dan said, your daughter is a witch. Nothing can change that, and she needs to be trained on how to use her magic properly. Not doing so could be dangerous to both you and her. Yes, there are risks. First time flying on a broom, a good friend of mine fell off and broke his wrist. Magic though had his wrist healed before dinner time that same day, and the Potter Institute has its own fantastic healer and modern infirmary. Harry then took it further. You also have my personal guarantee that the goings-on in Britain won't get anywhere near your daughter in my school, should she choose to attend. At the Institute, we make the safety of our students our #1 priority. All I ask is that you come and visit us, see for yourselves, before making any decision. Natalie will be able to phone home each night after dinner, and at any time during weekends. I would ask the families of all prospective first-year students to do the same. Wait until you see for yourselves what we're offering. Like a Springer Spaniel whose owner just lifted its leash, Colin Creevey couldn't contain his excitement any longer. It all spilled over verbally, and rapidly, with Harry hearing Hermione laughing in his head. Can Dennis and I really attend the Potter Institute? Can we share one of those rooms? Will we be able to phone home? Oh, this is Dennis, my younger brother. Will we really get to visit Italy as a family? My sister Maggie is magical too. Would she be able to attend that preschool thing Hermione's dad mentioned? Colin appeared ready to go on asking questions all day, not waiting on any answers, until his former head of house deliberately clearing her throat stopped the excited boy in his tracks. His father tried to apologize as laughter was breaking out around the room until Harry held up his hand. Mr. Creevey, please don't apologize. We're all used to Colin's exuberance. He did ask some very good questions though. Apart from the last bit, the answer to everything else is yes. The preschool is being set up for children of Institute staff, and Joan will be living with the Grangers. Maggie though will be able and welcome to come when you arrange your overnight visit for Dennis, and all later visits too. The Creevey parents were well aware their eldest son had a serious case of hero worship regarding this young man. Seeing how Harry dealt with Colin had both of them smiling, and there was never any doubt that Colin and Dennis would be attending the Potter Institute. The next actual question was asked by Gerald Greengrass, bedecked in a three-piece suit that appeared to have been made in Savile Row, and his question was aimed specifically at Harry. Lord Potter, as the owner, my question is directed at you. The Potter Institute is offering unbelievable facilities, supplying uniforms and all equipment, aiming for a higher standard of education, yet charging less fees than your competition here in Britain. This must be costing House Potter a fortune, and my question is this: what's in it for you? Smiling, Harry answered as truthfully as he could. Witches and wizards call me the boy who lived, and forget what else happened that Halloween night. My parents were murdered, they died that night protecting me. I'm the last Potter, and I want to leave something behind my family could be proud of. The Potter Institute has the best of everything: staff, teaching and learning facilities, accommodation, resources. All we ask in return is that our students respect those around them, and do their very best academically. I hope to live a long and productive life, and intend that the Institute is still one of the top magical schools in the world when the time finally comes for me to rejoin my parents. Oh, did you know the self-titled Lord Voldemort is a former Hogwarts head boy? The gasps and a few shrieks as Harry said Voldemort was expected, though a bit disappointing considering the articles Zeno had been publishing. This set the tone however, with any political or personal questions being batted straight back at those asking, though one on their acceptance policy for students really had to be answered. At first it appeared as if someone's pureblood friend had apparently not received an invitation to the institute. Harry kept it simple and truthful. The clue is in the name, the Potter Institute. I own the school, and every year the list of proposed new first-year students will have to be run past me. It's an exclusive private school, and that's the way it will stay. If you want your son to attend Hogwarts with his friends, that's of course your choice. The real reason for Michael Corner's father's question then became apparent. I know people who work in the ministry. The rumor all over the building is that you are deliberately discriminating against the pure bloods. There are also moves underway to see any qualifications gained at your institute not being recognized by the Ministry of Magic. I have to decide here what's best for Michael's future. It was a very calm Harry who answered with a question of his own. I assume you mean it's the British Ministry of Magic who are going to push through that legislation. Pomona was also quick to spring to Harry's defense in this matter. Here's the thing though, Mr. Corner. Our qualifications will be accepted the world over while, outside Britain, the owls and NEWTs from Hogwarts are recognized for exactly what they are. A gradual, constant and deliberate lowering of educational standards because certain influential families were being embarrassed as their sons and daughters were getting outperformed by wizards and witches they looked down upon as inferior. Their history of magic qualifications aren't recognized anywhere outside these shores. The more discriminated a magical student would be in Britain, the more points they gain for acceptance to the Potter Institute. You simply have to ask yourself this question. Do you want Michael to be limited to the British Ministry of Magic, or should he have the choice of working anywhere in the world? She let that hang there before coming back with a follow-on comment. As we are a new school, my position sees me in contact with the Italian ministry on practically a daily basis. I have to say I've been greatly impressed with everyone I've dealt with so far, not something I could honestly say about their British counterparts. Learning the Italian language is also part of our curriculum, and we've already been given assurances that any student who graduates from the Potter Institute will be guaranteed Italian citizenship, they only have to ask. Before anyone could comment on that, Harry jumped in again. All of us sitting at this table hold dual citizenships, British and Italian. It's about having the best of both worlds, and having as many options as possible open to us. What options would the majority of our students have in Britain after graduating from Hogwarts? My betrothed has been the top student of her year group since discovering she was a witch, a trend we're all sure she'll continue at the Institute. To the people in power in magical Britain however, no number of outstanding NEWTs will ever balance out the fact her parents aren't a witch and wizard. That right there is the institutional brand of discrimination that the British Ministry of Magic excels at. They should, since they've been practicing it for centuries, and we want no part of this. The Institute's motto is, Inspire. Our aim is to inspire our students to be the best witches and wizards they can be. With no more questions officially coming at them, they ended the structured part of the meeting. Dan and Emma were liaising with the new first-year families, organizing their visit to Italy. Minerva was also timetabling family visits into the time slots the staff had agreed on. Harry was standing chatting with Neville and Luna. Hermione and Joan were of course by his side too, when they were approached by the Creevy family. We're still coming for our visit, but have already enrolled Colin and Dennis to your institute. We might have seen pictures of Hogwarts, thanks to Colin, but there's no way we could ever visit. All that time Colin was petrified. We got one note from the school and were left hanging until he was well enough to write again. Just being able to say he was attending the school owned by his hero had Colin practically bouncing off the walls with excitement. Hermione was petrified too. Dad, that's probably why Harry killed the beast. In magical Britain, it's as if the monsters are blood purists too. Feeling Harry's embarrassment at the hero worship now coming from the entire Creevy family, Hermione knew exactly how to change the subject. Congratulations on choosing the Potter Institute. I can see you've still to speak with Professor McGonagall, but I'll tell you of a little surprise. Since you have 2 children at the Institute, you will be able to visit twice, if you want. It's to save you having to choose whether to come for Colin or Dennis's birthdays. Seeing concern on both parents' faces, Harry quickly guessed what the problem could be. The only way to visit the Institute is by portkey. Those will be provided free by us, and take you straight from your home to the school, and back again. We'll also provide your accommodation and meals, all you have to do is arrange time off work. While his now smiling wife wiped tears from her eyes, Mr. Creevy was enthusiastically shaking Harry's hand. "Thank you so much. We were going to struggle to pay for both our sons attending Hogwarts, but your fees are hardly more than we were charged for Colin last year. This is now more than we could ever have imagined." Harry was saved from having to say any more by the arrival of Zeno to their group. Those were some wonderful pictures of the Institute in Naples Dan was displaying. Any chance of getting copies of a few for the Quibbler? As the Creevys headed over to Minerva, intent on booking their trips to Italy, Hermione, Joan and Luna accompanied Zeno to see if Dan had any prints of the photographs. Augusta then approached, handing Harry a small pile of business's cards. "This is a small business, owned by a couple of squibs, who can install phones into magical homes. I've already got my order in. My grandson is not much of a writer, I'm hoping he'll phone more." An embarrassed Neville promised to phone home. Amelia tracked them down, she's got her order in too. A number of people didn't want to admit they hadn't a clue what this phone thing was. They approached me as soon as Dan finished speaking. I got the impression most didn't believe me when I told them what a phone was, and what it did. A demonstration might be something you want to add to their tour. Amelia intended to be here too, some emergency at Azkaban has her tied up all day though. Minerva then introduced the McDonalds to Harry, the father immediately apologizing for his earlier angry questioning. "Sorry if I sounded a bit harsh, lad. I just don't take any chances where my Natalie is involved. Having spoken to a few folks since, not one of them had a bad word to say about you." "That's quite all right, sir, Natalie's safety should be your main concern. I still promise we'll look after her." Harry then spoke directly to the young witch that was trying to hide behind her parents. "Are you looking forward to visiting us in Italy? Have you any questions I could help you with now?" Her voice was barely above a whisper, but Harry still picked up Natalie's question. "Am I really a witch?" Taking his wand out, Harry offered it to the young girl, handle first. He also held it at such a distance, Natalie was forced to step forward to take it. With a sense of awe, she held the magical device in her hand. "I'm now going to teach you your first spell. Imagine the tip of this wand glowing, concentrate on that and then say, Lumos. Take your time and say the spell when you're ready." The concentration on Natalie's young face was there for all to see. So was the shock and pleasure when she actually cast the spell. Her parents were clearly experiencing the same emotions. "I did it, I am a witch." "You are indeed, and just to prove it even more, hand the wand to your mother." When nothing happened, Harry accepted his wand back and explained to Natalie what just transpired. "Without magic, this is just a stick. With magic, your wand can be a very powerful tool." At that, the youngest Greengrass daughter approached with a request. "Can you cast your Patronus? I was in the library the day you cast it in the Great Hall. It was all anyone could talk about for the rest of term, and I missed it." Nodding, Harry first offered an explanation to Natalie. "This is a very advanced spell, something you won't be attempting for a good few years yet. The professor who taught me this though now works at the Potter Institute." Hermione of course had heard every word, bringing Joan over just as Harry called for prongs. The trio of young witches, Astoria, Natalie and Joan, weren't the only ones in the room shocked at the size, brightness and apparent density of the corporeal stag. Astoria was then joined by her older sister, who hadn't missed the show in the Great Hall. "That's bigger and brighter than the one you cast at Hogwarts. I've had a summer where I could practice, and also take time to produce some happier memories." That Harry was looking at Hermione when he said this cracked most of the room up, since they had all seen prongs and were listening to Harry's explication. Natalie's parents couldn't see prongs, but certainly felt the effects. The fact that Natalie could also proved beyond any of their doubts that their daughter was indeed a witch. She also needed to be trained to control these magical powers, and all three of the McDonalds were leaning heavily toward Natalie doing that training in Italy. Gerald Greengrass was also impressed by Potter's display, as well as being another parent delighted his daughters would be attending this young wizard's school. That his company made a fair percentage of its profits through dealing with muggles was not something Gerald advertised. The bigotry young Potter described certainly existed, and that knowledge would do the name Greengrass a lot of harm if he didn't know how to play the game. Harry Potter however had stood today and not only proclaimed he wouldn't play their games, he was using everything at his disposal to smash their games to pieces. The power this young wizard, combined with his godfather, Lord Black, wielded could and would change the entire country. His daughter's being accepted to the Potter Institute was the final sign Gerald needed to end his family's notorious neutrality. He would support Potter in any way he could. Harry had Joan's hand in his, and Hermione saying she was so proud of him in his head. She of course was on the other side of Joan, holding her hand too in what had become the normal formation for the three Potters. Like everyone else from the Institute, they were keen for this to be over so they could get back home. Amelia actually was back in her home, something the head of the DMLE was very grateful for. She'd been standing in the shower for the last 20 minutes, trying to remove the stench from her day spent in Azkaban. Amelia had been having her worst ever day at work. Her latest Azkaban visit was a total shitstorm, and then that useless effing imbecile Fudge turned up. They went from being caught in a storm to trying to deal with the hurricane his stupidity could unleash on the entire country, while having their hands tied behind their backs. That his nephew was as stupid as his uncle didn't matter to Fudge, and neither did the facts of the matter. Cornelius was not about to let a little thing like evidence stop him from proclaiming that Donald, his sister's only son, was a hero who died performing his duties. Amelia pointing out that all the cells were locked, and none of the 4 guards who were on shift last night had been accounted for yet didn't even dent Fudge's enthusiasm for the hero explanation. Telling him she had evidence of 3 separate castings of Fiendfire made no difference either, apart from Cornelius adding a bit of meat to the bare bones of a tale he'd started to build. The heroes had now thwarted a mass breakout attempt, valiantly losing their lives in the process. That every cell was still locked, and contained at least a mound of ash, proving that it had been occupied when the Fiendfire struck, would be ignored by the Minister of Magic too. Instead of instigating a proper investigation, which would admittedly tie up a fair percentage of her department for weeks, Fudge was looking to abandon Azkaban, allowing what was left of the prison to stand undisturbed as a memorial to all those who had died there. Azkaban was totaled. Amelia could easily stand behind the decision to abandon the island. Leaving what was left of the prison standing as a memorial was not the worst idea either, with the death toll approaching the 100 mark by the time they'd gotten the Fiendfire under control. No, what would stop Amelia sleeping tonight was the utter certainty that not all those being counted as deceased were actually dead. 3 separate spells had been cast to start the destruction, meaning that at least 3 people could have used the confusion their spells caused to get themselves off the island. With Fudge blocking any and all attempts at a proper investigation, the only way left for her department to discover any escapees' identities would be after these very dangerous individuals began committing crimes again. Considering Azkaban had held some of the wickedest witches and worst wizards Britain could produce, Amelia thought her sleep might be getting disturbed for a while yet. The Black Orphanage would be opening in 2 days, and Amelia knew Harry wouldn't miss that for the world. She also knew this news couldn't wait that long. Her portkey would be used to take Amelia to Italy before breakfast tomorrow. Turning off the water, Amelia decided it was time to get out off the shower, and get her brain back into gear again. Spending a little time with Harry and his group might help restore some of her sanity, though only getting out from under the imbeciles and manipulators that were running British magical society would permanently cure her of this affliction. She thought it was approaching the time for her to ask Harry if there was any place in the organization he was building for one Amelia Bones. It was a telling indictment of their society when a 14-year-old wizard was already a better person than those currently running their country. The villa could, and probably should have felt empty. The orphans had left Italy and taken up residence in their new, refurbished from top to bottom, London home. Their friends all loved holidaying with them, but also had to return back to Britain for the remainder of their summer break. The Potter Institute staff, with the exception of the Grangers, had moved into the almost completed new school. They would all be working flat out to get the institute ready for the 1st of September. The main reason their house didn't feel empty for Harry and Hermione, it actually felt more like a home than ever, was walking down to breakfast between the couple, and of course holding hands with both of them. The changes in Joan since she had found her forever family were nothing short of spectacular. Her confidence seemed to grow by the day, and she'd unleashed such a bubbly personality that it appeared to expand and encompass whatever space or company she happened to be in. As had become the new norm after their training session, Sirius, Emma and Dan were quicker to the breakfast table, but they also had a visitor that morning. It only took a glance at Amelia's face to determine she was not here as a harbinger of glad tidings. She had brought along multiple copies of today's prophet for the company to read. Harry and Hermione sat down to share one of Amelia's supplied newspapers between them. Harry's chin was soon hitting the floor, he just couldn't believe what they were reading here. Hermione suddenly cut through everything with a sharp gasp over their bond, one that clearly wasn't directly related to the latest pile of manure that apparently passed for in-depth journalism in magical Britain. Hermione was already moving as Harry lifted his eyes to see Joan crawl into a visibly shaken Sirius's lap. As Hermione enveloped his godfather in a hug too, Harry thought it was time to call for reinforcements. "Dobby, could you ask Francesca to join us for breakfast? Apologize, but say it's urgent." With Emma now joining both girls trying to comfort Sirius, Dobby gave a determined nod before disappearing. Sirius' attempt at cracking a joke let them all know he was trying to recover from the severe shock of reading the front page. "Oh dear, the way Dobby left here, I hope Francesca is not in the shower. He probably won't even give her time to pull a bathrobe on." He was proved right on one point. Francesca, though fully clothed, appeared still wearing her slippers barely a minute later. Joan immediately jumped down off Sirius's knee, giving up that place to the person who could do her honorary uncle the most good. She received a key **** to her forehead from the lady most likely to become an honorary aunt for doing so. This drew a wide smile from the little girl. As far as Joan was concerned, you could never have enough family. Amelia tried to apologize. "I'm sorry, Sirius. I should have realized how much this news would affect you." Only having both arms around his wonderful girlfriend gave Sirius the strength and courage to answer Amelia honestly. "That building should definitely be left untouched, but as a monument to the cruelty of magical Britain. There would certainly be people locked in those cells who embraced their death as a welcome release from the never-ending torture of the Dementors. That this fire appears to have wiped most of their tormentors out too would be classed as the ultimate in cosmic justice being served." He burrowed further into Francesca's embrace before continuing. "That's how I would have felt, until it hit me where my life is now, and I haven't been able to stop shaking since. The very thought that I could have lost all this, all of you, has left me as weak as a kitten. And for a dog, that's not a good feeling." Dobby then arrived with Poppy, and she wasted no time in providing a mild calming potion for Sirius. As they all sat around the table, with breakfast once more on the menu, Harry was the one who fired the first broadside into the utter drivel that passed as news in the Prophet. This supposed account of events has more holes in it than the hull of the Titanic. Can Fudge really get away with this? What about these 4 missing guards? Didn't anyone learn anything from a body never being found for Voldemort, and 1 finger of Pettigrew? All these people basically murdered, and they get a burned-out memorial instead of an investigation. Harry, I totally agree. The problem is Fudge, and that one of those missing guards was his favorite nephew. He'd rather tell his sister her son died a hero than face the possibility that the truth could see his family at fault. Just at that, Barchoke arrived by portkey. He was clearly in as bad a mood as Amelia. The newspaper clutched in his hand meant that they didn't need to ask the reason for his temper. "Fudge is an idiot. That is now the official view of Gringotts, though I won't repeat the actual words used in front of Joan. Knowing everyone sitting here, including me, will be at the official opening of the orphanage tomorrow, I've been sent here specifically to make you all aware of information only Gringotts has. Amelia, this needs to be off the record, for now." Getting a nod from the head of the DMLE had the angry goblin continuing to deliver his message. A wizarding family's vault is magically tied to members of that family. When a family line dies out, that specific magic notifies Gringotts. Since all the remaining members of the Lestrange family were serving life sentences in the high-security wing of Azkaban, Gringotts should have received a notification. That we didn't leaves only one conclusion: at least one of them is still alive. Amelia stood and walked toward the portion of the terrace that protruded furthest over the cliff. Gripping the handrail tightly enough to whiten her knuckles, Amelia's scream of rage then rang loudly as it headed out over the Bay of Naples. A few kicks at the railings were also needed before her fury was once more under some measure of control. She walked back to the table, being quite pleased that her hands didn't shake while pouring herself a coffee. "I know the Ministry has made great strides in the last month or so, but then Fudge will pull something so stupid that it beggars belief. I honestly don't know how much longer I can continue working for a ministry that has him in charge. While as shocked as Amelia at Fudge's latest level of idiocy, Harry was more focused on how this news affected them specifically, and had Hermione in his head to help. Okay, we have 3 massive events fixed on our calendars inside the next 2 weeks. We need to figure out if and how this could affect any of those, and us. First up is the official opening of the orphanage tomorrow. Since this was a former Black property, we have to assume any Lestrange left alive would at least know about the building. This drew a sarcastic laugh from Sirius. Bella was my mother's favorite niece, she adored the sadistic little boy, who was a frequent guest at Grimmauld Place. I don't know if her husband or his brother ever visited, I had left there for good by the time any Lestranges would have been on the scene. I'm certainly not worried about the children's safety though, the new wards are a work of art. That comment garnered agreement from Barchoke. The orphanage needs to be accessible to those who need it, so the defensive wards are purely intent-based. If you approach that building with the intention of doing harm, you will find yourself being painfully discouraged, whilst setting off alarms inside Gringotts and Amelia's department at the ministry. Any non-magical people could walk right past, and never know the building existed. We had to specifically add Dan and Emma to the wards, can't have board members not being able to even see the building. The Grangers had been heavily involved in arranging the initial family visit to the Potter Institute of the potential new first years, so Dan felt confident dealing with Harry's concerns over this particular event. Until the families all get here, only we know exactly who's coming. I can't see a way for anyone outside the institute to get that information. Also, when the wards on the building go live on Friday, that means it's only accessible by portkey, a portkey specifically made by the institute. We all have worries about this weekend, knowing how much is riding on it, but this doesn't need to be one of them. Emma though had another worry. You said 3 events, Harry. We only know about 2. A smiling Harry instantly dispelled Emma's concern. That's because number 3 is a secret I would ask everyone here to keep. Since you're all invited, I don't think that will be a problem. I made a promise at the start of summer, one I intend to keep. The entire institute staff will be getting invited to a night at Ambrosia's. Just to thank you for all the hard work everyone is still putting into getting us up and running. This drew gasps from Amelia and Poppy, with a now smiling Emma offering her future son-in-law some advice. It's easy to see from some of the reactions here just how big an event this is going to be, so, can I make a suggestion? I know you like the idea of surprising people with this, but wouldn't it be better to give them something to look forward to? When going somewhere this exclusive, it's always a good idea to give us ladies some warnings so we can pick what to wear. A chuckling Dan interrupted his wife. Oh, and us men don't need that notice. Oh please. Chuck a suit on, pick a tie and shine your shoes. What's hard about that? Dan looked around for some support from his male colleagues, only to find Harry and Sirius laughing at how comprehensively Emma had shot down his argument. To see Sirius laughing, after the shock he received earlier, Dan decided to take one for the team and let his wife win this disagreement. Their bracelets ensured that Emma's smirk was one of understanding and agreement, rather than claiming any sort of victory over Dan. She did get her victory though, as Harry gave out the date of their already booked evening at Ambrosia's, with Hermione asking if that news could be passed around. Dobby arrived beside Hermione with a pile of invitations already written out. Those on top just happened to be the people sitting around the table. As Hermione handed those out, she asked Dobby if he would like to deliver the rest. Wearing a wide grin, the little elf popped away to distribute the happiness an invitation was sure to generate. Looking at the invitation in front of her, a smiling Emma couldn't help but think she might actually enjoy her visit to Ambrosia's this time. One big change though, she and Dan would certainly be taking their guns to dinner too. Defending their family against attacks was something that both former dentists now took very seriously. Amelia was also looking at an invitation, one that included Susan and Hannah as well. She'd heard the story of the phrase, "filthy muggles," being shouted at the Grangers the last time Ambrosia closed its doors for Lord Potter's guests. Seeing an astonished Barchoke drink his beef drink while staring at the invitation he'd received convinced Amelia it would be a good idea to increase the aura presence around the restaurant that evening. She wasn't really concerned about the safety of those who would be invited, more the paperwork Amelia would inevitably be lumbered with if Dan or Emma shot someone with the guns they would surely be carrying. Amelia didn't even want to think about the forms involved if Barchoke had to pull a dagger on someone. It would take more than a few escaped Death Eaters to tackle even the company currently sitting around the table. When you then factored in the other invited guests, Amelia was confident any disturbance would be quickly brought under control. Sirius's thoughts were also on his last visit to the restaurant, and how much all of their lives had changed since. He too was sure this would be a more enjoyable experience, especially since the beautiful young lady still comfortably perched on his lap was most definitely invited along. Poppy was hoping for the opportunity to pass on this good news to her colleagues. That hope evaporated with Dobby as he disappeared with the rest of the invitations. She wasn't really bothered, however, seeing Ginny's name on her invitation hammered home how much her life had changed, in such an incredibly short space of time. Hermione leaning over to Joan and saying they would need new dresses for this night saw her little face glow with pleasure. Both Harry and Hermione understood it wasn't the new dress as such, more that she would be going with them to pick it out. They wanted Joan to be happy, and all the proof needed was currently sitting right beside them. There were also plans afoot to ensure this was a night she would remember for the rest of her life. At a derelict old crofter's cottage, a few miles inward from the east coast of the Scottish Highlands, food and plans were also on the menu. Like the discussion that had taken place earlier in Harry's home, the Daily Prophet would eventually become central to those discussions. The cottage might only have half a roof, with not a window left unbroken, but the 4 people inside were used to much harsher conditions than these. Augustus had disapparated a way to get them some supplies. The 3 Lestranges had erected muggle-repelling wards while trying to make the place more livable, all without hopefully attracting the Ministry's attention to their use of magic. Augustus returned with simple fare. Their stomachs would take time to become accustomed to anything richer, and having hot tea again was such a treat for all of them. Sipping on a mug of that rare treat, Augustus got the ball rolling on what he knew would be a very difficult discussion. We have plans to make, but, before we can, we need information. It's no secret why Carrick hung around Bella's cell. What you might not know was Donald used to love to talk with me too. He was a failure as an Auror, total failure as a prison guard, but actually dreamed of becoming an unspeakable. That wizard was a total effing idiot. There was no disagreement coming from the others on that point. For an idiot though, he was remarkably well informed. His uncle, the minister, told the idiot what amounted to state secrets, and Carrick of course couldn't wait to try and impress me with just how important this supposedly made him. Some of the stuff he was telling me I thought utter dragon shit. He had to be making most of it up. That we were all about to be dragged to the Ministry and, after a show trial, be pushed through the veil of death tends to corroborate his tall tales. Taking another sip of his tea, the former unspeakable laid out what he'd learned for them. At the very start of summer, someone found a way to empty the vaults of our master's wealthiest supporters, property, businesses, heirlooms, all gone. Some took what they could scrape together and fled the country, some tried to fight back. Malfoy and Parkinson were killed trying to kidnap Potter's girlfriend from her muggle home. I suspect your family would be one of those supporters, and that your vault is now completely empty too. It took both brothers to try and calm Bella down as she appeared ready to murder anybody she could get her wand on. Rasbastin was trying to convince her what a bad idea that would be. We have to keep our use of magic to a minimum, otherwise you'll lead the Ministry right to us. That appeal didn't seem to be working, but Augustus then stopped all 3 of them in their tracks. The Ministry of Magic isn't even looking for us. You don't send Aurors out to look for dead people. With that, he removed a copy of Today's Prophet from his transfigured robes and tossed it toward them. It only took a moment for Rodolphus to ask the question he knew was coming. Why didn't you share this right away? This puts us free and clear, free to do whatever we want. Yes, but more importantly it also buys us time. We need to use that precious time to recuperate and plan. What is there to plan? We need to find our master. Bella's words were issued like a challenge, one Augustus had a prepared answer for. He removed a metal box from his conjured pocket and placed it on the floor. A few specific taps with his wand and the box became big enough to cram 2 not overly large people in. Another few taps and the lid opened to reveal rather a lot of gold. I never trusted those little goblin bastards, taking my gold from them the same day the Ministry paid it in. This is everything I have in the world, probably everything we have between us, and all I ask is we discuss any plans or moves before putting them into action. Without you, I would have died last night. Without my ideas, the ministry would be combining the country searching for us. There was no disagreement of those facts coming back at him, and Augustus didn't think there would be any over this next bit either. We're stronger together, especially when playing to our individual strengths. We here are also, quite possibly the last 4 followers our master has left in this country. Whatever we decide, we're only going to get one shot at it. We need to make it work. Our master has been gone for over a decade, with apparently none of his other sworn followers doing anything about it. I don't think he'll mind if we take our time to do what we need to, but do it right. Picking up the repaired kettle they'd found, Augustus left to fill it from the little spring behind the cottage. He knew being here in the sunshine was a marvelous gift, he didn't intend to waste any of it. Their bodies couldn't handle alcohol, rich foods or even chocolate yet. Sitting in the sun while sipping a cup of tea was more than he'd had to look forward to for over a decade. That was more than enough for him, for now. He'd absolutely no intention of mentioning what Carrick had claimed about their master's origins. It certainly didn't matter to Augustus if their lord had a muggle father. Listening from outside as the 2 brothers tried to talk Bella down from her killing rage, he wasn't sure they could have been successful if he'd unveiled that fact too. Like their master, Bella had a tendency to punish the bearer of bad news. Unlike Carrick, Augustus wasn't a total effing idiot. Bella had ripped the much larger wizard's throat out with her teeth. Only a moron would antagonize that witch when she had a wand in her hand, and they don't let morons become members of the unspeakable department. Sirius stage managed the official opening of the new black orphanage as if he'd been handling public events for years. After lavishing praise on Francesca and Jillian for making today possible, his invitation for both to join the orphanage's board of governors left each of them accepting while shedding a few happy tears. This was all taking place in the large, light and welcoming entrance hall of the heavily redesigned and refurbished building, which was also currently full of invited guests and press. Hermione was holding Joan's hand and felt her grip get tighter and tighter as things progressed. That Joan's nose constantly twitching was also an indication that something was bothering the girl. Hermione's initial thought was Joan simply missing Harry on her other side. As the presentation progressed though, she could see Joan getting more and more annoyed. With her parents in tow, the group of 4 moved back from the main event and Hermione threw up a privacy charm so their conversation wouldn't interfere with the official opening. "What's the matter, sweetie?" None of them had ever seen Joan angry, but she was today. "This place is brilliant, I've never seen Miss Jillian so happy, but that lot don't care. All they keep asking about is Harry, and if he'll be here today to talk with them. They make me so mad, I want to go over there and kick their ankles." Trying not to laugh at the oh-so-serious little girl, with previously undiscovered violent tendencies, Hermione certainly understood where Joan's anger was coming from. Harry knew this would happen. That's why he's hiding upstairs, while talking to the 3 girls whose families abandoned them when they fled the country. One of the girls will actually be starting at the institute this year. The change in Joan was so dramatic that Hermione led her to another room, sat on a chair she found there and drew the girl onto her lap. A concerned Dan and Emma had signaled to the rest of their group that things were okay before following Hermione and Joan to offer whatever support they could. Joan was now clinging to Hermione, as if she would drop off the side of a cliff if her grip slackened. "Sweetie, can you tell me what brought this on?" Hermione sat and waited for Joan to speak, knowing a now equally upset Harry was listening in, and mere moments from rushing to their side. When she started to reply, Joan's little voice was barely above a whisper. "When I was left on the old orphanage steps, I was just a baby. I was too young to remember anything, the orphanage was the only home I knew, before you and Harry took me in." Hermione's arms wrapped tighter around the little girl, giving Joan the confidence to say what was really troubling her. "I get my parents couldn't keep me, that's why I was left at the orphanage, but I never knew them so." Looking at the 3 people in the room, Joan finally gave the reason her little heart was breaking. "Knowing you and Harry, our family too, how can those girls cope, how can anyone cope, knowing they're not wanted?" Harry was suddenly kneeling in front of Hermione and Joan, wiping tears from both their cheeks. "I've spent the morning talking to those girls, trying to convince them this is not the end of their world. Yes, they are very upset, but you know we'll help them as much as possible. Hermione's smile seemed out of place, until Harry revealed to Joan what they had just been privately discussing using their bonded rings. Family not wanting her is something Miss Joan Potter will never have to worry about. If I hadn't asked Dobby to pop me down here, he would probably have just done it anyway. You see, Dobby is a Potter too, and he loves you nearly as much as we do. This had stopped Joan's tears, but now it was time to put a smile back on her face. Still holding her tight, Hermione revealed their plans. You know how Harry loves his surprises, well, he has one arranged for you. The big party in Ambrosia that has everyone talking also has Miss Gillian invited. She'll be there as a special guest, and bringing the official parchment which makes you a Potter. There will also be a birthday cake large enough to make sure everyone there gets a piece. Joan might still have tears in her eyes, but the sparkle they contained lit up the room. My new official 4th birthday. Dan, as usual, tied a joke. Hey kiddo, you're missing a trick here. Instead of having another 4th, why not make it your 5th birthday? Looking him straight in the eye, Joan made a proclamation that couldn't have contained more authority if Her Majesty, the Queen, had announced it while sitting on the state throne. I don't want to be 5 when my mum is only 14, that wouldn't be right. None of them could refute logic like that, and none of them wanted to. There also wasn't a dry eye in the room as Harry leant forward and keyed a very emotional Hermione. He then keyed Joan on her forehead. I better get a move on then and marry your mum, need to make her a Potter too. Joan started giggling, and it was so infectious that everyone there soon joined in. I also need to get back to 3 young ladies, who I had to leave in rather a hurry. Will you be okay? Harry took both girls, throwing themselves at him and hugging as a yes. Joan keyed his cheek, and offering to act surprised when Miss Gillian brought out the official papers at the party had them all giggling again. As Dobby popped Harry away, Joan's twitching nose alerted Hermione she had something else bothering her. They didn't have to wait long. I hope Harry isn't upset I called you Mum. I love him too. He just feels more like a big brother, a guardian angel even. When he marries you, he will certainly be my dad then though. Hermione couldn't answer. The wave of love she felt coming through their rings meant it took her a few moments before she could reassure Joan he wasn't in the least upset. It also took the 4 of them a few moments, and a lot more shared hugs, before the family were ready to rejoin today's official event. After quietly arriving back in Britain, and spending some time at Spinner's End, Severus knew they couldn't put off returning to Hogwarts any longer. Both knew the confrontation that would be in their immediate future, once they set foot inside the castle. As expected, the new Mr. and Mrs. Snape soon found themselves in Dumbledore's office for a conversation with the headmaster. First, may I offer my congratulations on your recent nuptials. Secondly, if I say so myself, a rather elegant method of negating Potter's blood feud against the Malfoy family. That boy is amassing far too much power, with very few people now prepared to stand against him. I'm sure I can count on your support in any actions I take to curb his histrionic behavior. Severus' mentality took the equivalent of a deep breath before setting out to debase Dumbledore of that notion. Headmaster, it goes without saying that I despise James Potter's spawn. I also want to see the Dark Lord meet his permanent end. As a condition of our marriage though, I was obliged to make an unbreakable vow to Narcissa that I would never become involved with either of those wizards ever again. Albus was now on his feet, leaning over his desk as he stared angrily at Narcissa. Why would you do that? Don't you realize what you've done? Knowing Dumbledore wouldn't be able to penetrate her mental shields, certainly not without a wand in his hand, Narcissa stared right back at the old headmaster. I know exactly what I've done. Between them, those 2 wizards were responsible for the death of my first husband. I'll not see Draco lose a second father to that pair. Severus has responsibilities now, a wife and a son, that's where his focus needs to be. With everything that had happened lately, Albus felt his anger was always near the surface. He was not above letting it show, and intimidating people to get what he wanted. You'll expect me to use my influence to protect your new husband from the ministry, yet I get nothing in return. His attempt at intimidation was wasted on the Snapes though, and Severus defanged Albus in his own slick style. While I will admit, being questioned under truth serum in front of the Wizengamot could be bad for my health, I also have plenty of knowledge that you wouldn't want them to be party to either. With Narcissa almost as accomplished in the mind arts as myself, obliviates and compulsion charms won't work for you against us. If you won't support my husband against the ministry, then we will be forced to resign our teaching positions and leave the country immediately. I'm sure you still have time to cast compulsion charms on some more 18-year-olds, and call them Hogwarts professors. This two-pronged attack saw Albus slump back into his chair, though still pushing for concessions from the couple. I need to know I have my staff's loyalty. Narcissa was all over that pitiful attempt. You can depend on us to teach the children to the best of our abilities. This is a school after all, and that's why we're here. Should the Dark Lord ever turn up at the gates of Hogwarts, you can rely on my husband and I to be standing right beside you, ready to defend the castle with our lives. As an employer, I don't see what more you could expect from your employees. I thought it was only the Dark Lord who made his followers swear lifelong servitude, and then branded them like animals. He certainly understood that the bottom of the barrel had been well and truly scraped to fill this year's Hogwarts teaching roster. Albus had no hope of finding replacement professors for the defense and charms positions before term started if these two were to walk out the castle. While they were still teaching here, Albus could always probe and manipulate circumstances. To try and manufacture a few concessions or changes in attitude from the newly married couple. Tom had recruited Severus purely for his exceptional potions abilities. This was why his name hadn't been mentioned by any of the Death Eaters questioned under Truth Serum, as a person who had been involved or even accompanied them when they committed the atrocities that saw the death sentence handed out by the Wizengamot. You don't waste a valuable asset on raids when their time could be far more productively spent brewing potions no one else in the organization was capable of. Albus understood revealing Severus was the person who had revealed the prophecy to Tom would condemn the man sitting in front of him to a judgment that could see Severus paying the ultimate price too, but the cost to himself might be severe as well. Severus knew his past plans for Potter, and was also well acquainted with Albus's usual modus operandi for dealing with people who won't do what he wanted. Either of which becoming known to the Wizengamot could see calls for Albus Dumbledore to be the next wizard questioned under Truth Serum, and that just wouldn't do. His decision now made, Albus called on a house elf to lead the Snapes to their married staff quarters. He also asked for their required book lists as soon as possible. That both pulled out the requested lists and left them on his desk before leaving just added insult to injury as far as Albus was concerned. He was supposed to be the grand manipulator yet, since the Night Granger saved Black, it felt like everyone and their dog was getting one over on Albus Dumbledore. Every day Augustus was adding to his shopping list, increasing the amount of food purchased, buying some clothes, and all the printed news he could get his hands on. He wasn't to know that Bella seeing multiple articles on the new Black orphanage would set off an eruption worthy of any volcano. That bastard Sirius, he shouldn't even be Lord Black. This orphanage is a deliberate attack on the family he hated. He's publicly pissing all over the proud Black family legacy, it's a disgrace. Aunt Walburga will feel the shame, even from her grave. We need to make a stand and do something about this. Knowing the other two Lestranges wouldn't say anything, it was left to a reluctant Augustus to try and cap this eruption before it consumed all of them. That would have to be a no. He calmly continued as Bella's wand appeared in her hand. We are utterly committed to one cause, and nothing can interfere with that. Once our master is back with us, he will decide which targets we attack. For us to go charging at this building could see everything we stand for destroyed, our master, and even our way of life, dies with us. Nothing is worth that risk, certainly not a building full of children nobody wants. Are we supposed to just sit around here on our asses, waiting on our master walking in that door? That Bella was engaging in an argument, rather than already firing curses, Augustus took as a definite win. With Bella though, the situation could change in an instant. I'm pretty certain our master is no longer in Britain, otherwise he would surely have contacted one of his followers for assistance, before the ministry culled them all. He will have traveled to darkest Europe, and that's where we'll have to go to find him. We'll have to bribe, threaten or torture to get any information, with fighting for our lives a distinct possibility too. None of us would last more than a couple of minutes in any fight, especially with the type of people we'll need to meet with for information. We simply need a little time to try and recover from Azkaban, before settling off on our mission. If you have a set time in mind, shouldn't that be something you discuss with us? Nodding in agreement, Augustus was relieved to see the temperature of Bella's anger lowering. At the moment, all I've got is a suggestion. On the 1st of September, all eyes at the ministry turned toward the little witches and wizards heading off to Hogwarts. I think that would be a good day to begin our mission, by getting out the country while their attention is focused elsewhere. The atmosphere changed in an instant, with immediate approval from all to begin on that date. This also focused minds on places and people who might have the information they would need, with Augustus supplying the writing materials he'd bought today for this very purpose. Even Bella understood that, though her mind was willing to charge right in there, her body simply currently wasn't up to the task. Sitting wearing a store-bought robe, eating more than she had in a decade while helping plan how they would search for their master honed her deadly focus to their task. Having an actual date now when they would set out made it real for all of them. As their plans progressed, Bella actually smiled. Hold on a little longer, Master. Your most faithful servants are coming for you. News of the upheavals taking place in Wizarding Britain was so shocking, it rapidly swept across the channel into magical Europe, being plastered all over their newspapers too. It wasn't only their European cousins who were desperate for the latest news from a foreign ministry that seemed to actually court chaos and daily dance with disaster. A certain possessed British witch and wizard in the process of heading home were greedily devouring data on the latest developments. The Wizengamot trials, and the severity of sentencing carried out, stopped Peter and Tom's journey home in its tracks. Seeing pictures of Azkaban being razed to the ground left the pair not knowing what to do next. As Peter couldn't be considered the brightest of Lumos charms, Tom was never going to involve Wormtail in any discussion concerning their current or future options. After spending ages considering this dilemma from every angle, there were a couple of circumstances that convinced Tom they really had to return home. Since his Muggle father was buried in England, and this method was currently his best option for regaining a body, that right there was a very large incentive to continue with their planned journey. By far the biggest draw home though was that each and every one of his anchors was stored within Britain's shores. This was something he hadn't considered as a weakness at the time of their creation, since his immense power base had been almost exclusively centered within the British Isles. Now that the ministry had wiped out all his marked followers who hadn't fled from Britain, Tom would in all actuality be attempting to sneak into the country, with only Wormtail to aid him in any plans he made. It was ironic that he reached the exact same conclusion as his 4 followers currently sequestered in the Scottish Highlands. Perhaps more ironic would be the fact that, due to that same conclusion, those 4 fanatical followers would be attempting to smuggle themselves out of Britain in search of their master, the very same day Tom and Peter would be trying to sneak back in. Everyone involved with the Potter Institute was immensely proud of their efforts, and the end product of all their work. Today though, for the first time, prospective first-year students, and their families, would be arriving to spend time looking around Pi, and experiencing for themselves just what the Institute was offering here. They had already received enough applications through Gringotts to fill the Institute at least 4 times over, though some of those applicants would certainly never set foot in the building. Today would let them know if they were on the right track with their radical ideas, radical for British witches and wizards that is. Their visitors would be formed into small groups before being given a guided tour of the Institute's facilities and professors, with some professors having already prepared demonstrations of what their first-year students would soon be learning, if they chose to attend here. The first family scheduled to Portkey Inn was the Creevies, and Harry instantly relaxed at their initial reaction to their first sight of the Institute, and Pomona's official welcome. Hermione was actually giggling at his side. Having the medical wing as part of the guided tour should pay dividends here. Poppy might need to hand out a few calming potions to the Creevy brothers. Do you know any spell that returns eyeballs to their sockets after they've popped out? Harry was trying not to laugh as the Creevies were led away from the arrival spot, though his grin couldn't have gotten any wider when the second family arrived, and pretty much showed the same reactions. The next couple of days was going to be an immense amount of work for everyone involved with the Institute, but they had all thrown themselves into the varied tasks with vast quantities of enthusiasm. Harry had to concede Emma had been spot on that the people involved would rather have something to look forward to than a surprise. It had been Dan though who had explained the wave of positive energy that had swept through the Institute after the distribution of the invitations to Ambrosia's. You're showing the people who work for you that you really value their contribution to this school. That this is something you don't even have to think about, but just do naturally, is a great indicator of exactly who the real Harry Potter is. This is a journey for everyone involved, including Emma and myself. Now, while we all know Pomona's in charge, we also know whose school this is. The Potter Institute kinda says it all. People are happy to work for you, Harry, and to be allowed a place on the ground floor of something we all think is going to be amazing and special. Harry was knocked out of his reminiscing by the arrival of their third family, and Hermione pulling him round for a quick key. You wanted the Potter name to mean something, other than that, boy who lived, rubbish. Today, you took the first step on that road. This is what you wanted, your legacy. Harry interrupted her with a key asterisk of his own. Nearly right, love, but it's our legacy. It was Harry's turn to be interrupted. Since that interruption consisted of Joan's laughter as she hugged both of them around their hips, he wasn't complaining. Both he and Hermione reached their happy conclusion at the same time: the Institute would become the Potter family's legacy. The atmosphere inside Ambrosia's was definitely celebratory in nature. The guests who were currently enjoying the wonderful cuisine and hospitality this restaurant was famed for certainly had good reasons to be celebrating. They'd each played their part in the minor miracle of getting the Potter Institute not only built, but up and running, and ready to receive their first students come September. In reality, they had hardly stopped celebrating since the families of their new first years had left the Institute on Sunday evening. Every single family left the Institute showering it in glowing praise, and, more importantly, had also signed up their children to attend within hours of arriving. After sending out the official acceptance letters for the rest of the years, as well as many more, "Sorry, your son's daughter has been unsuccessful in their application," replies, all that had been left to do was look forward to tonight. The restaurant had its own photographer, though Luna was taking a few snaps too. Both of course agreed the Institute would have final say on any pictures that appeared in newspapers, though the restaurant was certainly free to hang any photos they wanted on their own walls. Sirius joking that there would soon be a few more framed pictures of Harry tastefully adorning the restaurant didn't bother his godson. Ambrosia's manager and staff had pulled out all the stops for the Institute tonight. Harry considered some pictures and a few quietly asked for autographs was a small price to pay for all their efforts. Harry would also be picking up the bill for tonight and, while that wouldn't be small, seeing everyone have a great time meant it would be worth every galleon. They'd reached that point in the evening where Pomona had stood to say a few words. She thanked everyone for all their hard work, while looking forward to the challenges they would face once the Institute officially opened its doors to students in a few days. Thanking Harry for making everything she'd just spoken about possible, including arranging tonight's celebration, Pomona then offered the Institute's owner a chance to address all the people he'd invited. Their friends who had holidayed with them for most of the summer were also here tonight, sharing a table with the betrothed couple. The addition to their group sat in her now default position, between Harry and Hermione, and sparkled, with only a little of that sparkle being due to the new dress she was wearing. Joan had slotted into this group as though she belonged there, and also knew what Harry's surprise was going to be. It was hard to contain so much joy in her little body, so it was leaking out and encompassing everyone within range. Surrounded by his friends and family, with Hermione's constant support through their rings, it was a different Harry who stood to spring his surprise on all but a choose few. The first day of summer was one of the longest days of Hermione's and my life, but what a day. That was the day the Potter Institute began its journey from an idea in our heads to the thing that now has ties to everyone in this room. That night I made a promise to some people we were trying to coax into joining us on our dream of building a school, that if we could be ready to open by the 1st of September I would treat the entire staff to a night in the best restaurant we knew. I always keep my promises, and am delighted we're all here tonight. This drew tumultuous applause from within the restaurant, since all of the people there had heard a version of that meeting from those who were actually on the terrace for that life-changing sales pitch. I remember there being a protest outside Ambrosia that day too, though apparently tonight's crowd is much larger, and a lot more vocal. I've also been assured by Amelia that there are enough of her aurors outside to handle it, and we should just enjoy our evening. By the anger on display out there tonight, I'm surprised both me and the Institute aren't drowning under waves of howlers on a daily basis. George simply couldn't resist a quip at that. Since all the Weasleys are attending, our mum doesn't need to send any. This drew some laughter before Barchoke gave Harry the real reason. "We handle all correspondence for you in the Institute, and no one would dare send a howler to Gringotts." The seriousness behind Barchoke's presentation of his comment for some reason set Joan off giggling. This started others off too, and it soon spread throughout the restaurant. Since Barchoke was already a fully paid-up member of the "wrapped around Joan's little finger" club, he couldn't help but smile along. He was also one of the few present who knew this young girl was shortly about to have her greatest wish come true. Barchoke had probably smiled more tonight than he had in years, probably ruining his reputation as a tough goblin negotiator too. Things had changed so much that Neville felt comfortable making a comment that everyone heard as well. "I think it's all Luna's fault. Those pictures in the Quibbler of the new first year's visit to the Institute was a real slap in the face to those who didn't get accepted." Ron got in on the act too. "Yeah, Luna, that wasn't very nice. Those pictures showing how much better the shops in Naples are was just kicking people while they're down, and crying about how much gold they were losing." Susan managed to hold her laughter back long enough to get a crack of her own in. That the prophet didn't even know about their visit to Italy was just terrible. The Quibbler had wonderful pictures plastered all over it, and all the prophet had that day was a story about regurgitating toilets inside the ministry building. "What have you got to say for yourself, Lovegood?" As laughter rang around the restaurant, Luna was actually enjoying being jokingly teased by her friends. She enjoyed Neville leaning in and keying her much more though. Looking around, Harry couldn't fail to see the lives affected by the decisions he and Hermione had begun making since that night they met his parents. He hoped they would be proud of their son for his next actions. "I think it's fair to say that, for those of us here tonight, this has been a summer like no other. Hermione and I becoming betrothed was the start of it for us. Now we're ready to take the next step, and announce an impending addition to our family." This was greeted with gasps of shock. Even Hermione and Joan hugging didn't give the prank away. Dan and Emma's hysterical laughter was puzzling though, as was Barchoke's deep chuckling. Gillian standing from her table and, after receiving a scroll from Barchoke, walking over to Harry alerted the marauders they'd just been pranked. Everyone else though was still a few moments behind. A beaming Gillian handing Harry the scroll, before bending down to key **** Joan on the cheek, saw most of the guests now catching on. This scroll means that tonight, Joan will officially become a Potter. When offered this choice, Joan only asked for one thing, that the day she joined our family would then be celebrated as her official birthday. "I would like everyone to join our celebration by singing a certain song." A more emotional rendition of "Happy Birthday" had rarely been heard. When Ambrosia's staff began wheeling out a magnificent cake with 4 lit candles on it, there was hardly a dry eye in the restaurant as emotions were running as freely as the wine. Joan stood with Harry and Hermione and blew the candles out. The three were then surrounded by friends and family as congratulations saw all of them receiving hugs. Sirius was congratulating Harry on a wonderful prank, before kidding Joan that keeping this a secret robbed her of lots of presents. Looking straight into his eyes, her answer of, "What more could I want?" began another round of hugging. "There is one thing you could do for your newest godchild. This scroll doesn't actually become official until 2 witnesses sign it. We thought Lord Black and Madame Amelia Bones' signatures on the document would stop anyone at the British Ministry trying to make a fuss about it." A delighted Sirius and Amelia soon made the entire process complete. With birthday cake now appearing on all the tables, everyone sat back down to eat even more. Augusta and Amelia were sitting at the table that also held the Grangers, Sirius and Francesca with Gillian and Barchoke completing the company. It was Augusta who posed a question to the table. "Now that Joan has been adopted, do you think they'll test to see who her actual parents are?" Emma couldn't have shot that idea down any further if she'd drawn her gun. "Hermione and Harry are her family now. That's all Joan needs to know. The little darling had made it clear she doesn't want to know any more than that." It was Gillian who then actually surprised the rest of the people sitting around the table. "In all honesty, I wouldn't have expected any other answer. The staff have actually been approached by quite a few of our older children. We were all staying with Harry when he was injured at the Wizengamot session held about the orphanage, so they understood what happened, and why. Every single one of them who came forward also made it plain they didn't want any parental test done on them. Not only didn't they want to be associated with anyone who would attack Harry, they now have far brighter futures to look forward to than at any time in the orphanage's history. The 3 older girls who recently joined us after being abandoned by their fleeing families also had a profound effect on everyone. An emotional Jillian needed a sip of wine before continuing, with the rest of the table now hanging on her every word. Our children now have vastly improved facilities and excellent levels of care under the rule of the Black Orphanage Board, with admission to the Potter Institute at 11 already guaranteed. For the first time ever, our children recognize they have wonderful opportunities to make their own way in life. There will be parents currently outside this restaurant protesting that their children are being denied access to a wonderful school while ours will automatically attend there, and be treated the same as every other student when they do. If that isn't a reason to enjoy the best celebration I've ever had, I don't know what is. None at the table had realized the restaurant had become silent around them as people listened into Jillian's words that came straight from her heart. Joan crawled onto Jillian's lap, hugging the person who always looked after everyone in her care. Keying the little girl's forehead, Jillian made no attempt to hide the joy she felt. "A very happy birthday to you. I couldn't possibly have chosen a better family for you, and know you'll be so very happy there." A beaming Sirius couldn't help himself. And that right there, ladies and gentlemen, is the reason why Miss Jillian Green not only manages the orphanage, she's now on its board of directors. I'm only glad we managed to snap her up, before my godson coaxed her into working at some institute in Italy. A now blushing Jillian was soon joined by Hermione and Harry, with the latter now revealing his last surprise of the evening. "I have of course spoken to Headmistress Sprout about this, and know I need to approach the orphanage board with any proposal for the orphans. Since every member of that board is currently sitting here, I'm just going to put it out there. The Potter Institute would like to invite those who live and work at the Black Orphanage to spend Christmas with us in Italy." Hermione's hand was already in the air as she called for the board to vote on the matter. Barchoki's hand was quick to follow, as was Neville's and both her parents. Francesca's hand was clasped in Sirius as she raised both their hands together. A smiling Harry was looking down at an emotional Jillian. "Miss Green, I was hoping for a unanimous vote here." Joan slid of her lap, allowing Jillian to stand. She surprised Harry by keying him on both cheeks, before giving Hermione the same treatment. "Miss Granger, I'm sure you won't take it the wrong way. When I say your Harry is the best thing that ever happened to me." With 3 Grangers, his friend Neville and the Potters Gringotts account manager on the board of directors, I know exactly who we have to thank for dramatically changing all our lives. Sirius's half-hearted protests were drowned out by cheers as Jillian then raised her hand to make the acceptance of Harry's offer unanimous. A smiling Pomona stood and raised her glass, offering a toast to the Potter Institute, a toast that was gladly taken up by everyone in the restaurant. Augustus had accepted the slight risk walking into Gringotts presented. After spending over a decade in Azkaban though, he was certain the chances of him being recognized by a witch or wizard while making the quick trip was minimal. With the hair on his head now far grayer and receding, while sporting a beard that would further confuse anyone looking too closely, Augustus also deliberately chose a time when the bank wasn't busy. No identification was required by the goblin teller, nor asked for, when simply exchanging a bag of gold for Muggle currency. They wanted to exit Britain without attracting any attention from the Ministry of Magic, and the easiest way to do that was to travel while posing as Muggles. Augustus had also apparated to Dover on scouting missions, mainly to see what types of clothing he would need to purchase, but a look at the ferry boarding procedures couldn't hurt either. He then spent some time in second-hand clothes shops, putting together travel clothing for the group. September the 1st saw all 4 apparating to a deserted site in Dover Augustus had already picked out. Confundus charms cast on 4 pieces of parchment were all that was needed to get the group on board, convincing any Muggle who inquired that they had the proper tickets and documentation for the journey. It was an excited group who sat at a corner table in the ferry restaurant, drinking beer and eating food they didn't have to cook themselves. Washing fried chicken down with a cold beer had Bellatrix in a very good mood. That, and they'd finally started their mission to search for their master. She stared Augustus right in the eyes and paid him a compliment, in her own inimitable style. "All those times you would disappear off for hours, I was sure you were just trying to take a break from us. It seems you really did put some work in. You made today look easy, and these clothes aren't half bad. Good job, and can we have more beer?" Nodding in acceptance, Augustus tried to make his position clear. I was the obvious person to arrange this part, so I did the best I could. When we reach where we're headed, these clothes would see us murdered. Wearing the robes in our bags won't get us taken seriously either, but I couldn't buy what you and Rodolphus will need to mingle with the right type of dark families. That will be up to you two to arrange, buying the right robes and seeking out invitations. Rabastan and I will be fine wearing what robes we've already got while rooting out information from the lower classes, with fire whiskey and a few gold coins to loosen tongues. One way or another, we'll pick up news of our master. A wizard as powerful as the Dark Lord will always leave traces as he passes through. As Augustus left to buy more drinks from the bar, Rabastan felt he had to say something to his family. He won't betray us, you know. That just proves once more how smart he is, because only a fool would betray us. Bella, Augustus is loyal to our Lord. He's loyal to me, I'm family to him. Apart from our Lord, he's also the most brilliant wizard I've ever met. None of us three could have pulled this off today, yet Augustus had us appropriately dressed and so well coached that we waltzed on board this ferry without a second glance from anyone. As Augustus arrived back with the beers, Bella lifted hers and nodded to her brother-in-law. You know, this is actually quite a civilized way to travel. A toast to finding our Lord. 4 glasses clinked together, symbolizing their joint purpose as the Channel ferry they were sitting on board already had them out of Britain and heading for Calais on its short trip to France. In their roles as deputy headmistress and steward of House Potter, Minerva and Remus portkeyed out to the London branch of Gringotts. Minerva would handle the portkeying of all the students who were attending the institute, while Remus was there to assure she got her work done in peace. The official refusal notices from the institute had set off something of a storm back in Britain. Pureblood families being refused something they desperately wanted by a half-blood upstart upset the natural order of how things were supposed to work within magical Britain. The matter had even been raised in the Wizengamot chamber, but too many members owed money to Black and Potter's company for it to gain any support there. Amelia took great delight in pointing out the blindingly obvious: the institute was owned by Harry Potter, and it was solely his decision on who received invitations to attend. Amelia had to split her auror force today, covering Diagon Alley as well as platform 9 3/4. As she walked down the alley toward Gringotts with the abbots, Amelia was certain she made the right decision. There were witches and wizards standing around the alley, staring at those families leading their children into Gringotts. Susan and Hannah's appearance almost started a riot. Having been involved in the design of the institute robes, and been fitted for theirs while holidaying with Harry over the summer, both girls proudly wore them as they marched to the bank. Amelia actually had to pull her wand on a group of reporters and photographers who all but mobbed the girls with their enthusiasm for pictures and quotes, but her aurors soon had the situation back under control. A huff from Hannah's mother was followed by a remark aimed at both girls. I told you it would be provocative to wear them before reaching the bank. Both girls had benefited greatly from spending the summer with friends, and were growing in confidence by the day. Mum, a school uniform should not be enough to set off a reaction like that. We're very proud of our new school, and have no intention of hiding the fact we're attending the Potter Institute. We'll be there for another 4 years, so people will just have to get used to it. Neville and Luna arrived just behind them. They too were dressed as institute students. One of the shopkeepers actually had the nerve to shout at Augusta as she led her grandson and his girlfriend toward Gringotts. I thought the Longbottoms were on the Hogwarts Board of Governors. How can you send your grandson off to this abomination? Pinning the shopkeeper with a look that would have withered Devil's Snare, Augusta's rebuke could be heard the entire length of the alley. Since Dumbledore ignores every request the Hogwarts Board makes of him, I didn't see any point continuing and resigned my position. My grandson is attending the best school I've ever seen, with some of the top professors in all of Europe. What gives you the right to publicly rebuke me for accepting that offer? If your takings are down, what right have you to shout at people for shopping elsewhere? I'm going to be out of business if this is allowed to continue. If anything, Augusta's glare intensified while talking a step toward the shopkeeper. And just how are you going to stop it? Let me give you a few clues. Standing, protesting outside a restaurant or berating witches and wizards as they walk down the alley will never be the answer to helping your business. They walked away, only for the Weasleys and Bulstrodes to follow on behind, their Potter Institute robes looking bright and resplendent too. The sky blue robes, proudly displaying the Institute's Inspire logo, were like a breath of fresh air when compared to the decaying atmosphere now being generated in the alley. A steady stream of families headed toward Gringotts over the next couple of hours, tellingly with none of them purchasing anything in the alley. Back at the Institute, the owner and staff of the shop chosen to supply the Institute students with uniforms and robes arrived. They brought large trunks of shrunken pie uniforms with them, as the Institute students would get their supplies today. All the new first years had been measured and fitted on their visit to Naples. A trip to the wand shop had also taken place. They would be arriving later, to find everything they needed already in their allocated room. The first students to arrive were the Patel twins and Lavender. The pair of former Gryffindors proceeded to squeal and gasp in amazement at everything they could see around them. Hermione though knew exactly how to divert their attention. After Pomona had officially greeted the girls, Hermione pointed them in the direction of where they could get their new uniform and robes. Since she, Harry and Ginny were standing already wearing theirs, poor Padma was dragged out of there so fast she almost suffered a whiplash injury as both fashionistas couldn't wait to be dressed so finely. Dean and Seamus were next to arrive. Dean's low whistle was the only obvious sign both were very impressed with their new school. The two were also delighted that Ginny offered to lead them to where the wizards were being fitted for their uniforms. Michael Corner and Wayne Hopkins portkeyed in next, with Pomona obviously knowing the former Puff better. Harry then led both to where they could get fitted for their uniforms. "It's good to have you here, guys. I understand some people you know from Hogwarts didn't make it to Italy, but that really couldn't be helped. The Institute was never set up to replace Hogwarts, just as an alternative. Our numbers are locked at 20 students per year." Wayne summed it up for both of them. "There will be some really pissed off people getting on the Hogwarts Express today. While we certainly get why they're angry, both Michael and me are just so glad to be here. Did you hear Percy Weasley and Penny Clearwater are now professors at Hogwarts? They were both on the Express with us at the end of summer. I'll take Sprout running things over Dumbledore any day." Hermione's "told you so" in his head had Harry's smile growing wider. The next to arrive were the Greengrass sisters and a Tracy Davis who thanked Hermione profusely every 2 steps they took. Thankfully they quickly found themselves ready to be fitted for their robes. Ginny soon followed, bringing Sue Lee and Megan Jones with her. Harry had almost the exact same conversation as before while leading Justin and Ernie to the waiting tailors. Both had an identical very high opinion of Headmistress Sprout and were delighted to be attending the Institute, no matter who didn't make it. All three were waiting on their friends arriving. This had been deliberately timed to build a break in the uniform fitting process, and provide a few more guides to initially show the new students around. A bubbly Susan and Hannah were first to arrive, hugging their 3 friends who were waiting. Neville and Luna were next, finally followed by the Weasleys and Millie. Pomona then began issuing their tasks. "I need a couple of people here to lead the arrivals to the tailors. The students fitted for uniforms then need to show our accommodation, demonstrate the systems to anyone not used to them, then lead them to Dan and Emma to finalize their room allocation." They quickly agreed to work in rotation, leading the new arrivals and then picking up whoever was already done and led them to the accommodation block. After dropping them off with Dan and Emma, they would return here to start over again. Harry volunteered to go first. Hermione's raised eyebrow was the only visible clue they were holding a conversation. "You're volunteering for Lavender and Parvati. I invited them here, I should be the one to put up with their squealing at the slightest thing. Their first sight of the pool will probably see my hearing permanently damaged. It was them, or Boot and Goldstein. I think we're better without the arrogance and sense of entitlement those two would bring with them. I thought Tracy was going to get down on her knees and key **** my feet, now that's a massive change right there." Harry was smiling at Hermione's memory of the event. It looks like a lot of people had their sights set on the few unallocated places the Institute had left. I suppose their disappointment explains some of the grief we've been getting from Britain. Their mental conversation went unnoticed as Ginny had volunteered to go next, which was Dean and Seamus, and instantly attracted her 3 brothers' attention. Millie was going to be Mandy's roommate, so it made sense for her to show the former Puff around. Harry left as the rest sorted out who would do what. Hermione's quip, "At least the Creevies have already chosen their room, so you don't have to do that once more had him smiling. As he approached the trio of hyper girls, Harry asked them who was rooming with who. Any particular reason you want to know, Harry? Lavender flirted back at him. Padma snorted her disgust at Lavender's blatant attempt at gaining Harry's attention. I'm rooming with Sue Lee, Harry. I don't want to be around when Hermione kicks these two out your institute. I'm here to learn, and can't thank you enough for this fantastic opportunity. Knowing Harry would do whatever Hermione suggested, Lavender immediately apologized. Sorry, Harry, you know I was only joking. Harry advised Padma to wait on Sue Lee, before leaving with the temporary cowed gossip twins in tow. Headmistress Sprout had quite the chat with Fred and George. The institute is going out of its way to have them attending. In return, their behavior will undergo a radical makeover, otherwise they'll be back at Hogwarts and being taught by Percy. The line between pranks and bullying can be an exceedingly thin one, so the twins will adopt a no pranks policy while attending here. He stopped walking, turning around to face both witches. The line between gossip and slander is also easily crossed, and there's a lot fewer students here, with no house loyalties to hide behind either. You are going to see things today that will blow your mind. We're all really proud of the institute, and both of you know the alternative. Like the twins, we're going out on a bit of a limb for you too. Then again, the entire purpose of the institute is to provide opportunities to witches and wizards they wouldn't get in Hogwarts or Britain. It's up to each witch and wizard whether they grasp the offered opportunities. Harry began walking again, and it was two thoughtful witches who followed. He then dangled a carrot in front of them. If you two behave, I'll introduce you to the witch who's stolen my heart. This didn't seem like much. Harry, we've roomed with Hermione for the last 3 years. Ah, but I didn't say it was Hermione, did I? It was a cautious Parvati who asked the next question. Does Hermione know? Of course, and she loves her as much as I do. With Hermione laughing in his head, Harry easily ignored the questions both girls were now peppering him with. He'd reached the first accommodation room to show the girls. Opening the door stopped all questions as effectively as a silencing charm. The large room contained a pair of single beds, a double wardrobe with mirror doors, a designated purpose-built study desk area and a door that led to their own bathroom, with a walk-in shower cubicle too. Flicking a few switches turned on the room lighting, bedside lamps and study area electric lights. Lifting the telephone, Harry explained about the facility to phone home, both witches confirming their families were on the list to get phones installed as quickly as possible. Harry had saved the best to last though, pulling back the curtains to reveal floor-to-ceiling glass sliding doors, and the balcony beyond. The girls drunkenly staggered forward onto the balcony, and both burst into tears. Harry placed a comforting arm around each of their shoulders. So, I take it your minds are blown. Harry, I don't have the words. For Lavender, that was really saying something. Now, this is only one of 4 types of accommodation available. The rooms are basically the same but what's through these doors is slightly different for each one. This is a first-floor pool view, looks fantastic but that's the staff accommodation over there on the other leg of the pie. There will be a full tour later, by year groups and led by the staff. This is only so you can put a request in for your favorite room type, and so we can get you settled in before dinner tonight. Across the corridor, you'll get a seat mountain view, and probably see the corner of my villa too. The girls shot out of there to witness the view from the other room, and of course get a glance at Harry's home. After going downstairs and seeing the rooms that had patios instead of balconies, it was a couple of confused witches who left with Harry to give Hermione's parents, and now their professors, a decision on what type of accommodation they preferred. Their minds went into meltdown though when a young girl shot across the classroom and jumped into Harry's arms. It's actually happening, I'm so excited. I start classes on Monday too. I didn't know Hermione had a younger sister. Instead of answering Lavender's question, Harry just introduced the girl currently in his arms. Parvati, Lavender, I'd like to introduce you to Joan Potter. I'll leave you with Dan and Emma, it's going to be hard for us remembering they're our professors too. Putting her down, Harry left with a chatty Joan's hand held in his, Hermione's laughter once more ringing in his head. Pav, I've just realized how difficult it's going to be attending a school where the owner knows you so well. I don't care, this place is fantastic. Both then sat down to chat with Hermione's parents. Snacks were being served all day in the hall while the same procedures were carried out for the new 3rd and then 2nd years. The fourth years were getting their tour of Pi by the time the first years began arriving. Since they had already visited and chosen their preferred room type, they simply headed down the corridor to their already allocated room, where everything they needed was waiting on them. After the last of the new first year reached the institute, Minerva and Remus returned too, both looking as if they needed a stiff drink. None of the friends who'd spent the summer with Harry had gone on the fourth, or third year, tours. Remus headed straight for the group. I dealt with a whole bunch of disgruntled parents, but we expected that. Dumbledore turned up too. Barchoke wouldn't let him through to see either Minerva or me. That's certainly one we owe him. I could actually hear Dumbledore getting louder and louder as Barchoke basically told him to bugger off, repeatedly. So, plan B then. Harry couldn't help but key **** Hermione for remaining so calm, while Joan giggled at them keying. A nodding Remus still gave them a reminder. You don't leave Italy until Sirius or me calls for Dobby. Looking around, Ron asked where Sirius and Francesca were. He wants this to be our day, so they're in London at the orphanage. They'll both be here later. We'll try and be back for the headmistress's welcoming speech. That had Hermione giggling in his head. This is the Potter Institute, Pomona will wait for you. As the fourth-year students poured back in, all could see the reasoning behind not starting classes tomorrow, Friday. It would probably take at least until Monday to scrape this lot off the ceiling, though Dean was quickly down on his knees thanking them for the TV room. He really missed watching the football while at Hogwarts. Ernie too was raving about the available facilities. Justin took us to a movie during the summer, it was brilliant. To think we have a cinema here. When the pool was next to be mentioned in glowing terms, Harry was pretty sure this was going to go on for hours yet. Hermione took Joan over to Emma. Harry and her had somewhere else to be later. In any instance of running contraband by Channel Ferry, whether that contraband would be people, alcohol, drugs or guns, the direction of the illegal traffic was almost exclusively from Calais into Dover. It stood to reason then that boarding a ferry in Calais for Dover saw passengers facing far greater levels of scrutiny than those traveling in the opposite direction. Tom watched through those possessed eyes as passengers from Britain disembarked with barely any checks in place at all. Yet, for him and Wormtail to board the same ferry at Calais, the Muggles were carrying out an array of tests, including passing any baggage carried on through some sort of electrical scanner. Since one of their bags had a featherlight charm on it, and expanded on the inside to transport Nagini, Tom had no idea how the Muggle device would react to any scan of that. With armed police standing all around, they simply couldn't risk drawing any attention to themselves. Tom had a plan though, and it was time to put it to the test. Casting the disillusionment charm on himself, Wormtail and their baggage, Tom grabbed Peter by the shoulder and slowly led him to where they needed to be. It took nearly 15 minutes for the right set of circumstances to appear. A holiday maker returning to Britain after spending a caravanning break in Europe. It is of course illegal, and highly dangerous, to have passengers inside a caravan as it is towed. Since it would be less than 100 yards onto the ferry, and that distance covered at very low speed, Tom didn't count that as a risk at all. As the caravan paused in the traffic queue to board the ferry, a quick notice me not charm on the door took care of anyone seeing it opening. Alohomora saw both of them and their luggage safely inside the caravan before it began moving again. While still invisible to the Muggles, they were driven onto the very same Channel ferry 4 Death Eaters had just disembarked from. The last students had disembarked from the train, with the head boy and head girl directing any stragglers toward the horseless carriages. A pair of cloaked figures with their hoods raised then stepped off the railway carriage nearest the big red engine. Another two figures became visible either side of the pair that had just exited the train. Remus promised Dumbledore you'd be on the express today. Thanks to Dobby, you've just kept that promise. There can be no risk of any magical backlash against Remus now, so can we get the hell out of here and go home? That Sirius now thought of Italy as home pleased the young couple bracketed by their escorts, but they weren't ready to leave just yet. I need to talk with someone very important. It will take 2 minutes, and we've all got our portkeys, with Dobby standing by too. In 2 minutes, I'm invoking a Potter emergency portkey situation, and the clock is already ticking. Harry and Hermione quickly sprinted down a path they'd last trodden exactly 3 years ago this very evening. Hagrid was herding this year's few charges into the boats when he realized they had company. His pink umbrella was instantly pointed at this pair of intruders. "State business, and I'd better like answer. We just stopped by to see a friend." As Harry spoke, they both lowered their hoods. The change in Hagrid was dramatic and immediate. "Ari, Hermione, what the blazes are ye doin', I thought ye would be goin' to her own school." "We are, Hagrid, but couldn't leave Hogwarts without saying goodbye to you." This saw both of them engulfed in one of Hagrid's hugs, until Sirius broke up the party. "Guys, we need to get out of here." Hagrid shouting both your names was probably loud enough to be heard all the way up in the castle. They both knew Sirius was right, but had one more thing to do first. "Hagrid, how would you like to spend Christmas with us in Italy? All the kids from the Black Orphanage are coming too, and you'd get to meet Joan Potter. Trust me, that alone is worth the trip." And now tearful Hagrid could only nod his acceptance, the power of speech having temporarily left him. Harry barely had time to tell his large friend that Gringotts would make all the arrangements before Sirius forced them to activate their portkeys. "You really do have a lot of friends at the Institute, Hagrid, and they'll all be looking forward to seeing you at Christmas." Remus was nodding in agreement with Sirius, while thinking this situation couldn't have worked out any better for them. Within minutes of the boat's landing at the castle, it would be all over Hogwarts that Harry Potter had been here tonight. The Marauder only wished there was some way they could witness Dumbledore's reactions to that news. It was only after Sirius and Remus had portkeyed away, one of the 11-year-olds felt brave enough to ask a question. "Mr. Hagrid, sir, was that really Harry Potter?" "Yep, and a better friend ye couldn't wish for." Albus was livid before he arrived in the Great Hall for the sorting feast. Lupin had promised him Potter would be on the Hogwarts Express today. After staking out platform 9 3/4 until the express left for Hogwarts, he could say with a degree of certainty that Potter wasn't on the train. Not only that, the platform appeared a lot less crowded than Albus had expected. He then had to suffer the ignominy of being given the runaround by that blasted goblin inside Gringotts. The creature had the gall to confirm Lupin was inside the bank, but too busy to see him. A raging Albus had headed back to Hogwarts, with the added intention of checking on just what their actual student numbers were this year. Discovering Dolores didn't know those figures, didn't even know it was part of her job to tally the numbers, only exacerbated his anger. Hearing her admitting to not visiting any potential new Muggle-born students almost saw Albus explode. Only spotting the magical register sitting in the corner of Minerva's old office offered some comfort, knowing it would still automatically generate and send the letters to students applicable to join as a Hogwarts first year. Any sense of comfort soon vanished, however, when he asked Dolores for the new timetables. "Any time we've had a meeting, the only subject you ever discussed was Potter. You never told me what else I was supposed to know and do as your deputy." At least Cornelius always explained exactly what he wanted to happen, and then it was up to me to make sure it did. He was left wondering whether it was Dolores's total ineptitude at any task or grading, constipated donkey, droning tones that saw that same Cornelius offload his senior undersecretary into Albus's fiefdom, thus explaining the various reasons behind why Albus Dumbledore was in such a snit. A quick glance around the Great Hall did nothing to alleviate his temper. Between those who had fled Britain and were attending Potter's school, it would seem at first glance Hogwarts was running with about half the students it would normally hold. Albus couldn't see any fourth years sitting at the Gryffindor house table. That had never happened before. Things certainly didn't improve when the new first years were led in to be sorted, all 11 of them. With 8 of those being sorted into Ravenclaw, 2 Slytherins and a lone Hufflepuff, that left Gryffindor with no first or fourth years. Hagrid sitting down and telling everyone within earshot, which was the entire Great Hall, that he would be spending Christmas with Harry Potter in Italy left Albus fit to be tied. Hagrid's retelling of talking with Potter and Granger while putting the first years on the boats had the headmaster seething at how close Potter had been, almost within his grasp. Only the largest number of announcements Albus could remember after an opening feast kept him sitting on his throne, though his food remained untouched. While he was desperate to rant and rave about how unjustly Albus Dumbledore was being treated, by absolutely everyone, he was the headmaster and stepped forward to inform the students of the decimation of the school's staff. After getting that mammoth task out of the way, Albus moved on to the announcement he'd actually been looking forward to. "It is also my painful duty to inform you that the Inter-House Quidditch Cup will not take place this year. There were a few derisive shouts at that announcement, which Albus ignored and simply continued on to the meat of what he had to say. This is due to an event that will be starting in October, and continuing throughout the school year, taking up much of the teacher's time and energy, but I am sure we will all enjoy it immensely. It gives me great pleasure to announce that this year Hogwarts will have the honor of hosting a very exciting event. Over the coming months, an event that has not been held for 2 centuries will be held here. It is my very great pleasure to inform you that the Triwizard Tournament will be taking place at Hogwarts. Albus was hoping hearing this news would generate at least some excitement. All he got from the students was apathy. He could only assume it was because none of them had ever heard of the tournament, so set out to rectify that. Some of you may never have heard of this tournament, so I hope those who do know will forgive me for giving a short explanation. The Triwizard Tournament was first established some 7 centuries ago to be a friendly competition between the 3 best magical schools in Europe. Now Albus got a wave of very enthusiastic reactions, just not the ones he was looking for. Does that mean the Potter Institute will be coming to Hogwarts? Will they be bringing any professors with them? Hogwarts will be safe if Potter returns. Silence. The Potter Institute is not one of the best schools in Europe, and ineligible to enter. After screaming at the entire Great Hall, Albus needed a couple of deep breaths to regain control of his anger. He also needed at least one Hogwarts student to put their name forward for the tournament. Looking around at the collection of terrified faces, that currently wasn't looking such a likely outcome. It was time to talk himself out of this deep hole he'd just dug and then jumped headfirst into. The rules have been changed to make it safer, due to the odd accident in past tournaments. Participants have to be of age, and I understand none of this institution's students have even sat their OWLs yet. The 3 competing schools will be Hogwarts, Beauxbatons, and Durmstrang. A champion will be selected to represent each school, and the champions will then compete in 3 exciting magical tasks. Deciding that now would be a very bad time to mention high death tolls amongst participants, and even the occasional spectator, Albus just skipped over that part. If their greed for gold led to potential participants not doing their research on past tournaments, that could hardly be counted as his fault. Beauxbatons and Durmstrang will be arriving with their contenders in October, and the selection of the 3 champions will take place at Halloween. An impartial judge will decide which students are most worthy to compete for the Triwizard Cup, the glory of their school, and 1,000 galleons prize money to the victorious champion. As expected, the sum mentioned had perked up a few sets of ears. Albus decided to send them off to bed, leaving them concentrating more on 1,000 galleons, rather than his earlier burst of temper. Albus didn't speak with his staff either. Hagrid's wide grin left him wanting to curse the giant fool, and he deliberately avoided looking anywhere near a mightily miffed Horace Slughorn. He was going to be spending half the night timetabling all the classes that were taking place in Hogwarts this year. There currently wasn't any staff Albus could pass the task onto, even the witch whose job it was supposed to be in the first place. Tom felt the cold hand of fear travel slowly down his spine. This was of course purely psychological, since he currently didn't have a body of his own, far less a spine. Something hadn't felt quite right at the Gaunt's former home, so Nagini had been sent in to do a bit of scouting. She'd returned to report that there was no sign of anyone there, nor any trace of foreign magic. He'd still sported great care approaching and entering the cabin, only to find one of his greatest treasures missing. Tom then began casting more aggressive spells, looking for clues. It was with one of these spells Tom discovered the actual spot where someone had destroyed a part of his soul. It felt a bit like standing at your own graveside. That was the only analogy a now terrified Dark Lord could come up with. The need for speed was now going to dictate, as well as limit, his available choices. Tom really needed a body of his own as quickly as possible. The entire Quirrell fiasco had highlighted just how vulnerable his current situation was, and also how quickly his host's body would start deteriorating. If they began brewing the required potion immediately, it would still take at least 3 weeks to complete it. With only Wormtail to assist, it would be nearer a month. There was also the choice to be made of whose blood to use for the ritual. There was a balance to be drawn between selecting the most powerful enemy, and choosing someone they could actually capture. Bertha wasn't what could be considered a powerful witch. Peter was able to control her, and he was at best mediocre in terms of raw magical power. It brought him back to the Dilemma that had haunted him since taking control of Bertha. Tom certainly had the power and ability to use a possessed Bertha and Peter's dark mark to summon any of his followers still at large. The plus side would have been the possibility of more competent followers. The negative sides were many, and so far had forced him to ignore this option. His power was what held his followers in check, power he wouldn't have until his spirit was contained in a body of his own. Since none of his followers had sought him out for over a decade, their continued loyalty was at best questionable. After reading of the Ministry purge on his followers, Tom wasn't even sure if the risk was worth it anymore. He would make plans to get the potion brewed, and work on a list of suitable candidates to snatch and use their blood in the ceremony. Once Tom had his own body, he wouldn't hesitate to call his followers, and see if any dared to appear in front of him. Friday at the Institute was spent sorting out classes and timetables. The first and second years presented no problems, third years now had to choose their electives. It was the fourth years where the headaches began. Since care of magical creatures, astronomy and divination were all subjects not being offered at the Institute, this left large gaps in a number of students' timetables. Added to that, the Institute students would be sitting the more comprehensive European exams. This meant dropping into fourth-year arithmancy or ancient runes wasn't a realistic option for anyone who hadn't any prior knowledge of the subjects. They would simply be too far behind their classmates, who themselves were playing catch-up. With Italian language classes and modern studies, replacing the poorly named Muggle studies, now compulsory for all students at the Institute, this at least filled some of the gaps. A new elective was also added, Basic Healing, where Poppy would teach the spells, Pomona the plants and Professor DeMarco the potions part of this course. Modern Studies was considered to be a better course subject title, since students would be using the skills being taught every single day they attended the Institute, and also when they entered the modern world outside their wards. The headmistress had already emphasized in her opening speech that no spells were to be performed in the accommodation block, due to the electrical systems and phones. As most students had now witnessed at least one person phoning home, no one wanted to mess with that system. There were also a number of letters forwarded to Gringotts in London, asking their families to have one of these systems installed as soon as possible. History of Magic was another tough choice for the Institute, since the course taught at Hogwarts in no way prepared their students for this new exam. Goblin rebellions barely rated a historical mention outside of the British Isles, and most of the Hogwarts students had slept through Binns classes anyway. The new history course consisted of a completely different curriculum. The collective decision was taken to start the fourth years at third year level and see how they progressed. Professors Vector and Babbling also made the same offer to any fourth years wanting to give their subject a try, start at third year and see how things go. Harry and Hermione were sitting in their massive garden, while Harry made his mind up exactly what courses he was choosing. They had been stitched up by their friends and the staff, with everyone pairing up for rooms and leaving them as the odd ones out. That this had been organized became clear as Harry and Hermione were allocated their rooms. They had adjoining rooms on the ground floor at the very end of the accommodation block, with a large living area between their bedrooms. That there was also an additional small bedroom, presumably set aside for Joan, settled any doubts this had been well planned. Their garden took up the entire end of the student accommodation block, and a swing park was now tucked into a little space on the other side of their garden fence. This was proving very popular amongst the staff who had small children, with even some of Signora Riccio's daycare classes planned to be held there. Both could hear Joan's laughter as they watched a smiling Dan push her on one of the swings. Harry couldn't help but smile to himself. It's wonderful to hear her so happy, and I love the swing park they sneaked into the design. Dudley and his gang made the park at Little Whining a scary place, when there weren't any parents around. That will never happen here. He received a key on the cheek before Hermione asked him if he'd made his mind up about classes. Yes, I certainly want to put my name down for the healing elective, and ask for entrance exams into fourth-year ancient runes and arithmancy. Might as well see if Tom's knowledge can be used for something useful. Along with charms, transfiguration, potions, defense, history of magic, herbology, modern studies and our Italian classes, that puts both of us on the same course load. Babbling and Vector will certainly allow the Institute's owner to sit those exams. Don't expect that position to gain you even one extra mark though. Hermione's smile was because he wouldn't need any favors from the professors involved. They were in each other's heads so much now Hermione would ensure Harry passed, even although she was right and both professors would certainly play everything entirely by the numbers. Sharing the thought of Professor Vector playing strictly by the numbers had both of them laughing. As Harry set off to discuss his situation with the professors, Hermione casually vaulted over the garden fence into the swing park. They still trained every day and both had never been physically fitter. Harry suggested asking her mum and dad to spend the evening with the three of them. Their special accommodation was actually larger than the Grangers' staff ones, and the five of them would have far more room in their garden, rather than trying to crush onto her parents' balcony. Since she'd first set foot in Italy, Joan had eaten every meal sitting beside either Harry or Hermione, usually between both. She didn't think the fact they were now living at the Institute, or that there was now another 80 students there, were any reasons to stop having her meals with them. As Harry, Hermione and their friends who had holidayed with them over the summer just treated this as normal, none of the other students thought to say anything about the 4-year-old sitting amongst them. Then again, with no house or staff tables, sitting for meals was a fluid situation that could see you having dinner with a few of your professors, and even their families. There was some semblance of normality though for the former Gryffindors as Professor McGonagall handed them their timetables. All conversation ceased for a few moments while their attention focused on how they'd be spending their time until the summer. A grinning Ron summed it up nicely. "There's nothing on here to complain about. Even starting our week off with 3 hours of potions doesn't bother me." With his eyebrows wagging in what Seamus thought was a suggestive manner, he couldn't wait to comment on that. Could it be because the subject will be taught by the gorgeous Professor DeMarco, and not some greasy bastard? Harry was all over that, knowing this would carry more authority coming from him, rather than Hermione verbally tearing Seamus a new one. The rather large wizard sitting next to Professor DeMarco is her husband, who just happens to also be the Italian ministry's version of a hit wizard. Their children are also becoming friends with Joan, and children innocently carry stories about what they've heard and seen to their friends and parents. Hearing that had Seamus sitting his knife and fork down, he'd suddenly lost his appetite. Seeing this, Harry continued and now included everyone sitting there. "This is an entirely different setting to Hogwarts, and we all need to think about what we say and do while sitting here. If what we say or do would be out of place if a professor was having breakfast at the table with us, then it's simply out of place full stop, so keep it to yourself." While nodding in agreement with that sentiment, Dean tried to deflect some of the attention away from his roommate. "No problem, but can I ask why, not meaning Joan, there are other kids here?" This earned a shoulder shrug from Harry. "They live here, the Institute is currently their home." It was left to Hermione to explain the reasoning behind that. "We wanted the Institute to be the best, so that means you need the best people teaching too. These same people, due to the fact they actually are some of the best, need to be enticed to work here. Providing free family accommodation and childcare as part of their employment package was a big enough incentive to get them to come here and teach you lot." Ron's chuckling saw quite a few people focusing on him. "What, you think this place just came about by chance? The clue is in the name, Potter Institute, that means these two were involved in everything. They worked their backsides off all summer, even when they were supposed to be on holiday." Jones giggles at her, Uncle Ron's, use of the word, backside, perfectly illustrated that little ears could and would pick up everything. Hugging the girl, and promising to see her at lunch, Joan quickly left to join her new classmates and Signora Riccio. The fourth years headed off to their first class at the Institute, a full morning of potions. It was a group of stunned students who left the class. Harry found himself being hugged by Susan and Hannah in thanks. Ron was sporting a wide grin, and not just because Millie was on his arm. That certainly didn't feel like 3 hours, best potions class ever. "I'm also loving the idea of one class, then lunch." The normally unflappable Miss Greengrass appeared to be in shock. What just happened in there? Sue Lee was broadcasting a smile that looked wider than her face could accommodate. "I agree with Ron, quite simply the best potions lesson we've ever had. I guess we now know the difference between elite and ordinarily. Thank you so much for inviting me here, Harry, and I promise I won't let you down. I want to be a potions mistress, and my chances of becoming one just got a huge boost." Face shields, gloves, aprons, with fume removal systems above your cauldron and sinks between stations. That's before we even consider the light and airy room, and superb professor. What we just experienced is so far removed from Snape's dungeon that it should be classed as a different subject. Justin was spouting rapturously about the lesson they'd just left when a horrible thought just struck him. What do we say to anyone stuck at Hogwarts? Most of us still have friends there, but it would be just too cruel to write them how great the Institute really is. The sound of laughter cut Justin off. The people who had made it here were more determined than ever to do their best, and well understood that anyone at Hogwarts would steal their place without a second's hesitation. They did agree it would be cruel to tell them though, except most knew someone at Hogwarts they'd love to see turning green with envy. And that Justin is probably the biggest compliment you could have paid us. What about you, Nev? Knowing that Snape picked on his godbrother almost as much as himself, Harry was interested on how he'd found that class. To be honest, I'm actually livid. I feel as if I've wasted 3 years with Snape, and had come to loathe potions. I agree with Justin, that lesson was like being taught an entirely different subject. Professor DeMarco was amazing, and I loved every minute of it. I'm now really looking forward to the new healing initiative too, using ingredients we've grown ourselves. It was an extremely happy class of 4th years who headed off to lunch. The first taste of lessons at the Institute had certainly whetted their appetite for more of the same. Hermione dragged Harry over to the table where her parents were sitting, desperate to hear how their first lesson had gone. She barely got her first question out before they were joined by an ecstatic Joan, who just had to tell them in great detail how wonderful her morning had been. A smiling Dan couldn't help but find the situation funny. Don't worry, our first lesson is going to be pretty much the same for everybody, covering systems at the Institute few witches and wizards will have come across before. We get your class next, though we'll go into those systems in a lot more depth as you are 4th years. How are the double periods working out? I know Pomona was concerned it might be too long. It was actually Millie who answered for the group, since Harry and Hermione were focused on Joan while Ron was eating. The first one was great, it flew past. We have you next, 3rd year arithmancy or 4th year runes. Our timetable sees us end every day with Italian language classes, before dinner at 6. That's why Ron is loading up on food, so he can make it to dinner time. This drew chuckles from everyone sitting at the table, which Ron took in good nature. He even swallowed the food in his mouth before defending himself. Millie really was having a good influence on the redhead. Hey, I love one class and then lunch. We now have 3 single-period classes before dinner, that's a long time. It was then Emma let them into a little secret. We're all trying to keep our lessons relevant to you all. Professor Palazzo has her classroom set up like a cafe today, teaching you to go up and ask for things in Italian. Do you get to eat the snacks? Emma's nod of confirmation put a wide smile on Ron's face. Mate, have I told you how much I love your institute? This reduced Millie to kinks of laughter, and had everyone else smiling too. Since Joan looked as if she was going to talk the entire lunch hour, Hermione was having to coax her to eat in between stories. Dan and Emma headed off to their classroom. Setting their equipment up, Dan couldn't help but chuckle. Joan will either be too excited to sleep tonight, or will conk right out from all the energy she's expending. Feeling sadness being transmitted over their bracelets, he immediately stopped what he was doing and had his wife wrapped in his arms. What brought this on? Knowing she couldn't hide her feelings from Dan, Emma tried to explain what just happened. I watched those two dealing with Joan, they're just so natural at it. Then I remembered Hermione, only a couple of years older than Joan is now, coming home in tears. One of the girls at school had cruelly asked her if she brushed her hair with a toffee apple, just the retelling had Hermione breaking into sobs. I told her not to be silly, and sent her off to wash her face before we had tea. It's a sad indictment on my parenting skills when our teenage daughter is already a better mother figure now than I ever was to her. Hey, that's not fair on you. We're getting better at this parenting lark all the time, and I just love our new family, as well as our new jobs and lives. I hardly recognize the people we were before the summer, and I'm certain we're going to be kick-ass grandparents. I just hope those two take some time to enjoy their lives together before taking that step. This drew a wan smile from Emma, and a confident prediction. They will. Dan's raised eyebrow left her having to explain. You are well aware the difference these bracelets make to our lives." A growl from Dan of, "Best invention ever," also saw Emma getting well keyed. Wearing a genuine grin now, Emma held him close so Dan knew she agreed with his opinion on their bracelets, but continued with her explanation. "We both know their rings connect those two to a far higher degree than we are, and everything they do is focused on protecting and growing that bond they share." Hermione explained it to me as something like an emotional feedback loop. Keying Harry may be very pleasurable, but feeling how much each other is enjoying the experience too then amplifies both their emotions. Well, you get what I mean. If they lose control, then she says it's like they lose themselves, and that would never do for either of them. They're trying to dampen it down to a level compatible to what our bracelets do for us. Since dampening their feelings toward each other goes against everything they currently believe in, their physical relationship is going to probably progress at a snail's pace. She could feel the joy coming from Dan as she said that, which quite annoyed his wife. "Really? You're pleased about that?" Knowing where his wife's thoughts had taken her, Dan couldn't help but smile as he answered. "No, I was not pleased at our daughter's slight problem. We both know there will be marriage, children and even grandchildren from that relationship. It was something completely different that made me happy. You have this image of yourself as a bad mother, yet our daughter could talk to you about her relationship with Harry in such depth. I think you're being much too hard on yourself. There's also the example of Joan to consider. That little girl adores you." Dan paused as his thoughts had taken him in a different direction. "Do you think this emotional feedback loop played any part in their adoption of Joan?" Their relationship with her built very quickly. Emma soon put that idea to bed. "That's easily answered, just ask yourself what you feel toward the child. We both certainly consider her part of our family, and that's all down to the adorable little cutie called Joan Potter." The connection between her and Hermione was almost instantaneous. We were both there at the time to witness it. We also know Harry would give our Hermione anything she wanted, but his emotional connection to Joan is every bit as strong. Dan had only to think of the little girl, holding his hand and skipping as they made their way toward the swing park to know his wife was right. In a mere matter of months, Joan had become a big part of their lives too. Their first students beginning to appear focused both back on their lesson. Ron knew he wasn't the brightest in this class, but he was pleased to see he wasn't the only one struggling to believe what he was hearing here. Dan was explaining that, while they had used runes to handle all the Institute's plumbing needs, the electrical, phone and TVs were all connected by cables running under floors, between walls and over ceilings. When asked if this was dangerous, he held the power cord currently connecting the projector to the mains. Each individual cable is wrapped in its own protective sleeve, and then the group of them are held together by another protective sleeve. It had been a simple request to the builders for samples of the type of cables used in the Institute's construction. He was now able to pass some of those samples around the class. With the ends stripped back to reveal what was underneath, he then explained the color coding, so things could be connected correctly. Emma then came in with the next part of the lesson. We have no idea how using magic around electricity and electronics would play out, since Hermione was forbidden by British magical law from casting spells outside of Hogwarts, hence the blanket ban on magic in the accommodation block and non-magical classrooms. All the devices and circuits have inbuilt safety features, but we just don't know if they would be effective against miscast spells. Dan had a demonstration board built, where he could increase the electrical power to a light bulb. It grew brighter and brighter before blowing with a little pop. Replacing the bulb, Dan then incorporated a circuit breaker into his model. The entire class heard the click of the circuit breaker as the bulb again went out. Turning the power back down to normal levels before resetting, the breaker saw the bulb shine once more. With his laptop, Dan fired up an educational animated clip of how electricity was generated, and then distributed around the country. A small video clip followed, featuring Emma in a room with panels everywhere. We've got special permission to film in here, and an electrician is in the room with us. This is where the electrical power comes into the Institute, and then gets distributed around the building. Dan, who was obviously operating the camera, zoomed in on some of the open panels that were all clearly marked with locations in the Institute. You wouldn't want one mishap to deprive the entire Institute of electrical power, so each area has its own circuit breaker to localize any outage. Should that happen, battery-powered emergency lighting would immediately kick in. Millie just couldn't help herself from blurting her thoughts out loud. People of Malfoy's ilk constantly proclaimed muggles were nothing but stupid beasts, but this is amazing. Not even attempting to hide her smile, Emma answered right back. Why thank you, Miss Bulstrode, and this is the easy stuff. We're just about to move on to communications. I'd also like to point out to those not in the know, the lady who designed the entire institute is not magical either, and one of the smartest people we've ever met. Dean was the one who phoned home, quickly explaining to his mum nothing was wrong, he was just demonstrating phones as part of the modern studies class. A quick confirmation from Emma had Mrs. Thomas gushing about how much better this was, rather than having to wait for a bloody bird delivering a piece of parchment. Dean being able to talk to his mother, who was over 1,000 miles away, took some explaining. Having already heard how electricity ran through cables, it wasn't such a big stretch to understand that sound could be transported that way too. Another short animated film explaining how calls were passed to the correct phone, and images of the Institute's switchboard helped generate a bit more understanding. As you can see, the Institute has more phones than lines attached to the outside word. This is perfectly natural as each line costs money, and phones aren't being used every minute of every day. If you're trying to make a call and get the "no lines are available" message, it just means you'll have to wait a few moments and try again. Emma also explained that a few lines were dedicated to the actual running of the school. Dan then had the job of explaining the large satellite dish on the Institute grounds, once again using some simple animation examples. It was actually Ron though who came up with an analogy that neither Granger would ever have considered. It's like chasers, passing the quaffle to each other before firing it into the hoop, only here it's the satellite dish. Looking again at the animation of a signal being transmitted from one country, bouncing off a couple of satellites before reaching them, Dan understood where Ron was coming from. He also promised to credit the boy when using his analogy with other classes. Dean's heartfelt comment of how having TV, especially Saturday night football from the BBC, would make a massive difference to his time at school set a few people thinking. Liking the relaxed atmosphere of the class, Daphne felt comfortable adding her own comment. I don't think any of us realized how much the Muggle-born students gave up to attend Hogwarts. We're still struggling to cope with the Institute, how much harder was it for them being stuck on a train to a totally alien environment? Dealing with all that, Hermione was still top student every year she attended. This started some good-natured chuckling as Harry slipped his arm around his now blushing betrothed. Standing at the front of the class were two proud parents, both thinking the exact same thing, how much more they enjoyed their new lives. Almost 1,700 miles away, Draco Prince was sitting down to dinner at the Slytherin table in the Hogwarts Great Hall and reflecting on his new life. Being able to see his mother every day was a big plus in Draco's book, and Severus too. Neither party had felt right using the term father for their new relationship, though both were delighted that relationship now existed. The fact that Draco was sitting by himself at the Slytherin table was due purely to the number of students missing from the House of the Snakes. He'd known beforehand that certain members of his year group would be missing from Hogwarts come September, since their families had to flee Britain. Draco had also guessed that Bulstrode would attend Potter's school along with Weasley. Millie might actually have been cleverer than her house had given her credit for. Worming her way into Potter's school, by taking Weasley as a boyfriend, was a move he reckoned worthy of a Slytherin. That Draco was the only fourth-year Slytherin currently attending Hogwarts came as a complete shock. Blaise had simply dropped off the planet, with no one currently having any information regarding why he wasn't attending. The real shock though was his parents being able to confirm that Greengrass and Davis were actually attending Potter's school too. This had left a couple of glaring questions Draco desperately wanted the answers to. Why would they choose to go there, and how did Greengrass and Davis manage it? His mother was trying to teach Draco to look for answers himself, rather than randomly ranting about how unjust the world was to him. Those weren't her exact words, but that was the clear message coming across yesterday. His mother's message to her new husband also couldn't have been any clearer, as Severus was ranting about Potter being to blame for Dumbledore rescinding on the potions master teaching his much-coveted defense position within Hogwarts. When Slughorn had seen the meager number of students at the opening feast, and no boy who lived amongst them, he'd had a massive row with Dumbledore that evening and told the old fool where to stick his job. We're well rid of Slughorn, that man always gave me the creeps. With so many influential students missing from the castle, Sluggy would have been all over our Draco like a rash, and I would have eventually pulled my wand on him. You're back to being head of Slytherin too, something I'm really pleased about. Severus, you might still get your wish to teach defense though, for Slytherin students that is. I can't see Umbridge being competent enough to accomplish anything, other than her usual modus operandi of stabbing people in the back. Resting her hand reassuringly on her husband's arm, Narcissa finished what she needed to say. We both know Dumbledore is only saying the words, temporary appointment, to appease his new deputy. He has no one left to fall back on and no more favors owed to Caldu. Severus reluctantly had to admit his wife was correct in all that she said. He was once more going to have to try and teach potions to dunderheads. Sitting enjoying his quiet dinner in the Great Hall, Draco couldn't wait to tell his mother he was sure that he'd worked out the answer to one of his original questions. Whatever grudges he'd held against the former head of Gryffindor, any student who'd ever studied under McGonagall had to admit she was a superb teacher, who also knew everything there was to know about her subject. One lesson with that pompous fool Percy Weasley was enough for Draco to know the same didn't apply to her replacement. With first to fourth years condensed into single classes, due to the severe drop in the number of students attending, Weasley had barely coped with the current fourth years. Merlin knows what will happen when he has Newt students, only a year younger than the professor teaching them, asking him complicated transfiguration questions. Since he had double defense timetabled for tomorrow, Draco was certain this would further cement his theory that, with the exception of his mother, Dumbledore had scraped the bottom of the barrel trying to replace very experienced and knowledgeable professors. The blonde Slytherin wasn't too hopeful that Umbridge's class would be any better than Weasley's had been today. Dumbledore's big tournament announcement had also gone down like a lead balloon within Slytherin House. With loads of former Slytherins fleeing Britain for their safety, no one still remaining in their house wanted to draw the entire castle's attention to themselves by recklessly volunteering for something that Albus Dumbledore was giving the hard sell to. Whoever eventually got chosen as Hogwarts champion, Draco was certain they wouldn't be wearing green and silver on their robes. With really only the new first years chatting away at dinner, the mood inside Hogwarts was pretty somber. Having already spent 3 years at Hogwarts, Draco could easily see the effect Potter's school opening was already having on the castle. When they finally reached the position of taking students from all 7 years, that would probably be the death knell for Hogwarts. Until then, this just might become the longest wake in history. At best, they had around 4 years before Hogwarts was forced to accept its seemingly inevitable outcome and the castle became a corpse. At least he would miss the funeral, hopefully sitting his NEWTs before that fate finally came to pass. Their proposed childcare system was working perfectly, and all involved were very happy with it. Joan stayed in Emma and Dan's professor apartment Sunday to Thursday nights, before moving into her room next to Hermione's after classes each Friday. This particular Friday morning was pretty special however. Hermione turned 15 today, and Joan was easily more excited about this special day than every single person attending or working at the institute. Moving through to their living space, Harry noticed a wrapped present on the table that Dobby must have left there while they were showering. The little elf watched Joan every morning while the three Grangers and Harry trained, with the young witch and elf swiftly becoming as thick as thieves. Harry was almost certain Joan had conspired with a very willing Dobby to arrange her present for Hermione, and they would find out very shortly when they met her and the Grangers for breakfast. The birthday girl emerged from her bedroom, ready for her now customary morning key before facing the day. Before they set off, Hermione opened her gift from their elf friend, finding an elegant gold and white crocheted shawl. Dobby had obviously put a lot of work and love into its unique design and creation, something that both of them certainly appreciated. Hermione absolutely loved her gift, draping the beautiful shawl over her school robes. "We have double transfiguration to start today. I'll leave breakfast a few minutes early and put this back in my room before that. Your mum and dad don't have a class first period, they could take it for you and we'll pick it up later." Liking that idea better, they headed off to breakfast but found a pair of red-headed twins waiting on them in the corridor. That Fred and George appeared nervous left the young couple wondering what was troubling their friends. Both wished Hermione a happy birthday before joining them on their walk to breakfast and discussing the reason they were there. "We got letters from Angelina and Alicia, begging us to ask if they could join us here. Now we know it's nothing to do with you, but at least we can say we asked. We also know the headmistress gets approached almost every day, with people carrying the same type of letters from their friends still stuck in Hogwarts. They all get the same answer, and we will too. But at least we can honestly tell the girls we've tried our best. There isn't even any Quidditch at Hogwarts this year, just some stupid tournament. Angelina is so bored in the castle, she's even thinking of entering. Harry and Hermione stopped walking at once, and both had their serious faces on. Guys, please write to her as soon as possible, put all joking aside and explain to Angelina that's a very, very bad idea. Hermione took over from Harry as seamlessly as the twins had been doing with each other a mere moment earlier. The reason this tournament hasn't been seen for centuries is that a lot of the champions, and even spectators in some cases, were ending up dead by the end of the tasks. Now, Hogwarts on a good year was dangerous for me and my friends. What do you think it would have been like if I was still there? Ah, but the rules say you need to be of age. It suddenly dawned on Fred that Harry was actually already legally considered to be of age in Britain. Shit, they're even choosing the champions on Halloween. Harry would have been a certainty to end up in this thing. Nodding as the penny dropped with both twins, Harry could only re-emphasize what they'd both just said. Tell Angelina to avoid this tournament like the plague, and pass the word around to everyone else of age too. Hermione was set to return to her room for some notes on the fatality casualty figures from previous tournaments when Dobby appeared beside her with those exact notes in his hand. Hermione was hugging Dobby in thanks for his gift and also anticipating her needs, while Harry handed those notes on to the twins to be included with their letter. Even an initial glance was enough to shock both redheads, with George claiming it was a good job those notes were in Hermione's handwriting or Angelina would think they were pranking her. This is no joke. My research showed that the first task normally has the champion facing off against a very dangerous creature. Imagine having to face something like a dragon with only your wits and wand in your hand. Putting his arm around Hermione, Harry started them walking again. I don't know about a dragon, but there's a very excited 4-year-old waiting to give you a present from her. If I don't get you to her soon, Joan will probably be exploding from excitement. Dressed in the finest clothes she'd worn in many years, Bella appeared ready to explode, and not from excitement. Rebecin and Augustus didn't need to be geniuses to know tonight had not gone well. Rodolphus had barely gotten their rented room's door closed when the explosion happened. Thankfully, the silencing charms held. Those egocentric, pompous, spineless effing cluster of bogus bastards who don't deserve to call themselves wizards. Oh, everything is fine in their world, so let's not upset the apple cart by speaking of dead Dark Lords. I swear, I was so effing close to drawing my wand and displaying that bastard's yellow guts all over his very expensive marble floor. Rodolphus was agreeing with his raging wife, and seemed just as angry. Even a subtle hint of our cause had those pureblood wizards and witches practically running away from us, at least running as quickly as their own social decorum allowed. After spending all that gold on these outfits, it's proved a total waste of time, effort and money. It was made abundantly clear to us tonight by these socialites that they are now and forever firmly opposed to our master's cause. They even had the audacity to invite us to a Halloween ball, knowing full well we wouldn't be going. Maintaining social niceties, while politely stabbing you in the back at the same time. I'd rather just stab a few of them, with a real knife, and I wouldn't be effing polite about it either. I think you should go. Augustus' comment seemed to beep all the air out of the room for a moment, then Bella got her breath back, and her anger hadn't abated one iota. Why the F should we have to listen to those whining bastards for another bloody evening? I certainly couldn't go without another new outfit. Otherwise we'd be considered social pariahs before we even entered the ballroom. That's just throwing good gold after bad, for no gain whatsoever either. The smirk Augustus was wearing instantly held all their attention. I propose we all go. Turn up in our working robes, kill and torture a few of them before torching the place, and then cast our master's mark into the night sky. That brought a smile to Bella's lips, and her twinkling eyes would have put Dumbledore's to shame. Her husband though questioned this dramatic change of tactics. I'm not opposed to doing that, just wondering what has changed. Our entire emphasis has been focused on keeping a low profile while we searched for our master. This attack would see us hunted all over Europe. Augustus certainly agreed with Rodolphus's assessment, so explained his reasoning to the three Lestranges. Our research amongst the poorer elements of wizarding culture has revealed two things. Their absolute hatred of the class of wizards and witches you were amongst tonight, and a possible location of our master. Rabastan then filled his family in on their exciting discovery. There's a patch of forest in Albania considered so dark that no one will venture anywhere near it. The formation of this dark stretch of forest fits well within the time frame of our master's disappearance. He glanced at Augustus, wanting him to add his backing of their hastily made plans. The former unspeakable laid all their cards on the table. We know that in itself is not much, but certain incidents being whispered about this area feel like they have our master's touch behind them, and are the best leads we've gotten to date. We were talking about the four of us going there and searching this patch of forest. Our dark marks should act like a beacon if our master is there. If not, then I reckon we need to use a beacon of a different type to draw our master to us. Let him know he's not been forgotten about, and there are still faithful followers the Dark Lord can trust. Bella really liked this plan. So you're suggesting we search this piece of forest until Halloween, then we kill all those F'ers in their fancy robes. What do we do after that? Taking a moment to answer, Augustus then gave them the only option that made sense to him. I think we need to return to Britain after the Halloween massacre. We will be hunted all over Europe, but not there. We're already considered dead in Britain, so should be able to hole up somewhere and see if our marks will draw our master to us. Nodding in agreement, Rabastan also had more to add. The ordinary witches and wizards of Europe will raise glasses to us and our cause after this attack. Their hatred of these people will gain us followers to our master's cause. While not ideal, these new followers won't be able to use their gold to buy pardons, and then publicly renounce our master. Rodolphus too liked this plan. Every army needs foot soldiers, and every addition to our master's cause will be welcome. If we don't find our master in this forest, at least we have a plan for moving forward. Rodolphus never mentioned that after 6 weeks rooting around in a dark forest, his wife would certainly be primed for carrying out an attack, featuring acts of torture and mass murder. It didn't need saying amongst the group that, should they actually find their master, the Dark Lord would be the one making any decisions from that moment forward. The Dark Lord was currently struggling with a decision. Things on the potion front were going well, with procurement of the needed ingredients proceeding almost exactly to his plan and timetable. It was Wormtail's suggestion for capturing the third person needed to fulfill the ritual that shocked Voldemort. That Wormtail suggested targeting such a powerful wizard was the initial surprise. That he then had a very considered and viable plan for kidnapping that wizard, and getting him here, was the shocking part. This was so shocking that Voldemort was actually considering delaying the ceremony for a few weeks. That Potter brat had banished him on Halloween, one of the most magically powerful nights on the calendar. To triumphantly return on that same magically powerful date could only help with the ceremony. It also appealed to his sense of destiny. Witches and wizards now joyfully celebrated that night for his banishment, as much as it being a purely magical event. The Dark Lord's triumphant return on that day would see their joy replaced by fear, both of him and the date of his rebirth. Since a decision didn't have to be made until after all the required ingredients had been collected, and they were ready to start brewing, Voldemort had weeks yet before any decision needed to be made. While the symmetry of being reborn on the same date he was banished really appealed to the Dark Lord, circumstances out with their control might make it imperative that he choose the earliest date possible. At the moment, all they could work on was acquiring the necessary potions ingredients. If being a disembodied spirit had taught Voldemort one thing, it was patience. Harry and Hermione were exhibiting patience beyond their years as an exhausted but still hyper Joan was gently shepherded towards her bed. As Harry tucked Joan in, Hermione lifted a book before noticing the little girl's nose twitch. "What's the matter, sweetie, don't you like this one?" "It's fine. It's just I was enjoying the one your mum was reading to me, and don't want to wait until Sunday to find out what happens next." The thought of her mother reading to Joan surprised Hermione, that changed to shock when Dobby popped in with the actual book. Holding the well-remembered novel in her hands like a long-lost treasure, she opened the cover, already knowing what handwritten message would greet her there. "This book belongs to Hermione J. Granger, thankfully my writing has improved since then. This was my favorite book growing up, how did you get it?" Dobby has millions and millions of things stored from your old house. He was showing me your old books and I picked this one. Emma cried when I showed it to her, but promised I'd done nothing wrong to make her cry. Harry had to take over for a moment as Hermione was currently choked with emotion. No, you did nothing wrong. That book just brought a lot of memories back, for Emma and Hermione. After a deep breath, Hermione leant over and kissed Joan on the forehead, before opening the book at the bookmark and began to read. Matilda longed for her parents to be good and loving and understanding, and Harry had squeezed onto the bed, sitting beside Hermione while wrapping his betrothed in his arms. Just because things were so much better now, wounds from the past could still occasionally hurt. Watching an enraptured Joan hang onto every word Hermione read as she reacquainted herself with this precious piece of her past was having a healing effect on all of them. Images of a much younger Hermione reading this book and really emphasizing with the main character, Matilda, and her wish for her parents to love her were flooding their bond. Harry too certainly had very similar desires in his past. Holding Hermione though saw him looking towards their future together, with Joan, Dan and Emma, Sirius and Francesca, Remus, their friends, Hagrid and the orphans spending Christmas with them. These were the images that now covered the previously painful ones like an avalanche of love. The image of Joan, shaking with excitement and anticipation, handing over Hermione's present this morning banished any lingering blues away. Hermione moved her hand that wasn't holding the Roald Dahl masterpiece to her new necklace. Her fingers delicately traced over the 3 letters that meant so much to her, Mum. All 3 were now enchanted by the story, with Joan's valiant efforts to remain awake finally failing just after Matilda met her new teacher, Miss Honey. After returning to their comfortable common room, Harry sat on the couch before Hermione parked herself on his lap. After a few kisses, Harry asked something he already knew the answer to. Had a good birthday then. Preferring to use her lips for kissing her betrothed, she answered over their bond. It was almost perfect. Playing along, Harry too preferred to use his lips for kissing the birthday girl. Pray tell how I can change that, almost, to simply perfect for next year. You can't. But the following year I'll be 17 and you can change my name to Potter too, now that will be perfect. Their kissing grew more urgent as their arms held each other tighter. So, engagement ring next birthday, wedding ring year after, sorted. I love it when you take charge. Doing just that, Hermione took both his hands in hers, before placing them under her top. Harry's enquiry of, "Are you sure?" was quickly forgotten about as Hermione's hand slipped under his shirt too. It's your birthday, yet I'm the one getting wonderful presents, that doesn't seem fair. Hermione smiled at her wonderful betrothed, knowing Harry was simply letting her know he was still in control. This is a present for both of us, love. There was certainly no arguments from Harry about that. There was certainly no arguing Hermione's Triwizard fatality figures within Gryffindor. If Hermione was quoting something she'd researched, then you could trust those facts to be as secure as all the gold and Gringotts. While both chasers were disappointed to be staying in Hogwarts, they also believed the twins that Harry couldn't help them either. After pointing out what everyone already knew, that Harry was heavily involved choosing those students attending the institute up to 4th year, the twins were adamant that the decision to allow them to attend had been made by Headmistress Sprout. They were also quick to point out they were repeating 5th year, and sitting the harder European OWLs at the summer. Looking at the research Hermione had sent, Angelina was certain the former Gryffindor had just prevented her making the biggest mistake of her life. Glancing at those fatalities figures again, it could quite possibly have been the last mistake she would ever make too. The word very quickly spread around those Gryffindors of age to enter, and no lions would be stupid enough to literally put their lives on the line for an interschule competition. The approach to Hufflepuff was also well received, with Cedric Diggory dropping the bombshell that his father had actually warned him off this tournament too, that swiftly ended any eligible Badgers' interest in the Triwizard tournament. Cedric asked to borrow Hermione's research to approach some friends in Ravenclaw. Angelina's answer of, "That's why they sent it," went down well with the Hufflepuffs. Cedric handed the notes back to Angelina after dinner. Any trouble? They're Ravenclaws. One look at those notes, and knowing where they came from, convinced everyone this tournament is a very bad idea. No one from that house will be entering either. Dumbledore rarely sat at the top table for dinner anymore, Albus found looking out over a half-empty great hall really messed with his digestion. He was there tonight though, and thanking any deity he could think of that Potter's Institute didn't yet accept students for all 7 years. It was going to be embarrassing enough for the other schools to witness what Hogwarts had been reduced to, without there being hardly any age-eligible students left to enter. Albus didn't care what names came out the cup, just as long as Harry Potter was one of them. With that attitude, he totally missed what was going on right in front of him. Severus could feel the undercurrent running through the castle. Fortunately, since the Toad was made deputy head instead of him, he didn't have to do anything about it. Severus suspected it was in connection to this tournament but again wasn't worried enough to take any action. He'd spoken to each of his Slytherins over the age of 17, all had sworn they wanted nothing at all to do with the tournament. Since this meant Slytherin wouldn't be involved, Severus was quite prepared to sit back and let other staff and students make fools of themselves. After all, this tournament was supposed to be entertaining. The Potter Institute were entertaining their first group of parents, as Pomona stood ready to greet the first family to arrive via portkey. They'd chosen the first weekend in October for the inaugural visit, with the schedule having the rest of their families arrive on the same Friday every month, with the last visit happening in May. The itinerary for these visits would probably be tweaked as they progressed, learning from experience, but the basic structure should remain the same. Families would arrive on the Friday, after breakfast and while students were in classes. This would give those families time to settle into the rooms provided, before having lunch with those family members attending the institute. A tour of the building was organized for after lunch, before everyone then sat down again for dinner. The idea was for parents to get time to spend with their children, while getting a flavor of what they were experiencing while attending the institute. Saturday dinner would be a barbecue, but the rest of the time was so far unplanned. Before the families left after lunch on Sunday, they would be asked to complete a questionnaire about how their visit had gone, and what could the institute improve on. As the first family arrived, they were welcomed by the headmistress before being passed over to a member of staff who would show them to their accommodation, explaining the electrical systems and no magic rules to those families that required the instruction. With their recent experience of introducing their students to their accommodation block, the process ran like clockwork. This meant all visiting families were sitting down in the dining hall just as classes dismissed for lunch. Pomona found herself being joined by Minerva as they watched the happy family reunions. You can feel the whole atmosphere in the institute lift. Even those whose families are not visiting today are already looking forward to that visit. This easily makes all the hard work preparing for today so worth it. Minerva had to agree, though knew someone who wouldn't. Albus would hate this. Outsiders in his castle, asking questions on how their children are taught, this would never be allowed in Hogwarts. Minerva, you've just given me another reason to love what we're doing here. She couldn't help but smile at her friend. Then again, Minerva had found herself smiling a lot more since the day she arrived in Italy. As the students headed off back to their classes, Pomona gathered the families to begin their tour. Thank you for joining us here today, and we at the Institute hope you enjoy your weekend. When we first talked about these visits, we only envisaged families of our new first-year intake making the trip, and that's what will happen from next term onwards. Since the institute is new though, and we currently have the room, a decision was made to invite all families this year. That is why we have 10 families here today, and we'll do our best to answer all your questions over the weekend. Pomona had been expecting the first question, and easily answered it. Mr. Potter will not be joining us today. While he is the owner of the institute, Harry insists on being treated just like any other student during term time. The headmistress led the large group from the dining hall and through into the library. Sophia Volta was waiting to introduce these families to her domain. All the furniture, including the bookcases, were constructed of light wood. Combined with the large expanses of glass used in the construction of the library meant this was a million miles away from what any parent who had experienced Hogwarts were used to. A beautiful outside area for reading just emphasized those differences. This was not something that could be done often in the climate of the Scottish Highlands, actually that would probably be restricted about one weekend in July. The displayed pictures of the institute being built were self-explanatory, the framed drawings on the wall beside them required a little background information. Since Pomona was involved in all of them, She fondly explained what they were, and why they were regarded as special to the Institute. The magnificent building we are standing in today started here. We sat in Mr. Potter's property, and these basic drawings is where the Institute was born. Ideas from everyone present were taken, and most ended up part of what you'll see this weekend. This initial drawing didn't even have a pool on it, something that is now much loved by all our students. Pomona nodded toward Amelia Bones, who was one of the visiting parents. These drawings are proposed sketches of the Institute's robes and badge. You can see the signatures of the people who proposed them on there too. Susan Bones' name was clearly displayed, as was that of Ginny Weasley and Luna Lovegood, making their visiting parents very proud. To be a permanent part of the Institute's history was certainly something special. Pomona took them up a staircase, and the group found themselves outside the infirmary, where Poppy greeted those she knew like old friends. Those same people were the ones who were shocked at the actual infirmary. No meter-thick blocks of stone appeared to have been used anywhere in the construction of the Institute, which proved pretty unsettling to those whose only educational experience before this was within the walls of an ancient castle. Poppy had a portion of the infirmary set up as a teaching area, and invited her visitors to take a seat. The Institute is offering a healing elective for students third year and over, comprising potions, herbology, and a practical healing section. It's probably a good thing I'm doing a bit of teaching, otherwise I'd feel I was taking gold under false pretenses. We've had so few students needing my healing skills, I'd feel like a fraud getting paid for doing so little. When asked why this was, Poppy had years of experience to fall back on to answer this enquiry. When a student is feeling homesick, the ability to phone home and chat with their family works far better than me administering a mild calming potion. You'll see this weekend our students have a lot more activities to be involved in when not in classes. That helps too. The Institute is a new experience for everyone, yet I haven't seen one student who needed my help because they were missing home. We also haven't had a potion incident that required my services, and 11-year-olds learning to fly a broom over the Mediterranean Sea has stopped all injuries there too. Anyone fighting, physically or magically, risked being kicked out of the Institute, so we haven't had any of them either. This led to the headmistress being asked about the Institute's discipline policy. Parents and students were issued with the Institute's discipline policy, and what dictates a severe breach. At least half our students have been contacted by people at Hogwarts, asking for help to get admitted here. The only way we will have a vacancy is if someone leaves the Institute. That is a fantastic incentive for students to behave, and every professor who has handed out an assignment has seen them all returned within the set time limit. We have had one argument that had the potential to turn worse. It was stopped very quickly. The students involved were put on probation for a month, and offered the choice of working in our gardens for a Saturday afternoon, or missing out on our planned visit to Naples. They spent the following Saturday in the gardens, and actually enjoyed it. When asked how that was a punishment, Pomona seemed to grow about 6 inches taller as she stared through the person who had just asked the question. I'm here to lead my staff in educating our students, not punishing them. No student of ours will spend detention scrubbing cauldrons or cleaning toilets. Nor will they lose so many points. Other students then turn on members of their own house. Those 2 students had a very educational afternoon, instead of the free time their friends were enjoying. That to us is more than enough. This also made Pomona's mind up about her next location. She led them out the infirmary and up another flight of stairs, into an area that took all of their breaths away. This is one of our roof terraces, which can be used for recreation or even as a teaching space. The reason I brought you up here is so you can get an overview of the entire Institute. With Mount Vesuvius towering over them, and the Mediterranean Sea at the other end, the Institute was in a simply stunning setting. The building itself though sat well in its surroundings. Pointing out both accommodation blocks as the legs of the pie, everyone could see the stunning pool and seating areas between the accommodation blocks. The other roof terraces were visible too, as the parents finally got why their kids weren't homesick, or willing to risk losing all this, and that was before Pomona pointed out the cinema, gym and Quidditch pitch, or showed them a classroom. She then asked them over to the other side of the terrace, which revealed a heavily cultivated area below them, behind the top of the pie. Here is where most of the Institute's fruit, salads and vegetables comes from. We have a team of gardeners who are responsible for this area, with the elves picking whatever's ready. This area is also a fantastic herbology teaching resource, allowing our students to see all this food grown in a professional manner. I also have to admit to loving walking amongst the orange and groves in the evening. Now, I think we should pop into a few classes before dinner time. Harry had deliberately missed having a public lunch, wanting the families to concentrate on their children in the institute, rather than the boy who lived. As it turned out, the fourth years, plus Fred and George, were in their last class of the day by the time the headmistress and their guests turned up for a visit. Since their day always finished with Italian, Professor Palazzo welcomed the visitors to her class. With this year group, I am focusing more on them being able to speak, read and write Italian in everyday settings. Today we are doing some preparations for the upcoming visit to Naples, particularly the Muggle section. When asked why specifically the Muggle section, Professor Palazzo's answer surprised them. In the magical section of Naples, Potter Institute students will be welcomed with open arms. They don't need to hide the fact they're witches and wizards from Britain. Of course, in the Muggle section they do have to hide their magic. Their modern studies class is working to help with this too, making them far more able to blend in and not be noticed. The language skills learned here will of course assist in both areas. Today my classroom is set up as a Muggle clothes shop, with every student well aware of the exchange rate between currencies. Ronald, will you help me demonstrate please? Ron lifted some notes from the money box at the front of the class before walking over to a rack of shirts. Choosing one, Ron then approached the professor and held a conversation in Italian. While Ron's Italian was anything but fluent, he appeared to get his message across and clearly understood the professor's replies. Paying for the shirt, he then dropped the change back in the box he'd originally taken the notes from. Professor Palazzo then let their visitors know what was said. Ronald asked if it was possible to try the shirt on before buying. I told him the classroom clearly didn't have a changing room. This drew a few twitters of laughter before the professor continued. He then asked if it was available in orange. I had to sadly say no. He then proceeded to buy the shirt, and thanked me for my time. Ron's face was now bright red as all the visitors began applauding. Pomona was then asked if it was wise to let witches and wizards loose in a Muggle shopping area. She asked those in the class who had shopped in Muggle Naples to raise their hands. When almost half the class did so, she once more turned to the visitors and didn't pull any punches. We thoroughly research all our options before making these types of decisions. It's the student's choice which area they visit, and they must remain in a group of at least 4. There will be professors on duty at both locations, and the Italian Ministry of Magic will also have some undercover Aurors on duty in the Muggle shopping area too. You see, any student that leaves the institute always carries a portkey. It's the only way they can return through our wards. A warded area in the Muggle shopping area will be established for arriving and leaving. The Aurors are simply going to monitor the situation in case any student accidentally sets off their portkey, and they have to do some obliviating. It was Amelia who just had to comment on that. Outstanding, headmistress, simply outstanding. In Britain we have a headmaster who didn't even report to the ministry that Voldemort was actually in his school, twice. He even had the maniac teaching students for an entire year. There were now parents tripping over themselves as they paid compliments to the headmistress and the fabulous school she ran. That the institute's owner was sitting in the class might have had an effect on them too. The group had agreed to tone their training down on the weekend that families visited, though Harry and Dan still hit the gym while Hermione and Emma preferred to get their exercise swimming lengths in the pool. As he was doing repetitions on a leg press machine, Dan wanted to know how Harry though the visit was going. Harry was doing squats with dumbbells and took a moment to answer. There are some people who will never change. They're convinced the so-called purity of what flows through their veins makes them superior to others. They only send their children here because they'll get a better education, at a cheaper price. This visit must be scaring them silly because, when their child spends 9.5 months of the year here, convincing them of that blood purity nonsense will become impossible. In every subject, we're now being taught to question everything, in English and Italian. I would guess 8 out of 10 of the families visiting this weekend are firmly in our camp, and those are the worst odds we'll face all year. Letting out a grunt, Dan then gave their experience of the visitors. We were showing pictures and short video clips of Naples shopping districts, both mundane and magical. One of the parents asked the same question they did in Greta Palazzo's class, why we were concentrating on the muggle side. Emma instantly shut him down, claiming that's what we were employed to do. She then took great delight in pointing out that, in the magical section of Naples, a first-generation witch or wizard didn't need any extra instructions because they would be treated exactly the same as everyone else, being made very welcome. Taking a quick drink of water before moving on to his next rotation, Harry couldn't help but grin. I can't wait to see the questionnaires on Sunday evening. I wonder how many of them will put their honest opinions down. I heard Amelia talking with quite a few of the other parents last night. She was loudly singing the Institute's praises. She'd watched as the Institute was designed and then built, knew your ambitions for it and thought you'd smashed every single one of them. Those drawings in the library were genius. We may not have Hogwarts a history, but we're all making our own history here. That was Sophia's idea, and what you get when you employ the best. Hermione adores our library, and its librarian. Amelia wants a meeting Sunday evening, about the tournament. We've already invited Barchoke and let Sirius know. If you see Remus before we do, please let him know he's invited too. Scratch that, Hermione's just spoke to him at the pool. Honestly, I don't think I'll ever get used to how you two do that. The BBQ was another outstanding success. It was a mild evening with barely a hint of breeze. Colored lighting saw the entire pool area sparkle as the sun set. The wonderful aromas coming from the multiple grills soon had everyone ready to eat. Harry understood this was one thing he couldn't get out of, though he made sure Joan and Hermione stayed close. Molly of course hugged the life out of him, while claiming how wonderful everything was. Arthur actually surprised everyone by asking if he could take a few modern studies classes. Hermione's comment over their bond that she couldn't think of anyone who needed them more almost had Harry laughing out loud. Zeno too approached, jokingly complaining that there was simply far too many wonderful things happening at the Institute for him to fit in the quibbler. Hermione pointed him in the direction of Colin Cheevy, claiming the boy was never without his camera and would certainly have pictures Zeno could use. Amelia was spending her time with Susan and Hannah, knowing they already had a meeting set for tomorrow evening after the other parents left. 3 of the families visiting were Muggles, and 2 of them had children who left Hogwarts for the Institute. Both immediately stated it was the best decision they ever made. We can't compare what we've seen here with Hogwarts, since we were never allowed anywhere near the castle. You have gone out of your way to make us feel part of this, thank you so much. I can speak with our daughter 3 or 4 nights a week, before it was an all about once a fortnight. It's easy to see all the kids love it here, and it's also easy to see why. To be honest, I don't really want to go home tomorrow myself. Harry and Hermione reacted instantly to a scream, pushing Joan behind them as they turned toward the noise. They were able to relax as the scream appeared to be one of happiness, if the way Luna was hugging her dad was any indication. A smiling headmistress let them know everything was under control as they made their way over to their friend. Luna managed to hug all 3 of them at the one time. I'm getting betrothed next week, on my birthday. Who is the lucky fellow, do we know him? You're my godsister and he didn't ask my permission, he's already off to a bad start. Luna's laughter was infectious, and soon spread amongst all who were watching the drama unfold. Father and Neville's gran have already agreed, they left the final decision up to us though. I said yes, and so did Neville. Hermione managed to free an arm, and used it to pull Neville into the hug as well. That seemed to be the signal for all of their friends to join in too, though all were very considerate of Joan being trapped in the middle. The little munchkin in question however was having a great time and merrily giggling away. Luna then remembered that she would need permission for them to arrive at the Institute, until she too spotted a smiling headmistress. This was all arranged, and you knew. Yes, and I've already arranged permission for the people involved to visit. Luna looked at Harry and smiled. It was clear this was as much news to him as it was to her and Neville. Harry clearly meant it when he said the adults would be allowed to do the jobs they were given. Luna thought that could only be good for her youngest godbrother. It was an adult watching another young couple however who decided it was time to act. Pulling Ron and Millie aside, Arthur had a quiet word with both. Betrothals are not something the Weasley family usually deals with, we much prefer our sons and daughters to find their own spouses. If this is something you both want however, I would be happy to discuss it with Millie's parents. Millie had tears in her eyes as she clung to Ron, waiting on him answering first. Ron gently keyed her before addressing his father. I don't know about Millie here, but that's something I certainly would want. He never got to say any more. Millie was keying Ron for all she was worth. A chuckling Arthur just took that as a yes and left the couple to give Molly the news. They should be able to arrange things for Halloween. It felt a bit like Platform 9 3/4, though only in reverse. The parents were the ones with luggage, tears in their eyes, and some didn't want to go. Into this mix, Barchoki's portkey had him appear, and immediately be grabbed by a now laughing Joan. His excuse of forgetting the time difference was being believed by no one as an excited Joan dragged her uncle over to meet some of her new friends. That this was merely accepted as normal in the institute shocked and worried the leaving parents in equal measures. None had seen a goblin smile before, far less hold a child's hand. Their portkeys activated, leaving them to ponder their thoughts at home. Harry finally caught up with the pair, with Joan talking 100 words a minute. You know you're one of the few welcome at the institute anytime. Joan is always happy to see her Uncle Barchoke. Some of us have to work for a living, ensuring our Joan here can live the life she deserves. Both Goblin and Wizard laughed at that, knowing Joan's grandchildren would still have trouble spending all the gold in the Potter vaults before Amelia approached. Your weekend visit really couldn't have gone much better. The institute impressed the hell out of everyone from the moment they arrived. I'm delighted to see you both in such good spirits, but fear I'm going to put a downer on everything at the meeting. We'll deal with this the same way as everything else we've faced, together, but on the front foot for a change. Sirius also arrived early, so Joan was staying with Ginny and Poppy until their meeting was over. Dobby had their accommodations set for this meeting, when the little elf was told they wanted him there for 2. As the group were seated and refreshments served, it was time to get down to business. Okay Amelia, hit us with the bad news. The bad news is I can see no way you won't be entered in this tournament. The first task has already been scaled up to dragons, nursing mothers no less. Tellingly, the number ordered has been scaled up too. There's now 4 heading to Hogwarts for the Triwizard Tournament. Nodding in agreement with Amelia's assessment, Harry then looked toward their goblin friend to see if there was any help to be gotten from there. The Goblet of Fire is an immensely powerful magical artifact. When it chooses someone's name, that constitutes a magically binding contract that even our best minds couldn't find any loopholes in. To get you into this tournament, we think the method they will choose is to enter your name under a fictitious 4th school, so only you can be chosen as champion. Hermione couldn't wait and asked the question that got right to the heart of the matter. Will this force Harry to compete though, since he didn't enter himself? There are some who think that, should Harry refuse to compete, the person who put his name in there would lose their magic. At best, those odds were a coin toss. Taking into consideration how many pieces of parchment are currently within Hogwarts with Harry's signature on them, those odds shift dramatically, and not in our favor. It was Remus who summed it up for all of them. There are a year's worth of your Dada essays sitting in my old Hogwarts office, every single one with your signature along the bottom. Tearing one off and dropping it into this goblet would see Harry forced to compete. The goblet wouldn't look for another magical signature since it already had all it needed. Seeing how worried everyone was, they decided to hold this conversation vocally. The signatures might be a problem. Not with the people we have here, Harry. I only see one that will be difficult to get our hands on, and Dobby will have time when we give the go-ahead. Glancing at Amelia, Harry asked the last part they were unsure of. Amelia, who's behind this? Certainly not the Ministry. Fudge is terrified of the power you wield. Dumbledore, 100%. He wants you back at Hogwarts and the Institute closed. Umbridge is probably helping, though what help she'll be is debatable. What I'm hearing is that she was the instigator of the attack on Sirius, and we all know how that ended. Umbridge would be murdered within hours of setting foot outside Hogwarts, and she knows it too. Sensing something in the wind, Sirius cut straight to the chase. I know you too, and have seen you both in action. None of what you heard here surprised you. That begs the question, just what are you up to here? You're far too calm not to have a plan, and I'm sitting here going out of my mind with worry, so let's hear it. Molly was serving Bill tea, while keeping one eye on the family clock. Arthur had promised to get home from work early today, and they were waiting on him before the 3 of them portkeyed to the Institute. This being Molly thought, she wasn't doing any of this waiting quietly. And Millie is such a lovely girl. I don't know if it's attending the institute or having Millie at his side, but I'm seeing such a welcome change in our Ron. The betrothal contract was something Millie's parents were keen on too. They can see how close those two are, and really like Ron as well. Bill was spared listening to any more as the clock hand for his father shifted to traveling, before settling on home. He watched as his mum wiped her hands on her apron before getting a cup of tea ready for his father when the clock chiming again commanded all of their attention. The hand for his father was spinning around like the ball of a roulette wheel before coming to a stop on mortal peril. His mother let out a shriek, but Bill was already moving. The entire family knew their father always apparated to the same spot, between his beloved shed and the back door. There was no sign of him, and thankfully no sign of any struggle. Casting a few detection spells, Bill got information that meshed with what the clock had already told them. His father had been kidnapped right from his own back door by a portkey, but why? Molly's wails of anguish finally cut through Bill's thoughts as he hugged his mother. The truth of the situation then hit him like a bludger to the head. Not Dad, and not today. Bill, what is it? You know what happened to your father. I might, Mom, but I hope I'm wrong. I need you to get on the flow to Amelia Bones, don't settle for anyone else. Tell her exactly what happened and say I think it's tonight in the graveyard. She'll know exactly what I mean. I need to leave and get help to rescue Dad. I'm so sorry for abandoning you, but, as the clock says, Dad's in real danger and minutes are ticking away here. A determined Molly shot toward the flow. She would speak to Amelia and soon deal with any flunky who tried to prevent that. Before activating his portkey to the institute, Bill sent off a message Patronus to Barchoke. He then had a thought and sent off another before portkeying to Italy. Penny was clinging onto Percy as they sought a few moments' respite in their shared quarters. I honestly don't know how much longer I can take this, Percy. Every time we go to Dumbledore and complain that we're barely coping with the jobs, we seem to leave his office with even more work on our plates. This feast tonight is a prime example. Not only do we have to make arrangements for the two visiting schools, Dumbledore decides the whole thing is going to be broadcast live on the wireless, then drops accommodating them onto us. I know, love. At least Umbridge is organizing the tournament. Since she does nothing else, I would say it's about time. Penny didn't get to say any more as they were interrupted by a silver crow Patronus flying through the wall, one that delivered a message in Bill's voice. Percy, Dad's been kidnapped from right outside the burrow. I'm trying to organize a rescue, but that leaves Mum home alone. Your family needs you, Percy. This rescue is going to be risky at best. Last thing, don't go near Dumbledore with this, family first. They sat a moment in silence before Penny asked what they should do. Percy stood and grabbed their coats. We'll get past the wards, apparate to Hogsmeade and then flow from the 3 broomsticks to the burrow. As they made their way out the door, Penny hesitated. What about Dumbledore? Taking her by the arm, Percy got them moving again before answering. Family first, F. Dumbledore. Using every shortcut and secret passageway the former head boy and girl knew, both were soon out of the castle and racing to get beyond the Hogwarts wards. By pure chance, Harry was in modern studies as Bill burst into the class. Harry, I think it's today, and they've snatched my father. Before things could get out of hand, Emma took command. Students, the rest of this class will now be spent in the library. Susan, could you let the headmistress know we have an emergency here, and won't be able to take our last class today either. As the classroom emptied, the rest of the Weasleys and Millie gathered around Bill. Dobby was called, asked to inform Remus and Sirius, and get their armor. Dan gave both a serious look before issuing a demand. Do not leave without us. Emma had already run to get her armor and arms. Dan now followed his wife out the door. Harry conjured a privacy screen in the corner of the room as Dobby popped in with the armor Barchoke had gotten made for them, as well as sets for Dan and Emma too. Dogfather is on his way, and promised to ground you both for life if you go without him. As they were getting changed, Ron was making his appeal from the other side of the screen. Harry, it's my dad. I need to be with you. I know I've let my training slip, but I can still help. Emerging from the screen while still fastening his armored vest, Harry walked over and asked them all to take a seat. Do you remember at the summer when we discussed ways Voldemort could return to a body? He was interrupted by Remus and Pomona entering, closely followed by Dan and Emma who appeared to be strapping on every gun they owned. With their pump-action shotguns too, they were loaded for bear. Padfoot sprang into the room, and leapt straight at Harry, tail wagging like mad. Harry was fending the slobbering monster off while Barchoke entered too, sword at his hip. Okay, everyone calm down. The clock is ticking here, so Sirius faces on now. Hermione instantly got 100% compliance, so Harry continued from where he left off. As I was saying earlier, we think Voldemort is going to try for a new body today. We're pretty sure how he will go about it, and also where. We have already taken steps to interfere with the ritual. It's looking like they've kidnapped Arthur Weasley, who will forcibly have a small amount of his blood stolen as part of the ritual. Bill has already taken steps to inform Amelia, but I'd rather we get there before the Ministry. We've got a plan in place to deal with Voldemort, so this is purely a rescue mission. Grab Arthur and get the hell out of there. At that, Amelia Bones actually walked in the door. I figured this would be a rescue mission, so I have a squad of Aurors on standby. They can be summoned to my badge if we need them. Turning to Ron and the twins, Harry really had no option but to give it to them straight. There will be 9 of us on this rescue mission, forming 2 teams of 4 and 5. We've all worked together before and are used to taking orders. We know where we're going, but not sure what we'll find when we get there. I'm sorry, but the mission comes first. We can't take chances when the stakes are so high. Bill wrapped his arms around his 3 brothers and Millie. Today was meant to go so differently. My youngest brother getting betrothed was definitely a cause for celebration. We get Dad out of this, that will still happen tonight. I need you to get a hold of Ginny though, we'll be back as soon as we can. Such was the respect they held their headmistress in, all looked to her for confirmation of these institutions. Get Ginny from class, then take her to Poppy and wait there. Pomona didn't need to say anyone returning from this mission would probably be heading for the infirmary anyway. Harry and Hermione found themselves being hugged by their 4 friends who were leaving. After the door closed, Pomona turned to those left. What can I do to help? Hermione's answer was as swift as it was heartbreaking. Look after Joan for us. Get Neville and Luna to take her to the infirmary with Poppy. Susan and Hannah should really be there too, they've got a stake in this as well. Harry needed to go into command mode as his emotions were in turmoil at the merest mention of Joan. Okay, Hermione, Emma and Dan with me. Our main task will be to engage Voldemort, be that verbally, magically or a bullet in his gut. We're not there to fight a war though, just keep him occupied until they get Arthur free. We already have something in place to deal with him. Amelia, you're leading the other group, bringing everyone home is #1 priority. Sirius, no heroics. Francesca would skin me alive, and Joan loves her Uncle Padfoot. What's this plan for Voldemort? Not really relevant at the moment, Bill. Harry hoped they could sit down tonight and bring Bill up to speed. At that, Dobby popped in with a box of portkeys for Harry. Taking them from their little friend, Harry let them know the plan, such as it was. These are same portkeys we used on our last visit to Britain, and they're all linked. We all wear one. Amelia, your group take 2 each. Slip one on Arthur and I'll have us back here a minute later. Pomona, could you have the portkey point monitored, and keep the students away? Amelia liked the idea of keeping the plan basic, they couldn't really do much more with the information they had. Can you set these portkeys to land us on the road between the shack and the graveyard? We can move forward from there, reacting to whatever situation we find as best we can. As Harry was doing that, Hermione hugged Dobby. Stay with Joan until we get back. Little Miss Joan is family, Dobby always take care of her. He actually hugged Hermione back, before leaving with tears in his eyes. Hermione's was the last portkey Harry altered, and the group then left for the Institute's portkey point. Molly was transfixed, she wasn't moving a muscle while staring at their clock. It might appear silly, but Molly felt as long as she focused on Arthur's clock hand, she could keep him with her. When the clock made a noise, the shock had Molly letting out a scream. It took her a few seconds to realize that Arthur's hand hadn't changed or moved. The clock emitted another chime as Percy's hand moved from traveling to home. His voice soon rang around the burrow, her sobs leading Percy and Penny straight to her. While Penny went to comfort Molly, Percy was now the one transfixed as he stared at his mother's clock. Seeing his father's hand stuck at mortal peril had Percy sinking to his knees. Penny was soon comforting both Weasleys. Voldemort expected Wormtail to capture their target, but not this soon. "I'm sorry, Master, he came home early from the ministry and I had to take him. Bill Weasley was in the house. That's not a wizard I could tangle with, he's a powerful curse breaker for Gringotts. This complicated things, as he had planned on performing the ritual under the cover of darkness. The chance of being discovered had to be weighed against the ministry having hours extra to try and trace their missing department head. Everything is ready, Wormtail, we will start preparations immediately. My time is now, don't fail me." Drawing his wand, the Dark Lord secured Weasley to his Muggle father's monument. As an afterthought, he cast Expelliarmus at the bound wizard. He was left shaking his head as a wand shot toward him. Wormtail must have been in such a hurry, he'd slapped the portkey on the stunned wizard without even taking Weasley's wand. He was clearly terrified of the eldest Weasley son. Wormtail had the massive cauldron moved into place, started the fire and began adding the carefully prepared and already measured ingredients. Voldemort had meticulously done the calculations and having possession of a magical body should help fuel the transfiguration into a body of his own. It would have been better if the body he currently possessed was male, but magic was magic. As all the other elements in the ritual were all male, the transfiguration should proceed exactly as he'd planned. With the Dark Lord looking over his shoulder the entire time, and also knowing what his part in the ritual required of him, it was a heavily perspiring Peter who shakily added the final ingredient before stirring the required number of times. "Well done, Wormtail. The rest should be easy now. After it simmers for its 10 minutes, we'll proceed." The Dark Lord walked over to the restrained Arthur and spelled him awake. "Bertha, what's going on here? Where is here? Oh Arthur Weasley, if only I was Bertha Jerkins, you might actually live to see tomorrow. I want you to witness my rebirth, not that you'll be able to tell anyone about it." Wormtail. "One more minute, Master, then it's ready. Sorry to leave you hanging there, Arthur. Don't worry, I'll soon be back with you." As the Dark Lord walked toward the now steaming cauldron, he began to disrobe. Peter was doing his best not to be sick, since he had spent weeks having say with the now nude woman standing before him. A woman that had red eyes and spoke with the Dark Lord's voice. "It's time, don't fail me now." As Voldemort climbed into the cauldron, Peter was well aware he now held the Dark Lord's life in his hands. Failure was not an option. Drawing his wand he pointed it in Arthur's direction. He summoned bones from the grave beneath Arthur, before chanting, "Bone of the Father, unknowingly given, you will regenerate your son." Peter then directed the fragments of summoned bone into the cauldron. Peter wasn't watching the reaction of the potion, it was taking all his resolve to ready himself for the next part of the ritual. Putting his wand away, he drew a very sharp knife from his robes. He couldn't fake this part, it had to be done willingly or magic would know. "Flesh of the servant, willingly sacrificed, you will revive your master." Holding his arm out over the cauldron, Peter then sliced off his left hand. It dropped into the potion, which bubbled and spurted before becoming a sickly yellow color. With a rudimentary tourniquet already in place on his arm, Peter tightened it to slow the blood loss. He still had one more task to do. Wiping the bloody knife on his robes, Peter approached a struggling Arthur. "I could easily cut an artery here, which would piss off my master as he wants to kill you himself. Stop struggling." To emphasize his point, Peter whacked Arthur on the side of the head with the butt of his knife. He then cut into the now dazed wizard's arm, collecting Arthur's blood on the blade of his knife. Making his way carefully back to the cauldron, Peter let the blood drip into the cauldron. "Blood of the enemy, forcibly taken, you will resurrect your foe." Dripping Arthur's blood into the potion was the catalyst that started quite a violent reaction, and the air rang with his master's screams. Staggering back, Peter found himself sitting on the grass, with only the headstone he was leaning his back against keeping him upright, as the cauldron then split into a dozen pieces with an almighty bang. As the steam dissipated, Peter's initial thought was his tourniquet idea was shit. He must have lost too much blood, otherwise, apart for the shortish white hair and red eyes, the Dark Lord could possibly pass for Molly Weasley. It wasn't the shape or say of the body that was spooking Voldemort though. He was certain after the ritual his magic would once more be fizzing around whatever body he achieved. Rather than a fine champagne however, it felt more like a week-old fermenting carrot juice. It was time to test this body, and the magic it possessed. Wormtail, my wand. As Peter struggled to his feet, a voice he immediately recognized rang out around the graveyard. They arrived on the road, with the sun beginning to set behind them. On any other mission, we'd wait until the sun goes down before making our move. That's not an option here, so we're going to have to work with disillusionment charms. Amelia was hardly finished speaking when Harry hit her with a charm. She felt the familiar chill and experienced the egg being cracked on her head tingle. What was really different however was that Amelia could see the outline of Sirius, the next person Harry cast on. As he continued casting, covering each member of the group, Harry quietly offered an explanation. It's a Parseltongue spell, that allows you to see others under the same spell. It will very soon be too dangerous to speak, so we'll need to see each other to communicate with hand signals. Tom's father's grave is on the right side of this path, so your group take that. We'll take the left and see how things play out when we get there. With that, they set off. None of them knew how Voldemort's timeline would play out, they just had to hope they could get there before Arthur was murdered. There wasn't a snowball's chance in hell of Voldemort letting Arthur live after he got a new body. Harry and Hermione took the lead, as Dan and Emma covered them with their shotguns. On the other side, they could just about see a disillusioned Padfoot leading the group, Remus and Barchoke closely following with Amelia and Bill bringing up the rear. They both thought this was a smart move by Amelia. No one knew what they would find, so there was also no way to predict how Bill would react to it. As they approached the graveyard, Padfoot led Amelia's group away from the path and toward a break in the low wall that enclosed it. This saved having a bottleneck at the gate, as only 4 people now needed to slip through it unnoticed. They could actually smell the potion before the massive cauldron was spotted. It was so rancid Harry and Hermione were silently debating whether bubble head charms were required. Moving slowly, and working from gravestone to gravestone, they maneuvered into a position where the cauldron was between them and where they could see Peter cutting a bound Arthur with a knife. Glancing over, they saw Amelia practically sitting on someone to restrain them. Since Padfoot, Remus and Barchoke were sneaking toward the monument Arthur was tied to, it was a safe assumption she was stopping Bill charging right in there like an idiot. Screams emitting from the cauldron was music to their ears, until the cauldron exploding almost deafened them. They were about 30 feet away, and only Hermione beside him confirming what they were looking at saved Harry from questioning his sanity. They were edging closer until Voldemort shouted for his wand. The waiting was over. Harry cancelled the charm on himself, while enchanting his voice to reverberate around the graveyard. He wanted their eyes only on him. "Hey Tom, long time no see. Oh, is it Tamsin now? Sorry, I'm rubbish with these gender things, but you should be free to be whoever you want." Harry didn't mention that kidnapping someone to use their blood in your desire for a different body was way over the top of acceptability. He didn't want them looking anywhere near Arthur. Hermione though was watching that situation closely, and feeding him that information through their bond. Padfoot has reached Arthur, Remus and Barchoke are only about 15 feet away. Amelia and Bill are moving to a covering position so any spells they fire won't come near us. After getting over his shock, Voldemort looked at Potter and tried to spot where his backup was hiding. Surely he wasn't here alone. "What are you doing here, Potter?" "Simple, I just wanted a front row seat to watch Peter F this up for you." "Did you really think he could willingly give his flesh in the ritual?" "He's like you, Tamsin, only cares for himself. Peter only cut off his hand because he knew you'd torture and kill him if he didn't. Magic would never count that as willing." They've reached Arthur. Barchoke is cutting the bindings. "Shit, Remus has disillusioned Arthur, I can't see him." "Neither can Voldemort or Peter, Remus will signal when they're ready." A shocked Voldemort was demanding answers. "How could you possibly know that, Potter?" "Easy, you're nowhere near as smart as you think you are. Did you even bother to check if that was your father's bones in his grave?" "Of course you didn't, I'm one step ahead of you at every turn." Hearing that, Voldemort's temper snapped and he dived for his wand. Not used to this new body, that dive could hardly be classed as athletic. It was like the starter gun going off however for the rescuers, or in this case a pair of shotguns. Only the headstone saved Voldemort's life, though a trailing right leg was caught by a blast from one of the shotguns. With both guns still blasting away, and spellfire now coming from 3 different locations, Voldemort grasped the wand from on top of Bertha's recently discarded robes and apparated away. Peter wasn't so lucky, he'd still been standing when Voldemort made his move. The Death Eater was hit with 3 different spells before he face-planted in the grass. Amelia casting a stasis charm on him saved Peter's life, for now. Hermione was keying Harry in relief, between him casually cancelling his Parseltongue charms on everyone. Sirius at least had the good grace to wait until they had finished keying before giving his godson a clip around the ear. What was all that shit about rescue mission, and not starting a war? You even had the absolute cheek to tell me not to be impulsive. What the F*** was that? That, my wonderful godfather, was your brilliant plan coming to fruition. Teresa Best, sheer genius. We didn't know what we would face here. Remember, there are Death Eaters who escaped Azkaban still out there. She didn't have a wand, she didn't have any clothes on either. With all the Horcruxes destroyed, we had a free shot at taking him down. Shit, that's going to get confusing. It was a giggling Emma who quipped, "How do you think the Dark Lord lady feels?" Nervous laughter was good for a little tension release, but they had people worried about them back in Italy. How's Arthur? Doesn't know where he is, or what just happened. Best I can see, he's suffering from concussion. Be right as rain when Poppy gets to him. Happy with the news from Remus, Harry turned his attention to Bill. Go to the Burrow and get your mother, she was coming to the Institute today anyway. It was a nervous Bill who replied, I sent a Patronus message to Percy, he might be there too. Take extra portkeys with you, Poppy can check both of them for compulsion charms while they visit. Harry disconnected those portkeys from their set. Bill paraded away after that as Amelia activated her badge. If my Aurors aren't here in 2 minutes, I'll be kicking asses and taking names. Well done everyone, we're all alive and Arthur got rescued. That meets every single objective our mission had, outstanding result. She handed over the spare portkeys before Harry activated the emergency function. Amelia didn't want her Aurors to panic if they arrived and she was in Italy. Listen to the wireless tonight, it should be interesting. With that parting comment from Amelia, they all left for Italy while her Aurors arrived just 20 seconds later. They immediately set about getting Pettigrew to a secure location where he could get medical attention. They wanted him fit enough to stand trial, before being legally put to death. Traipsing around in a dark forest for over a month was actually quite a special experience for the 4 Death Eaters. What made it special was they could sometimes practically feel their master's past presence in places, in others almost taste the residue of his magic. All were convinced their master had been here, and probably not more than 6 months ago. While there was a tinge of disappointment at missing him, here was their first positive proof they'd found that the Dark Lord still lived. More and more the thought of sending the Dark Lord a sign that he still had faithful followers appealed to them. With that in mind, they got ready for tonight's mission. The plan was a simple one. Experience had taught them simple was best, less to go wrong. They would watch the guests arriving before opening up with spell fire. The idea was to drive everyone deep into the house before casting Fiendfire. The 3 wizards would be casting that spell, while Bella cast their master's mark into the sky above the building. They were in position, only seconds away from having a party of their own when all of them felt their dark mark change. A quick lift of his sleeve confirmed to Augustus that his mark was certainly darker. With this change, he wondered if it was still a good idea to go ahead with this attack. Deliberately drawing attention to themselves might not be the right move now, they really needed to take some time and work this out. One glance at Bella instantly made his mind up. She was primed for this attack, and probably took the darkening of her mark as a sign they were doing the right thing. Trying to convince Bella this was the wrong thing might actually be the last thing he ever did. Augustus kept his mouth shut. Rodolphus gave the signal and curses rained down amongst the revelers. Bella might have called them shit wizards, but their sense of self-preservation was pretty well honed. In less than a minute, there were no targets left outside for them to aim at. Shouting the order, all 3 of them cast Fiendfire into the building while a cackling Bella shot Mors Mordra into the darkening sky. Job done, they apparated away, well before any law enforcement could arrive. Bill apparated to the burrow, hearing the wailing from inside he rushed through the door. His mother, Percy and Penny were all on their knees beside the family clock, all 3 were now looking at him. Your father's hand changed from mortal peril to traveling. I thought he was coming home. Where is he? Dad's had a bang to the head and a cut on his arm. Harry's taking him to the institute. He sent me here to collect you, the three of you. Bill was a trained curse breaker. He immediately spotted Percy and Penny trying to fight the compulsion charms. He easily slipped the bracelets on their wrists and activated their portkeys before they really knew what was happening. The burrow just played host to its second kidnapping of the day. It was Professor Flitwick who was waiting on their arrival. A quick glance showed only one walking wounded, but he shepherded them all to the infirmary anyway. There's a lot of people who will be rather pleased to see you all fit and well. They're gathered in the infirmary. Phileas ensured Barchoke knew that included him too. Joan wouldn't speak to me for a month if I let you leave without her seeing you. Both grinned at the truth behind those words. There would be no pandemonium in any infirmary run by Poppy Pomfrey. She immediately stopped such shenanigans, as treating the injured always came before anything else. Harry was telling the Weasleys that Bill was perfectly fine, and had gone to fetch their mother. Hermione meanwhile assured Susan that Amelia didn't have a scratch on her. She'd summoned a group of Aurors, and was threatening to kick their asses if they didn't show up within the next minute. Susan was clinging to Hannah, while laughing and crying at the same time. Hermione knew all about clinging. Joan was currently wrapped around her, and didn't appear to have any intention of ever letting go. The arrival of Molly was met with a stern glare from Poppy. He's going to be fine, Molly. Some sleep and he'll be up and around by morning. You have children here who have been traumatized by waiting to see if their father could be rescued. They should be your priority at the moment. Giving a now sleeping Arthur a gentle key on the cheek, Molly proceeded to hug all the redheads, and a few who weren't. Harry meanwhile was hugging Emma and Dan. You two were magnificent tonight. I'm convinced it was your firepower that made Voldemort flee. Hermione feels exactly the same. She's just suffering from a limpet problem at the moment. Joan will probably sleep with Hermione tonight. It'll be good for both of them. And what about you? I'm never alone, Emma. Yes, we're in separate rooms, but Hermione and I have slept together every night since we put on these rings. If one of us wakes, the other instantly knows and mentally checks everything is okay. That is such a comfort to both of us. Emma drew him into her arms again. It's such a comfort for us too, knowing Hermione is so cared for. Harry was going to respond that it was a two-way street, until Hermione stopped him. Let Mum have her moment, love. It's been a tough evening for all of us. Bill had to practically push Percy and Penny in the direction of Madame Pomfrey. Poppy, pretty sure we've got 2 Dumbledore specials here. Poppy's wand confirmed Bill's hunch within seconds. Both were led to beds and Poppy went to work. A pair of silencing charms were soon followed by restraints that held both to their beds. Molly was about to object when Poppy cut her off. I have a patient lying there who needs rest. One of his sons, or his wife, screaming at the top of their lungs is sure to disturb that rest. The very nature of a compulsion charm means these two are going to loudly object when I begin to remove it. Poppy treated Penny first, and the silencing charm was tested more after the compulsion was removed than before. Poppy didn't need to be a lip reader to know Penny was cursing up a storm, with Dumbledore as its target. There was no surprise Percy's behavior matched his girlfriend's almost exactly. When the restraints and charms were removed, both found themselves faced with Harry Potter. Guys, you're welcome to stay in our guest accommodation tonight. Your mum and dad and the Bulstrodes were already down to stay. Our headmistress is very strict, but I don't think she'll throw you out. Harry felt a hand on his shoulder, knowing full well Pomona had been standing behind him all the time. That strict headmistress is thinking about issuing some detentions for students leaving school without permission. Headmistress, I know whatever punishment you give will be educational. This actually started Pomona chuckling. Top positive point in the questionnaires, 2 months running. To be fair, the only slight negative we've gotten so far is no Quidditch. No organized Quidditch matches, you mean? There are pickup games practically every weekend. I think we're about ready to invite another school along for a friendly match. We could even get Hogwarts to send a team, since they've no Quidditch this year. Penny was looking about her and spoke without thinking. You'll never get them to leave. It was Harry who was now chuckling. What's that phrase, you ain't seen nothing yet? Ginny, could you give Percy and Penny the, what to do and what's not allowed tour? They'll be in visitor room 4. Both twins were stuffing their fist in their mouth, trying not to laugh at how red Percy and Penny had turned. A straight-faced Ginny winked at Harry before leading them away. Bill made his way to the couple standing in the corner, trying to be invisible. "We haven't been introduced, but I'm Bill Weasley. I'm assuming you're Millie's parents, and her I do know, lovely girl who's far too good for my youngest brother." This broke the ice as they had all seen Ron and Millie approaching. "Gee thanks, brother, and don't think I didn't notice you not backing me earlier today. I could have helped." Bill cut him off. "No, you couldn't. In all honesty, I shouldn't have been there either. When I saw Pettigrew cut Dad with a knife, I lost it. You may think that's understandable, but I almost blew the entire mission. Thankfully Amelia spanked me like a 4-year-old, held me down until I got myself under control. Remus, Sirius and Barchoke were the ones who rescued Dad, while Harry made sure Voldemort's attention was on him." Before the shock of that set in, Bill said why he had come over here. "With Dad incapacitated, I can sign the betrothal document on behalf of House Weasley. After the day we've had, all of us could use a reason to celebrate. These two getting betrothed is certainly that." As the people who had taken part in the rescue started leaving to get changed for the feast, or in Sirius's case, going to bring Francesca here, all agreed it was a great idea to have something to celebrate tonight. Harry, Hermione, Joan and Pomona all made sure Barchoke understood he was expected to be there too. Albus was starting to regret inviting the Wizarding Wireless along to broadcast this live. The program had opened, with Albus giving an interview where he waxed lyrical about how all the students from the 3 schools were integrating well and really looking forward to the tournament. The broadcast then had to fill time while the students enjoyed their Halloween feast. It was here the trouble began for Albus. With the impressive goblet of fire in a prime position, all eyes in the Great Hall should have been constantly drawn to it. Instead, apathy appeared to be the dominant emotion displayed amongst the Hogwarts students. The presenter had picked up on this immediately, and what was currently being transmitted to Britain, and other countries, was a far more accurate image than the one Albus had attempted to sell. Albus was keeping one ear on what was being said by the presenter off to the side, while portraying the calm and in complete control headmaster. What he heard next shocked Albus. Not only was the presenter competent, but she'd clearly researched the students, and the possible champions amongst them. Speculating that the dour expressions amongst the Durmstrang students could be due to the inevitability of Victor Krum being chosen to represent their school was all good in Albus's opinion. Saying the tension in the French group was caused by 2 rivals hoping for the chance to represent Beauxbatons was a nice touch too. Moving on to the possible Hogwarts champion, the presenter had focused on one candidate from each of the 4 houses. As she went through each of her candidates' achievements and credentials to be Hogwarts champion, in each case she had to report her choice currently just didn't appear interested in the proceedings at all. As Albus expected, she was soon slipping a mention of Harry Potter and his wonderful institute into the broadcast. It was now common knowledge that a 3rd set of excited parents would be making their way to Italy this Friday, and the presenter spent the next 15 minutes basically begging to be allowed access to the institute to cover the event. Even Albus was forced to admit, the pictures and parental testimonies of approval were simply stunning. Tuning the presenter out for a moment, Albus concentrated on who was sitting at the top table. That Fudge had refused his invitation was a blow, publicly and personally. It was like the Minister of Magic disapproved of what was about to happen tonight, or more likely didn't want to be associated with dragging Potter back to Britain, the coward. To rub salt into Albus's wounds, Fudge had sent along the biggest idiot in the ministry to represent him, Ludo Bagman. He even had the audacity to turn up wearing one of his old Quidditch shirts, which might have fitted him 20 years ago when he was still a professional player. He had another problem though. Weasley and Clearwater hadn't turned up for dinner. Albus was trying to remember the last time he applied compulsion charms on his youngest professors, promising himself he would seek both of them out after the ceremony. His glance rested briefly on Severus, almost immediately followed by Albus's usual sigh of disappointment. He still thought Severus was the most competent member of his staff, but his new wife had poisoned the potion master's mind against Albus Dumbledore. Once this tournament was over with, Albus could then spare some time and effort to rectify that situation too. As the commentator once more switched her theme to the failings of Hogwarts, Albus decided to move things along. Standing with his arms outstretched from his sides, palms facing the hall, he soon gathered everyone's attention. In a few moments, the Goblet of Fire will choose the first of our champions. They will go on to compete against the other chosen champions over 3 tasks, with the winner bestowing great honor on their school. It is time for the Triwizard Tournament to officially begin. The flames in the goblet suddenly surged about 5 feet in the air. As those flames subsided, they left behind a piece of parchment that gently fluttered into Dumbledore's outstretched hand. The champion for Durmstrang is Victor Crumb. The applause was so muted and polite, Albus clearly heard the commentator say, "No surprise there," as Victor left for the room he'd indicated where the champion should wait. Another bout of flames led to the now expected piece of parchment floating into Dumbledore's hand. The champion for Beauxbatons is Fleur Delacour. This time the muted applause allowed the entire hall to hear Fleur's rival sobbing as the beautiful girl walked past the headmaster to join her fellow champion in the waiting room. More flames, another piece of parchment, but all watching could see something was wrong this time. Albus was trying to figure out why this name came out now. The magic on the cup compelled him to read the name though, so he did. Harry Potter. Now there was a reaction, just not the one Albus expected. Every scream, shout or jeer was in support of Potter as the hall exploded with emotion. Harry would never enter. He's not a Hogwarts student. Harry's never been near the castle. Who put his name in the cup? Out the corner of his eye, Albus spotted that idiot bagman trying to calm things down. Okay, there's clearly a mistake been made here. Hands up all those Hogwarts students who placed their name in the cup. Albus wasn't sure what made him angrier, Ludo grandstanding because he knew this was being broadcast live, or the fact that not one single student had their hand up, a fact which the commentator was also gleefully broadcasting live over the radio. Before he could make his mind up on where to direct his temper, another piece of parchment was floating towards him. This one he really didn't want to read. Martin Miggs. The silence another piece of parchment coming out of the goblet had generated was swiftly broken by gales of laughter. The commentator was laughing too, mentioning something about a mad muggle. A few students had reached into their bags and were now proudly waving comic books above their heads. That all stopped as the goblet spat out another piece of parchment. Hermione Granger. This was serious now. The silence in the hall meant they all heard the commentator say, "This is rapidly descending into farce." When yet another piece of parchment came from the goblet, Albus actually agreed. This had now definitely become a farce, and the magic of the goblet was forcing him to stand there and read whatever names it emits. The latest was easily the worst yet. Albus even recognized the signature, and couldn't help but wonder how someone had managed to get hold of that. Tom M. Riddle. There were a few gasps amongst the crowd, with the phrase, "Dark Lord," sweeping the hall. With this being broadcast live, the phrase was soon picked up by the commentator, promising to update her listeners as soon as she had more information on the latest champion. Yet another piece of parchment was spat out the goblet. At the staff table, Sissy grabbed Severus's hand and whispered in his ear. "I release you from the vow you made to me. Should your name come out of that cup, do what you must to survive this. Our child will need both their parents to thrive in whatever this madness leaves of our world." Severus had been finding himself thoroughly entertained by the tournament so far. He almost broke into a smile when Potter's name came out of the goblet. Having the Dark Lord's name pop out too though changed everything. Should the name, Severus Snape, have followed, the vow he had made to his wife could have killed him. Thankfully his wife was a very smart witch and swiftly ended that threat. They would be discussing the baby part later, and never letting Dumbledore know his vow was now cancelled. Albus was in a nightmare, one he had absolutely no influence over and could only read what was in front of him. Dolores Umbridge. The cheering that erupted from the students was by far the loudest of the evening. That Dolores had made herself so despised and hated in such a short space of time was quite the achievement. She stood and, instead of following the other 2 champions out the hall, began ranting at the top of her voice. "I'm deputy head, not a student. I won't be taking part in this tournament. I worked directly with the Minister of Magic. I won't lower myself to this, I simply won't." At her third refusal to take part in the tournament, flames shot so high from the goblet that quite a few of the floating candles were engulfed. From these flames a concentrated beam of light, so bright that it forced everyone to shield their eyes, shot out and hit Umbridge on the chest. She screamed for about 10 seconds before the beam stopped. Dolores slumped back into her chair unconscious, while the flames settled once more into the goblet. The goblet of fire had claimed its first victim. Dolores Umbridge was now no longer a witch. The goblet flared once more, before going out. Knowing this was definitely the last piece of parchment, Albus was listening to the commentator rant about how something as powerful as the goblet of fire should never have been allowed anywhere near students, especially since it appeared so easy for anyone's name to be put in it. With a complete sense of foreboding, he of course recognized the signature of the name magic forced him to read. Albus Dumbledore. The cheers his name generated amongst the Hogwarts students were in no way complimentary, and very loud. As the parchment slipped from his fingers and glided toward the floor, Albus thought that tiny piece of parchment was taking his reputation down with it. He'd wanted the country to know Potter was in the tournament, relying on public pressure to help get the lad to Hogwarts. Instead, the country got to hear what a shambles the entire tournament just became. After what happened with Dolores, he was left with no choice but make his way to the Room of Champions, where the investigations into what had just taken place would begin. The commentator was having to shout into her microphone, such was the volume of cheers blasting from the students. "We have a school where not a single student entered a competition Hogwarts is hosting, and the Ministry of Magic is sponsoring. One could easily imagine the students don't trust either organization to do a good job. Based on tonight's evidence, they would certainly be right. As well as a pair of legitimate champions, we have no champion from Hogwarts." Two Potter Institute students, one of them the school's owner, a comic book character, a dead Dark Lord, and the two most senior members of Hogwarts in a Triwizard tournament. "When I attended school, Tri was a prefix that meant 3. With a potential for 8 champions, this shambles is going to take some sorting out. That also begs the question, who can we trust to sort this out? Albus Dumbledore clearly isn't up to the task." Voldemort landed with a thump, thankfully not on the injured leg. Sitting up, the first job had to be stopping the bleeding, before trying to turn that pile of hamburger back into a functioning limb. Yes, there was more magic available from this body, but there was a massive difference between being a Dark Lord and a reasonably powerful witch. At least the tissue finally knitted together, and scarring wasn't really an issue. For Voldemort, neither was the pain, it needed to be endured. Vanishing the spilled blood, then testing whether the leg would support this body's weight, it was time to get a move on. Wormtail was either captured or dead. Potter and whoever he had with him today were certainly playing for keeps. They'd been staying in the old Riddle place, while sorely injured and with a strange body. Voldemort really didn't want to risk apparating any further. Limping heavily toward the master bedroom, it was a massive shock coming face to face with the full-length mirror there. Voldemort had gotten used to possessing Bertha's body over the months that chore had been necessary, but this was way different. This body was shorter, a lot heavier, and way older. This body looked like some sweet old grandmother, not an image suitable for the most terrifying Dark Lord in the world. The entire image side of this could easily have been overcome. It was power that made Voldemort so feared people were still afraid to say that name. Quite simply, irrespective of shape, say or age, this body didn't possess half the power Voldemort was used to. That would have to be the first thing addresses, after actually putting some clothes on and getting swiftly out of here. That was when he felt the slight pull on his magic. Something had just happened that affected Voldemort, and that information could be crucial to this body's continuing ability to draw breath. Thankfully, this body was also the perfect disguise for discovering that information, namely buying tomorrow's newspaper. There currently wasn't time to dwell on how Potter had known the where, when and why of Voldemort being in that graveyard. The really terrifying thought that Voldemort was struggling to put to the back of his mind was what else Potter could possibly know. He was desperately trying not to lose focus on what he needed to do right now, and not connect the Potter of tonight with the destroyed Horcrux at the shack. How could a 14-year-old wizard be responsible for even one of these events, far less both? Due to the time difference between Britain and Italy, they had a chance to quickly celebrate Ron and Millie becoming betrothed before turning on the wireless for the Triwizard Tournament broadcast. After the day she'd had, Joan was just about sleeping sitting up by this point. Hermione asking if she wanted to stay with her tonight saw Joan go around hugging and keying her family before heading off to bed with the girl she drowsily called Mum. Most of the institute then settled down to listen to the broadcast from Hogwarts. The initial introduction to the tournament by Dumbledore was cringeworthy. Emma's serious enquiry of whether we would hear from the heads of the other competing schools was greeted with sarcastic chuckling. When the commentator then proceeded to take each and every one of Dumbledore's points apart, while the great wizard was eating his dinner, the chuckling this time was of the genuinely amused variety. Her assessment of the visiting schools seemed very well informed. The older students and former Hogwarts professors thought her potential champion choices from each of the 4 houses was right on the money too. It got rather embarrassing when she then practically begged live on the radio for an invitation to the institute. Harry in truth was relived when Dumbledore stood to get the event started. There were some murmurings when Victor Crumb was chosen. No one had any idea who this Fleur was, and shouts when Harry's name came out. He shook both Fred and George's hands on hearing that no Hogwarts student had entered. While Hermione was of course getting all of this, both of them were glad Joan was currently cuddling in bed, rather than listening to the broadcast. When Martin Miggs was drawn, the Weasley twins were now howling with laughter at whoever had pranked the goblet. Like Hogwarts, all noise stopped when Hermione's name was drawn. All recognized this had now gotten serious. The other 3 names didn't seem as important as the commentator's remarks. Dumbledore and Hogwarts had very publicly crashed and burned tonight. The headmistress was starting straight at him. We need to have a number of conversations, and soon. There needs to be a meeting with quite a number of people. Will we go to the Modern Studies classroom now? Sirius, Francesca would be welcome. Moony, Barchoke, Bill, I'd like you to be there too. Pomona, I think we need Minerva, Phileas and Poppy there as well. That should give us a good base for kicking around anything that comes up in the meeting. All recognized this was owner Lord Potter speaking, not student Harry Potter. Dan and Emma rightly assumed that their classroom wasn't randomly chosen and stood to accompany Harry. As everyone quickly gathered, the classroom door was locked and sealed. Harry then began the tale. We were given warning about this tournament back in the summer, and the very real potential for Dumbledore to force me to compete. At the start of October, we were then certain this was going to happen. Our friends at Gringotts researched the magical binding contract created if you are chosen by the goblet to compete. It was very robust. If you don't compete, you lose your magic. Pomona exploded at that. Her tirade against Dumbledore was memorable. Calming down slightly, she got straight to the heart of the matter. If I was ever stupid enough to bring something as ridiculously powerful and dangerous as this goblet into the institute, and give our students access to it, I would like to think its owner would sack me on the spot. Harry had an answer for that. The owner would drag the headmistress off to see Poppy, because someone surely must have cast spells or slipped you a potion. You don't want to know what I'll do when we find the culprit. Now, when we received intelligence that the first task had the champions facing dragons, nursing mothers no less, and they had ordered 4 of them, we simply had to act. The first thing we did was take an opportunity to get the Weasley twins to pass the word around their friends in Hogwarts and advise them not to enter, as we all heard that was a spectacular success. The second was to arrange what happened tonight. The thinking behind that is they would be left with 2 options: cancel the entire thing because it had now become an embarrassment to everyone, or force Voldemort out into the open. If he doesn't turn up for the first task, he, or she, loses their magic. You mean this tournament could still be cancelled? He hated disappointing Minerva, but Harry had no choice. Sorry, but that can't happen now. The chances of them cancelling the tournament were always pretty slim. Dumbledore wants control of me so much that he's oblivious to the rest of the world around him. Public humiliation won't even put a dent in his obsession. When Umbridge publicly announced 3 times she wouldn't compete, the goblet took her magic. The tournament was officially underway at that point. There's no going back now. It was Francesca who asked why Hermione's name was entered, and actually Sirius who answered her. She would never let him face this on his own, and those 2 are stronger together. You've seen firsthand how good they work as a pair, and it was apparently Umbridge who was behind the attack that day in the Ministry. That's why her name was in the goblet, though it was a toss-up between her and Pettigrew. Since Amelia now has Pettigrew in a cell, we made the right choice. Our original plan was for the Triwizard to be that again, with 3 groups of 3. The champions, the enemy, and then us. I intended to have a Martin Miggs comic in my back pocket. Hermione and I will handle anything they can throw at us. Remember, these tasks have spectators, so they have to follow their own rules. I don't know what tonight has done to those plans though, as we're now effectively down to 6 champions. It was Barchok who took over at that point. The broadcast tonight was devastating, for Dumbledore and Hogwarts. I expect Gringotts to be inundated by frantic witches and wizards. If I was a parent whose child was attending Hogwarts, I'd be at Gringotts first thing tomorrow and begging to be allowed to contact the Potter Institute directly. It's a certainty the Ministry will be there too, desperately trying to contact Harry and Hermione. I would also expect to be contacted by members of the Hogwarts School Board, attempting to woo the Institute's headmistress or her deputy, probably both, to return to Hogwarts. Tonight, the headmaster was made look a fool to the entire country. Their defense professor lost her magic while the transfiguration and charms professors escaped from under the compulsion charms Dumbledore placed on them. Since this tournament has the chosen champion's magic at stake, the tasks must go ahead at the host school. I don't see how Hogwarts can remain open though, with professors from 3 core subjects missing and a disgraced headmaster. Ensuring there could be no room for the slightest misunderstanding, Pomona clearly stated her position. I signed a contract too and, while it might not cost me my magic, I have absolutely no intention of breaking it. Speaking with Harry that first time in the Hogwarts infirmary, where he all but offered me this job, I readily bought into his ideas. The first evening at his villa convinced me this school would actually get built. We face different challenges every single day, and I've never enjoyed meeting those challenges more in my life. I love my job, my apartment, my garden and this institute. I'm going nowhere unless Harry sacks me. Harry was quick to comment that would never happen before Minerva quipped she felt exactly the same as Pomona, apart from the garden bit, though she did love sitting in her balcony and watching the Quidditch pickup games. Thinking out loud, Francesca wondered if the British Ministry would approach their Italian counterparts, trying to get access to Harry or the Institute that way. Remus was quick to close that idea down. The Institute has a great working relationship with many different branches of the Italian ministry. Pomona or I deal with them practically on a daily basis. There is no relationship between the two ministries, and never will be until Britain deals with its blood bias problem. The representatives that visited the Wizengamot the day Sirius was called before them were appalled at the blatant bigotry on display. Dan had been deep in thought, so then let the group know exactly where those thoughts had taken him. We certainly don't want to deal with a ministry who will try to order Harry and Hermione to Hogwarts, nor hordes of parents or people trying to poach our staff. I don't think it's fair leaving Gringotts to deal with them either, getting more irate the longer their demands are refused. Harry and Hermione will only be leaving the Institute to compete, returning after the tasks are finished. Neither Pomona nor Minerva are interested in changing schools, and we have no room for any other students. Now, how do we get that information out there, without having to meet ministry officials, school board members or scores of irate parents? They all quickly figured out what Dan was suggesting, but knew who would have to make that decision. Pomona smiled, knowing Harry really would leave it up to the headmistress he appointed. Okay, this isn't Hogwarts, and we certainly have nothing to hide. I'd like to hear opinions first, before making my mind up. Surprisingly, it was Emma who spoke first. Dumbledore was a fool. He invited a radio reporter along, did a little speech and expected his word to be taken as law. Whoever that commentator was tonight, she's very good and had researched the tournament as well as the students. I suggest we invite her here from about Wednesday, let her see how the Institute works. I would also suggest to her pre-recording some of the interviews she'll want and then broadcasting live from the barbecue on Saturday evening. We'd also like her to work for this privilege by giving lectures to our classes on how the magical wireless can broadcast a live program from Italy. As more people comment, it was hard to miss they were all in favor of going ahead with this. Pomona made it official, before asking what was the best way to contact these people. I'm going to be in London anyway, Black Orphanage business, so I could pop in and see if they are interested. That got a few of them chuckling. Sirius really had a knack of understating things. Hermione of course had been listening in, now sending a suggestion to Harry. If this is to take place the way we want, there really isn't time to be port-keying back and forth to sort out all the tiny details. Those same details really need to be confirmed in writing before we say yes, and before they start advertising this exclusive event every couple of minutes on their radio station. I'm suggesting giving Sirius a couple of portkeys, allowing 2 of them to come here and negotiate the terms of this broadcast. Are we talking gold here? Harry's smile told everyone he was joking. Trust a goblin to come up with that. No, I was loving Emma's idea of them giving what would basically be a guest lecturer. Our class have just finished our communication unit, it would be great to add magical wireless as well. This will also be a poke in the eye to a few critics about the muggleness of the institute, and who knows if there are others out there too able to guest lecture on subjects that also fit in with what we're trying to achieve here. When Pomona agreed, Dobby popped in with 2 portkeys for Sirius. He also brought Dan and Emma up to date, knowing Harry was constantly in contact with his mate. Little Miss Jones sleeping, had hard day. All her family away fighting nasty dark person. Little Miss held Dobby's hand tightly until you come home. Little Miss not leave Miss Hermione tomorrow, no training. With that, Dobby popped away, leaving Harry shaking his head. I thought he was devoted to me. He spent a couple of weeks searching Hogwarts for Tom's signature, but I don't stand a chance when it comes to Joan. Barchoke playfully got his revenge by joking right back. Harry, I thought you would be used to that by now. Joan has that effect on everyone. Looking around, Harry could see his goblin friend was right and just had to laugh. Back in Hogwarts, there wasn't any laughter as Albus was berated by the other 2 headmasters. Neither had known that their students would lose their magic if they didn't compete. The French champion was now the one sobbing, her rival from Beauxbatons was probably counting her blessings. Ludo's complexion was chalk white. His continued survival at the ministry was mainly due to Ludo's uncanny ability for not being the one left holding the parcel when the music stopped. He was certain there was no danger in him representing the ministry here tonight, until the beater bat smacked the hippogriff shit at high velocity. Dolores was the official ministry liaison for the Triwizard Tournament, but she was now a squib. Dumbledore had been leading the charge, as headmaster of the host school. He was now disgraced and an actual champion. When Ludo looked around the room for someone to take the fall, there was simply no one to pass this particular parcel onto. He could easily see himself being lumbered as the ministry person stuck with this tournament. That was very, very bad. Even Ludo could see it wasn't a case of if things went wrong, merely a matter of when, how often and how badly. No one batted an eyelid when Dumbledore said the first task was on the 24th of November, but he couldn't say anything about it. The fact that he knew, and was also a champion, was just another thing to add to the list of complaints the other 2 headmasters were compiling. Karkaroff was particularly vicious about there not being any Hogwarts student at risk of losing their magic. You invite us to your school with false promises, put our students at grave risk while yours sit back and laugh at us. Vous told your students not to put their names in. Was it a member of staff? I noticed 2 of yours missing from the feast tonight, I thought attendance was a must. Albus just wanted out of here, and cut the meeting as short as he possibly could. Finding 4 Aurors waiting on him, as the minister wanted a word, and wasn't about to come anywhere near Hogwarts, had Albus wondering if he would ever catch a break. Albus thought Cornelius had just come into the ministry for this meeting. He had no idea the minister had been having a long and productive discussion with his head of the DMLE while the radio had played the tournament broadcast in the background. Albus was led directly into the minister's office. A clearly raging holder of that office was impatiently waiting on him. The door had just closed behind Albus when Cornelius opened up on the old wizard. I warned you to leave it alone, but you know best. Dolores has just been discharged from St. Mungo's, kicked out would be nearer the truth. She's a squib now, and no longer welcome in St. Mungo's, the ministry or Hogwarts. Your obsession with Potter did that. How many more lives are you going to ruin pursuing this madness? A seemingly unconcerned Albus had a ready answer. When Potter returns to Hogwarts, this will all be forgotten about. It was clever of him to sneak his betrothed's name into the goblet. I certainly wouldn't have allowed Granger back into the castle otherwise. Fudge gawked at Dumbledore in total disbelief at what he was hearing. It was time for this old fool to learn some home truths. Neither Potter nor Granger will be coming near Hogwarts, except on the day of the tasks. They'll portkey to Hogwarts just before those tasks and leave directly after, speaking to no one from the ministry or Hogwarts. That's hardly in the spirit of the tournament. Cornelius lost it at this point, and was now screaming at the top of his voice. Neither is forcing a 14-year-old wizard who certainly never entered his own name to compete in the tournament, or lose his magic. The Ministry is currently deep in its worst dilemma since the last war, and all you can do is spout the same old Potter shit you've been peddling since the summer. Seeing Albus about to retort, Cornelius didn't want to hear it. Sit, shut up and listen, just for once. The Bulgarian Minister of Magic has already been on the flow, appalled at the danger one of his country's most prominent citizens has been placed in. The Bulgarian Quidditch Association are threatening to sue our ministry for 5 million gallons if anything happens to Crumb that affects him playing. The French ministry were even worse. Their champion just happens to be the eldest daughter of their deputy minister, and part Vila too. It's only a matter of time before the Vila conclave make their displeasure known as well. The Italian ministry are incensed that 2 of their citizens, both underage, are being forced to take part in this tournament, or lose their magic. They're threatening to invoke sanctions on Magical Britain, or absolutely taking this matter to the ICU, and holding you personally responsible for the entire incident. It happened in Hogwarts, you're the headmaster, how the F could you let this happen? Shaking his head, Cornelius revealed his final piece of shocking information of the night. Just to put the effing cherry on top of a disastrous day, Voldemort kidnapped Arthur Weasley and used him in a dark ritual to give the Dark Lord back a body. Pleased to see this shook Dumbledore, he continued with the shocks. Arthur's eldest was home, he had Molly contact Amelia while he portkeyed to Potter, who arranged a rescue mission and wounded Voldemort. How sure are you this information is correct? Cornelius shut Albus down at once. This information is golden, Amelia took part in the rescue. She actually trusted these people more than her own Aurors, and also has a badly injured Pettigrew in ministry custody. Amelia also confirmed Percy Weasley and Penelope Clearwater were being portkeyed to the Institute, where Poppy Pomfrey would be checking them for compulsion charms. Only you know what Poppy will find. Albus's demeanor told Cornelius all he needed to know, he had no anger left though. A word of warning, the Hogwarts School Board are trying to contact Headmistress Sprout with an offer to take over at Hogwarts. Personally, I don't think there's a hope in hell of that happening. The ministry has experts analyzing every article and picture of Potter's Institute we can get our hands on. That analysis has to be cautioned by the fact we have no idea of the building methods used, so therefore it's difficult to give an accurate estimate of cost. The numbers though are mightily impressive. Our lowest estimate is that Potter spent $1.5 million building the Institute, with at least the same again to equip and furnish it. Pictures of Poppy Pomfrey standing in that wonderful infirmary are being drooled over in St. Mungo's. The Institute also has roughly the same number of staff as Hogwarts, that they are of a higher quality isn't even up for debate. Only a fool would walk away from that, and Sprout is certainly no fool. Albus didn't even attempt to argue those points. You had to use compulsion charms on a pair of 18-year-olds to fill 2 of the major teaching positions in Hogwarts. You're standing there 3 professors short for tomorrow, and in deep shit with the ICW. Italy were already desperately trying to get you tried by the ICW over the Ginny Weasley incident, and now this disaster will add a lot more substance to their case. It's not just in Britain Potter's Institute is causing a stir, all over Europe people are taking notice of what he's doing, and you deliberately force its 14-year-old owner to take part in a deadly tournament. You can bet that France and Bulgaria will support Italy now, probably adding a few charges of their own to the case against you. I'm still willing to bet though that all you're worried about is how Potter escaped your clumsy attempt at controlling him, again. My ministry can't protect you, Albus, and neither can I, I'm barely holding on to my own job. If Potter wanted Bones to be minister, it would surely happen and I'd be powerless to stop it. A totally demoralized Dumbledore flowed from the ministry directly to the headmaster's office at Hogwarts, wondering how long he would be able to hang onto it. With Voldemort once more having a body of his own, it was more important than ever that Harry worked with him. The chances of that though appeared a lot slimmer than holding onto his position as headmaster, currently slim to none. Instead of training, Dobby was serving 5 breakfasts in their quarters. Hermione tried to convince Dobby to join them, but he wouldn't budge, until Joan asked. If the situation hadn't been so serious, 4 of them wouldn't have been able to eat their delicious breakfast for sniggering at how quickly the adamant elf had capitulated. Hermione kicked off the discussion. Sweetie, Harry and I will have to go and visit Hogwarts to compete in some tasks. We won't be staying there, and come straight home as soon as we're finished." There was no hesitation from Joan. "Can I go too? These tasks might be dangerous." "Harry and I will be fine, but we wouldn't want you to be scared watching." Again Joan swiftly replied, "I was scared yesterday, and I couldn't see what was happening." "Are people allowed to watch?" Emma and Dan would scare everyone away with their guns. This had both Grangers smiling, and saw Dan trying to crack a joke. "There will be a few of us there, we could easily keep an eye on her. She can snuggle into Emma at any scary bits. It would probably be me snuggling into Joan." Emma's joke drew some smiles, but Harry noticed the nose twitch, meaning Joan wanted to ask something but didn't know if she should. "You should know by this time you can ask us anything, what's bothering you?" Turning to Harry with her serious face on, Joan then asked for something she really wanted. "Can I get a new pair of shoes, with hard toes? Some of the people at Hogwarts might need their ankles kicked, and I want it to hurt them when I do. I think we could arrange through Uncle Barchoke to get you some lovely boots made, with hard toes. Boots are better for winter in the Scottish Highlands." Harry could hear Hermione laughing in his head, while both Dan and Emma had their mouths covered. Dobby's expression clearly indicated that was the least Miss Joan deserved. "One thing, sweetie, I don't want you going around the institute kicking people's ankles." With genuine surprise, Joan answered the girl she thought of as her mum. "Why would I do that? You and Harry don't let any bad people come here." Sitting up that bit straighter, Harry thought that was the best testimony the institute had ever received. Amelia didn't think she would have any trouble finding Ludo alone. No one wanted to be in his presence in case they were tarnished by association. "Has Fudge sent for you yet?" A shake of the head had Amelia continuing. "You know it's coming, and then all the shit will be dumped in your lap. I'm here to give you a way out. You have some mug lined up to take my place." Amelia quickly dispelled Ludo of that notion. "Never going to happen. I'm here to tell you how to make a success out of this pile of shit. First, ensure none of the students from the 3 schools gets injured. Anything that can be fixed in 5 minutes by a healer is acceptable. 2. Forget the competition part and turn it into an entertaining event. 3. And perhaps the most important, don't listen to a thing Dumbledore has to say. He's a champion now, so can have no further input into the running of the tournament. I'll be checking you regularly for compulsion charms. The old man dishes them out like those drops he's so fond of. How do I manage all that? Do you think Fudge would let me?" Nodding to his desk drawer, Amelia got ready to give Ludo an amended version of Harry's plan that the group had discussed at their meeting back in the institute. "You start by getting some parchment out and writing down what I'm about to say. Turning up at Fudge's office with a plan to rescue this disaster puts you streets ahead of anyone else in the ministry. If Fudge doesn't like it, say sorry you did your best but will understand if he wants to hand this to someone better suited to the task." The more he wrote, the better Ludo began to feel. He had almost 3 feet of parchment written, and was actually thinking he could get a promotion out of this. Amelia Bones was a genius, and he'd owe her for her help, but the alternative didn't bear thinking about. Severus knew the summons was coming. The minute he finished his breakfast, a house elf appeared with a note from the headmaster to meet in his office. Keying his wife's cheek before leaving, Severus thought he'd never been happier, and no way was he going to let Albus Dumbledore spoil it by unloading a mountain of work onto his shoulders. It was a jovial Albus who welcomed Severus to his office. It was clearly a front because there was absolutely no reasons for Dumbledore to be happy about anything. Sitting, Severus waited for the pitch he knew was coming. "Severus, my boy. After last night's unfortunate events, I now have vacancies for a deputy and a defense professor, the positions I originally intended for you to have. Your first duties." "Excuse me, headmaster, I'm afraid I can't accept your offer." "Why ever not, my boy? Personal circumstances see me unable to undertake any more duties or tasks at the moment." Dumbledore was never going to accept that as an excuse, with all signs of joviality now vanishing quicker than a sandwich in your hand on a beach full of seagulls. "Am I allowed to inquire what these personal circumstances are, or is this covered by a vow to your wife as well?" "No vow, we just don't want it to become public knowledge at the moment. Narcissa is pregnant with our first child. I'm sure you'll understand me wanting to spend as much time with my wife as possible, ensuring she doesn't overtax herself." Going for the sympathy vote, Dumbledore changed tact. Severus, I really need you at my side. Without you as deputy, I don't know if Hogwarts will make it through these troubling times. Severus easily ignored this move, he simply didn't have a sympathetic bone in his body for Albus to manipulate. I'm sorry to hear that, but the writing is already on the wall anyway. As Potter's school takes more and more students from the castle, it will not be financially viable to run Hogwarts in the near future. Narcissa and I will of course honor our contracts until the summer. If things change before that, please let us know. Albus was not used to people saying no to him, so let a little anger show. The minister told me that Voldemort regained a body last night. Have you factored that into your plans? Yes, Igor and I discussed it yesterday, before the fiasco with the goblet. Our marks certainly darkened, but if he's back then nowhere near as powerful as he was before. Igor offered Narcissa and I positions at Drumstrang for next year. My wife expecting a child means we're now going to take him up on that offer. Albus felt as if his world was crumbling right under his feet. So you're going to abandon Britain too? There is nothing left for us in this country. A father's duty is to look after his family, this is no longer a place to raise a child. Seeing Dumbledore wasn't going to say any more, Severus stood and made his way to the door. Stopping before leaving, he had something that needed said. Dolores was found hanged last night. Whether by her own hand or someone helping her along is debatable, your obsession with Potter did that. Should a spell or potion come anywhere near my wife, you'd better kill me at the same time. Otherwise, I'll pull this castle down around your ears and bury you alive in the rubble. As Severus walked out the door, he took all of Albus's hope with him. His only plan was to make Severus his deputy, and then have him sort most of Hogwarts' problems out. There really wasn't anyone else currently in Hogwarts capable of doing what was needed. There was no favors left for him to call in. Albus was all out of options and ideas. Cornelius wasn't sure what amazed him more, that Ludo even had a plan or that said plan appeared well thought out. You're basically saying the Triwizard Tournament is dead. It was dead the moment more than 3 names came out the goblet. Since no students from Hogwarts entered, we've got nothing to lose by helping ensure the students of the foreign schools survive. By making Krum and Delacour a team, along with Potter and Granger another, then giving them full disclosure of what the task is, they should be able to manage the dragons Umbridge ordered for the first task. If the audience get a spectacle out of it, they won't care about the tournament part. Do you expect Dumbledore and Voldemort to work as a team? For some reason Umbridge ordered 4 dragons, so I was reckoning on them having 1 each. I'm purely focusing on the students here. Dumbledore will do what he wants, and Amelia promised to deal with Voldemort if he turns up. The second task was supposed to be hostages at the bottom of the Black Lake, hardly a spectator extravaganza. With Krum and Potter involved, I think getting them on brooms would be a much better option. The final task can stand as is, but we need to talk about judges. Why? With Dumbledore a champion and Dolores not there, I thought you would represent the ministry as a judge. I would much rather commentate on the tasks and thought, perhaps Arthur Weasley could represent the ministry as a judge. There are also 2 students from the Potter Institute being forced to compete. Asking that school if they would like to put forward a judge balances things up. Cornelius got what Ludo wasn't saying, that Arthur was very fond of Lord Potter, and probably now owed him a life debt. Having 2 judges for each team should keep the contest quite even. What about Dumbledore? This tournament would become a total sham if he were to actually win this. Arthur hates Dumbledore with a passion, so will anyone the Institute sends. You weren't at that meeting last night, but Igor and Olymp were ready to skin Albus alive for risking their students' lives. He'll be lucky to get awarded a point from any of them. Nodding, Cornelius was trying to foresee any problems that could probably bite them on the ass later. What do we do about the trophy and prize money? If Krum and Delacour win, it shows the wonderful spirit of cooperation the tournament was supposed to inspire. It would be up to the schools how they shared the trophy, perhaps have a duplicate made. If Lord Potter and his betrothed win, the British wizarding public would eat that right up. As to the prize money, I thought doubling it so the winning champions still receive 1,000 galleons might help us sell this idea, and see some tempers cool. If 1,000 galleons could get some of these people off his back, Cornelius would happily pay it himself. So, where do we go from here? If you okay this, I would ask Amelia to approach the Institute with this plan. Then I'll head to Hogwarts, hopefully arranging a meeting with Igor, Olymp and their champions. My intention would be to push as much of the blame onto Dumbledore as possible, leaving the impression that the Ministry was being duped by his games too. After hearing that, Cornelius was more than happy to give the plan full ministerial approval. It certainly couldn't make things any worse. Lindy Lang thought her Hogwarts broadcast was huge, probably because it was, but it only took her seconds to realize this could be colossal. She and the big boss, Andy Powell, were standing in the portkey receiving area of the Potter Institute while a house elf popped away to fetch the headmistress. She arrived, led them out to a fabulous outdoor area incorporating a stunning swimming pool with overlooking balconies, before walking through a large garden and into her office, an office that had Andy turning green with envy. When Lord Potter offered me this job, a stipulation was that my office wasn't behind any stone guardian and would be accessible to all. Every student knows they can walk through my garden and knock at my door. To be honest, I'm usually working in my garden and we chat there. I'm really just letting you know we do things a little differently here. That was ably demonstrated by a device on her desk ringing. Pomona answered the phone. Hello, oh hello Amelia, what can I do for you? Harry will just be finishing lunch, then he has the healing elective with Poppy. If it's urgent I'm sure she wouldn't mind 10 minutes or so. I'll get him to phone you in the next 5 minutes. Putting the phone down, she called for Dobby. Dobby, Amelia phoned for Harry, she really needs to speak to him regarding the tournament. Ask Hermione to let Poppy know he has my permission to make an urgent phone call. Were you just talking to Amelia Bones? Lindy was wondering if they were being played here, to push the price of the broadcast up. Yes, all our accommodation, staff and student, have telephones installed. Amelia had one fitted in her home. She and Susan chat most nights. Amelia is available, and not stuck at the Ministry. It's second nature to students with a muggle background, but everyone else is catching up fast. We have no flow here, the only way in or out is by portkey. You could of course walk out, but once past the wards you wouldn't be able to see the Institute, far less return. The only owl here is the familiar of Lord Potter, and Hedwig doesn't deliver mail anymore. We have post boxes that are emptied every night, and delivered by an elf to Gringotts. Any mail for us is collected and delivered by elf every morning. Andy had heard enough. Their listeners would love having all this described to them. Headmistress Sprout, name your price. With timing par excellence, Dan and Emma arrived. After the introductions, they explained the price the Institute wanted. Again, Lindy was looking for the catch. That's it. Oh, we had a few ideas for the broadcast. Emma indicated to Pomona, who turned the wall-mounted TV on. It was an Italian news channel, which she changed to one broadcasting in English. As the two radio people stared at the screen in disbelief, Emma easily made her points. All students at the Institute are learning the Italian language, the staff are doing their bit too. What I wanted you to notice though is that the presenter in the studio introduces some pre-recorded items, mixed in with live segments and interviews. I was thinking something like that could work for your broadcast from the Institute. What do you think, Lindy? I think my head is going to burst open, and we haven't even started yet. This had Pomona laughing. Welcome to our world. At the start of June, this was all just scrubland. That plaque on the wall is the school badge, with Inspire our motto. Both were designed by students, and we try every day to live up to our motto by inspiring our charges. I guarantee whoever is giving this lecture will be asked questions they've never been asked before, in some cases never even thought about. Whoever you send, they better bring their game. We have fourth year. Friday afternoon, then they finish with Italian. If we can get Greta on board, we could combine the class. They could do some interviews in Italian. Dan loved his wife's idea, but added to it. We could record some of those interviews, edit them into a mock broadcast and play it Friday night at dinner. Give the visiting parents a nice surprise too. Looking at the totally gobsmacked expressions on Lindy and Andy's faces had Pomona chuckling again. I think we've pretty much agreed this is going to happen, and we've got classes in 10 minutes. I'll take you to Professor Lee Fonte, our history of magic teacher, who'll give you a tour of the Institute. We can meet back here after that, hash out any remaining details, and then I hope you'll stay for dinner. We can announce to the students this is happening, and you can then start broadcasting that news as well. Everyone left the headmistress's office with a smile on their face, all having gotten what they wanted. Ludo couldn't believe how well this was going. Just mentioning dragons had both schools instantly agreeing to the team option. Saying that the second task hadn't been finalized yet, but would include flying instead of swimming under the Black Lake was also an instant hit with both champions present. A joint win, with each champion still getting 1,000 galleons, sealed the deal. Ludo had played it like he planned. Dumbledore had duped their ministry too, and they were now doing their utmost to make the best of a horrible situation. What of these champions from the other school? Have they agreed? I understand they are underage. That's being handled by someone else, but they don't really have a choice. What can you tell us about them? Lord Potter was 14 at summer, and I've never actually met him. Seen him play Quidditch a couple of times, real potential there. His betrothed, Hermione Granger, turned 15 a couple of months ago. All I know is that she's incredibly smart. Ludo watched as Crumb and Delacour were confident these two would pose no challenge. He didn't mention that both had apparently faced down the Dark Lord last night, or that Granger had killed 3 wizards in the Wizengamot chamber. These champions underestimated those two at their peril. Ludo had hoped to run a book on the tournament. That wouldn't happen now. No witch or wizard in Britain would ever bet against Potter, and Ludo certainly wouldn't be stupid enough to accept bets on that team winning the tournament. He had one last thing that could be a deal breaker here though, but really hoped not. They were all in this mess together after all. Hogwarts has a very serious problem, losing 3 professors last night. 3, how can that be? Z professor who refused, yes. Or Z user too. Igor was a step ahead of his counterpart. Well, that explains the 2 missing young professors at dinner. Ludo pushed on, again ladling as much blame onto Albus as he could, though this time it was all true. Dumbledore had them under compulsion charms to work at Hogwarts. Perhaps he was too busy writing that radio speech of his, he forgot to renew them. They won't return, and Hogwarts can't operate without professors for 3 core subjects. Both headmaster and headmistress understood the problem at once. If Hogwarts closed, their champions would lose their magic. What of this institute, will they help as well? Igor knew he had to assist with Hogwarts' problem, he just wanted to make a point first. Ludo had been prepared by Amelia to answer this as well. It's not really feasible to travel between here and Italy every day. The institute is also a brand new school, facing different problems of their own every day. Again, this was something both Igor and Olymp could sympathize with, so both reluctantly agreed to assist with keeping Hogwarts open until the tournament ended. Ludo was ecstatic, he'd pulled it off. Yes, this was only the initial phase, but he honestly didn't think there would be an initial anything, just everyone sitting around waiting on stupid Ludo Bagman finally getting booted out the ministry in disgrace. He wouldn't be the scapegoat for the Triwizard tournament, Ludo would show them all. Instead of a patsy to take the blame for the tournament, Ludo was heading back to the ministry to inform Fudge not only did both schools accept his proposals, they were going to provide substitute professors to cover defense and charms at Hogwarts. Let Albus himself cover Transfiguration, he was supposed to be good at it. Ludo would be leaving Fudge to pass this news on to Dumbledore. Everything Amelia had advised him on had so far been golden. He certainly wasn't going to chance breaking his current winning streak by ignoring her warning about going anywhere near Dumbledore. Next time Ludo would speak to the old wizard would be the day he commented on Dumbledore facing a dragon. That gave him 3 weeks to work on an angle where he could take bets on the outcome of that matchup. Dumbledore tries to steal egg from nesting dragon actually had rather a nice ring to it. Wrapped in heavy robes, with their hood pulled up against the freezing November wind in Hogsmeade, no one gave the huddled figure a second glance while Voldemort dropped a canute into the pot and took a copy of today's prophet. After a lot of thought, Voldemort had made a rather ballsy move and set up home in the Shrieking Shack. Peter had explained its previous use, and Voldemort knew the werewolf in question was currently teaching in Italy, not Hogwarts. Laying out the newspaper, it wasn't exactly difficult to discover what the magical pull had been. While delighted to read about the total cock-up Dumbledore had made of everything, and it looked as if this time he would be taken to task for it too, what really upset Voldemort was that Tom M. Riddle being entered was being treated as almost as big a joke as Martin Miggs' name being spat out of that goblet. This changed everything. There was no way this body's magic could significantly be increased in that short a time frame, but not competing would see the body lose whatever magic it contained. Since this body was mostly a magical construct, he would be reduced to a wandering spirit once more. Voldemort desperately needed to confirm the continued existence of any remaining Horcruxes. Getting access to the diadem inside Hogwarts could be incredibly risky, while recovering the locket from inside the cave would be a right pain in the ass. Voldemort decided to wait a few days and see what the fallout of this was before making any drastic moves. The entire thing might even yet be cancelled. No, this was not cowardice at what Voldemort might find there, or more terrifyingly not find, merely being cautious with the current situation. At that moment, a meeting was taking place in the Minister of Magic's office that would kick that caution into touch, and see Voldemort's anger know no bounds. "I want to know what you're playing at, Fudge. It's all over the Ministry that the Dark Lord received a new body last night, and yet you won't let us print that." Looking at the editor-in-chief of the Prophet, and the small team of people he had brought with him to this planned meeting now all crammed into his office, Cornelius actually smiled. He knew these people were going to fall over themselves to accept what he was offering here. You publishing that, without any of the other facts, would start a mass panic amongst the witches and wizards of Britain. What I'm offering you here is all the facts, and a printing timeline I'm sure you're going to like. Recognizing a sales pitch when he saw one, Barnabas waited to see what the ministry was selling before making any further comment. "Tomorrow, I would like you to do a background piece on one Tom M. Riddle, aka Lord Voldemort. His squib mother, Merope Gaunt, whose muggle husband, Tom Riddle, left her when she stopped administering the love potion she enthralled him with. She died giving birth to her son, living only long enough to name the now orphan after his muggle father. Tom grew up in a muggle orphanage, before, after turning 11, being contacted in said orphanage by Albus Dumbledore to attend Hogwarts. Cornelius had been reading from rather a thick file that he now closed over. Interested. The editor-in-chief was well aware the quibbler had done an exposé piece on Riddle. Here though was a ministry-sanctioned version. Unless that folder was stuffed with Fudge's sandwiches for his lunch, there was clearly a lot more material here for the Prophet to sink its teeth into. Barnabas attempted to play it cool. And what of his rebirth? How long would you want us to sit on a story that will affect all our lives? Fudge could see his fish was hooked, time to reel him in. My intention here is not to deceive the public, rather to prepare them for the news to come. If your newspaper prints this story tomorrow, it will instantly strip Voldemort of most of his mystique and fear. That will set them up for a full disclosure of his rebirth the following day. Full disclosure. If you agree to this deal, Madame Bones here will consent to you viewing her memory of the event in a departmental pensive. Barnabas would sell his firstborn for that. It would be the scoop to top all other scoops, selling every copy of the Prophet they could print for days. All eyes now switched to Amelia, who was of course ready for them. What I will say up front is the group I was part of were there with a specific mission in mind, the rescue of Arthur Weasley. Only when he was free and in our care was the fight taken to Voldemort. As it's my memory, you will only see outlines of those involved in the rescue. This was a special disillusionment spell cast by Lord Potter, please don't speculate on those others involved. Barnabas Cuff had one last question before he bit their arm off. What of this prophecy concerning Lord Potter and the Dark Lord? How will that play into this tournament? Are you forgetting that Lord Potter is also entered into this tournament? Both must compete, or lose their magic. Giving her words time to sink in, Amelia then set the presentation pensive in the middle of the minister's desk before adding her memory strand to it. I don't mind playing this a couple of times, but please take notes. This memory will be going back into my head before I leave this office. She'd started the memory just after Bill had regained control of himself, so everyone saw a one-handed Pettigrew adding Arthur's blood to the cauldron. The screams startled everyone, but not nearly as much as the body that became visible as the steam cleared. When the body called for its wand, one of the outlines shifted into a very confident Lord Potter. Again, as Harry intended, all eyes were on him, and the new watchers also missed Arthur disappearing. The body trying to dive behind the headstone and being wounded before apparating away actually drew a few cheers. The memory ran a couple of seconds longer than Amelia intended, ending with a now visible Hermione wrapped in Harry's arms as they keyed. Some background information. Arthur had been kidnapped from outside his home, immediately after returning there from his job in the ministry. As you clearly heard Pettigrew say, the blood had to be forcibly taken from an enemy. Arthur was portkeyed to the Potter Institute after his rescue, where he received first-class care. He had already intended to take a couple of days' holiday for a family matter. The betrothal announcement will probably appear in your newspaper in the next few days. As you also heard Lord Potter say, Pettigrew cut his own hand off as part of the ritual. Lord Potter made himself visible to stop Voldemort getting a wand in his hand, and have all eyes on him so none of the bad guys spotted Arthur being rescued. I will take some questions now, then let you view the memory again. I guess it was no surprise to see Miss Granger once more at her betrothed's side. Those two are redefining the phrase, power couple. Assuming that was Miss Granger's parents firing those whatever you call them too, it's hardly a wonder Voldemort got out of there as quickly as they could. I understand completely what the ministry is trying to do here, and fully support you. After watching that, I'm more confident than ever that Voldemort is finished in Britain. Can I send a photographer with a specialized camera for Pensieves later? I want to see if they can take a picture of Voldemort we can use. The Prophet is not play wizard though, so you can see our difficulties with that. It was one of his reporters who made a quip that had all of them laughing. I don't see a front page with a full frontal of Granny Voldemort selling many copies boss. Amongst the laughter, editor and minister shared a glance that spoke volumes. Using the moniker, Granny Voldemort, would end all the, you-know-who, nonsense once and for all. That name would stick like glue and forever destroy the many years of fear the old moniker generated. Amelia played her memory one more time as quills raced along parchment, trying to record whatever they'd missed the first time. For Lindy, walking into their dining area for dinner that first night, the difference between the Institute and Hogwarts couldn't have been any more pronounced. That was just a normal Tuesday night in the Institute, yet the atmosphere far outstripped Hogwarts on its biggest feast night of the year, with two other schools visiting as well. The reporter in Lindy kept screaming at her that this was all some sort of elaborate scam, but so far she'd found the atmosphere the same at every meal. Even at breakfast, everyone seemed to be looking forward to their day. Looking around, she spotted Remus Lupin, who had accompanied her to the Institute's cinema last evening, so Lindy headed toward that table. Remus of course noticed the young, beautiful brunette the instant she'd entered. Lindy was certainly someone you noticed, petite, smart as a whip, very witty and way out of his league. Knowing the last part, and also that he would never see her again when she left the Institute on Sunday, allowed Remus to relax and just be himself. He rose to greet Lindy. "Good morning, Miss Lang, I hope you slept well after watching your first movie." "Yes, and once more I must apologize for screaming in your ear. Those vehicles crashing into each other at that speed was terrifying." Smiling, Remus introduced her to the others sitting at the table. Two sets of twins, Lavender, Ginny, Neville and Luna. Lindy had her ever-present notebook out, already preparing to ask Fred and George how they managed to be the only over-age students in the Institute, when Remus's introduction of Luna had her head in a spin. And this young lady is Luna Lovegood, the person who suggested building his own school to Harry. That sounds like a story I simply must hear. Do you mind being interviewed, Luna? Not at all, I'm a reporter for the Quibbler in my spare time. Harry has invited my father here this weekend as well, so he can cover your radio broadcast in the press too. Fabulous, you'll know exactly what I'm looking for then. Lindy's quill scratched along her notebook as Luna told her story. Just before the end of summer term at Hogwarts, Harry, Hermione and I walked into the Hogwarts Great Hall, where Professor Snape physical assaulted Harry. Snape ripped Harry's sleeve right off his robes as he tried to drag him away for detention. This was done in front of the entire school, yet Dumbledore refused to take any action. Lindy took a quick glance around the other students sitting at the table, all were nodding in agreement with Luna's story. My godbrother was never going to stand for that, so he informed Dumbledore that he would be hiring a tutor for potions to teach us and our friends. Learning that Professor Lupin had been forced to resign, Harry was not going to suffer another Dumbledore disaster in defense. With history of magic and divination having atrocious teachers too, Harry was looking at hiring tutors for half his Hogwarts classes. I suggested that he might as well open his own school. A couple of months later the Potter Institute opened its doors. Lindy had a color system for marking her notes. Gold was something she would certainly use, silver were things she might use, depending on how many gold items she had. Bronze was pure background material, held in reserve in case she needed to fill any silences left by people clamming up when Lindy held her microphone in front of them. Luna's story was pure gold, but she wanted to clarify a few points. Harry's your godbrother. Reaching out, Luna held Neville's hand as she answered. 3 witches at Hogwarts became best friends. So much so, they stood as godmother for each other's children. Harry's mum was my godmother, my mum was Neville's while his took on the same position for Harry. Learning that brought us all closer. Noticing their rings as both clasped hands, Lindy could only smile at that. She was wondering how to approach the Lupin forced to resign part, as the professor in question was sitting beside her, and surrounded by students. Neville solved her problem by coming right out and saying it. Lindy was actually beginning to believe there weren't any secrets at the Institute. Snape broadcast Professor Lupin's furry little problem all over Hogwarts, knowing certain influential parents would complain bitterly about it and demand that he be sacked. It's quite funny actually, now those exact same parents are trying everything they know to get their sons and daughters into the Institute, where he's a professor and they have no influence whatsoever. We all love his lessons and, a couple of days a month, he leaves the Institute while Lord Black covers his classes. It's just another side to the Institute, everybody knows and nobody cares. Again, Lindy noted the nods of agreement, but the girl introduced as Lavender had more to say. The Institute gets labeled as elite, but that's only down to the size of pie. None of us sitting here feel elite, just very, very lucky. At Hogwarts, I shared a common room with Harry and a dorm with Hermione, though neither would probably have classed me as a friend then. Pav and I were the gossip queens of Gryffindor, and quite proud of that. Coming here has literally changed our lives. Before we were focused on fashion, makeup and boys. What we're learning here is showing us we could make a career out of this. One of the female twins gasped at this, before butting in. Lavender, we will not be making a career out of boys. This produced some chuckling, with even Lavender having a laugh. Fred then spoke, without the twinspeak that normally punctuated conversations with George present too. Weasleys have never been elitist, the exact opposite in fact. We certainly class Harry and Hermione as very good friends. So good in fact, that Harry invited us to spend the start of the summer holidays here in Italy with him. We didn't know we were traveling to Italy, far less those two were planning to build a school. George then took over for his twin. Right from the off, there was going to be only 4-year groups, with the numbers locked at 80 students. In Hogwarts, we were always in trouble for pulling pranks. Our only ambition was to open our own joke shop. Coming here is easily equipping us with the knowledge and skills we'll need to do that, but also showing us there is a whole great big world out there. Spending time in Naples, both magical and muggle sections, has opened our eyes to so many more opportunities available to us. Lindy asked the question she originally wanted to, and got a glimpse of the playful twins. How did you manage to get places in the Institute? I'm assuming being such good friends with Harry helped. Only in that we were staying in Harry's house. It gave us the opportunity to beg the headmistress to let us come here. On bent knee. Every day. Sometimes more than once a day. Almost always more than once a day. Eventually the headmistress took us seriously. By now, the entire table were chuckling along, before George actually got serious. We'll be the first Potter Institute students to sit the more difficult European OWLs, we can't let Harry down. Fred of course agreed but expanded on that. We have professors giving up their free time to help us, there's no way we could let them down either. They're not expecting perfect scores from us, just that we honestly do the very best we can. There's no secret to the Institute, everyone just tries their best, in their studies and behavior. That's all that's asked of us here. While also agreeing, Remus added something else into the mix. There are 4 students currently attending the Institute from the Black Orphanage, and I bet you couldn't pick them out. Lord Black pays their fees and Gillian Green, who's in charge of the day-to-day running of the orphanage, will be amongst the parents visiting this weekend. We have 4 members of the orphanage board at the Institute, with one of them being Neville here. I know they have a meeting on Sunday, after the parents have left, because Harry has invited the entire orphanage to spend the Christmas holidays with us at the Institute. Shaking her head in wonder, Lindy thought the emblem on all their robes couldn't be any more apt. This place actually was inspiring. While the European magical newspapers were full of the attack the four had carried out, their main British competition, the Daily Prophet, had ignored the entire incident in favor of some school tournament at Hogwarts. Buying the latest issue, Augustus now understood why. He also understood immediately they'd have to find some way to subdue Bella before letting her read this. Once she laid eyes on today's Prophet, the very idea of them laying low would become a dangerous joke. The Mercurial Witch would explode like the world's most powerful Roman candle, and light up the European magical detection network as effectively as if they'd set of a massive fireworks display to announce their exact location. Scanning through the multiple-page article, Augustus was shocked at how detailed and accurate the information was, not something usually found within the Prophet's pages. The Ministry must have pumped every Death Eater they captured full of truth serum, and then passed those potion-extricated details onto the newspaper. As if what was printed here wasn't bad enough, the newspaper was promising a further shocking world exclusive on Tom Riddle tomorrow, with pictures. Their plan to lay low and let the hunt for them die down a bit was a good one, until he read this. Heading immediately back to Britain might be the only thing that could possibly stave off the Bellatrix meltdown that was sure to take place. Giving Bella something else to focus on and do, namely sneaking back home, was at best merely a delaying tactic. It was all Augustus had at the moment though, until they got back to Britain and could find a target for Bellatrix Lestrange to vent her anger on. All his planning was really focused on distracting Bella, so she didn't proceed to vent that considerable anger on the only member of the quartet who didn't have the last name of Lestrange. Working in her garden while the sun set behind Mount Vesuvius was one of Pomona's little pleasures, a perk of her current job that doomed any approach from Hogwarts before they ever got started. The headmistress also knew a different approach was coming too, and it just walked into her garden. Mr. Weasley, Miss Clearwater, the bench there is deliberately positioned to give the best view of the stunning sunsets. Sit, enjoy, I'll be finished my task in about 10 minutes. Then we can have tea and a chat. Both sat quietly, enjoying the sunset and watching the headmistress clearly loving what she was doing. Since they needed her in a good mood, they were prepared to wait all night if necessary. Having started with a blank canvas and wonderful soil, Pomona derived so much pleasure from seeing the design she'd put down on parchment gradually take shape. Reaching the point where she had completed the work she'd assigned herself for tonight, Pomona quickly and efficiently tidied up before inviting the young couple into her office. Once the tea was served, she waited on them to broach the subject of why they were here. It was eventually Percy who spoke. "Headmistress, there's nothing for Penny or me back in Britain. We don't want to return to a country where one of its most influential figures was illegally casting spells on us. You have a wonderful school here, and we were wondering if there was room for us, in any capacity." Penny was nodding away in agreement before adding her own thoughts. "Neither of us have the qualifications or experience to be professors, we both know that. Every time we approached Dumbledore about it in Hogwarts though, we left his office with no help but more responsibilities thrust upon us. It wasn't until Poppy lifted those compulsion charms we understood why." Holding Penny's hand, Percy then revealed just how desperate they were. "We'll literally do anything, for room and board too, you won't even have to pay us." Pomona held her hand up to stop them. The looks of desperation aimed at her meant she now despised Albus Dumbledore even more than before. Once again though, the old wizard was her yardstick. She used that as a measure so Pomona could do the exact opposite of what Dumbledore would do. "I have one question for you both. Sitting on the Hogwarts Express heading home at summer, what were your plans and dreams? I already had an entry-level job at the Ministry of Magic. Dumbledore's compulsion charm saw me refusing that position. At Hogwarts, I discovered knowing something and teaching that same something to students is a whole different kettle of fish. The only dream I have left is to stay with Penny." Appreciating Percy's honesty, Pomona turned her attention onto his girlfriend. "My favorite and best subject at Hogwarts was easily charms, so Dumbledore has me trying to teach arithmancy. I was hoping to study for a mastery in charms and was actively searching for someone to take me on as an apprentice. We knew it was going to take a few years before we could get our own place. I think that's why Dumbledore's compulsion charms took so powerfully at first. We really wanted a place of our own." Knowing this approach was coming had given Pomona time to think about it. The institute isn't running at full capacity at the moment, and it will be another 2.5 years before it is. That doesn't mean we're not all incredibly busy, as the new school and new courses eat into our time every single day. I'm thinking of hiring a couple of general assistants to help prepare materials, work assisting the professors in class, help organize the parents' weekend visits and the students' Naples trips. Basically, anything that needs doing, with my deputy in charge of your duties and time. Interested? Both had tears in their eyes as they accepted this wonderful solution to their problem. Penny actually did cry buckets when Pomona told them the salary they would receive. That's more than we were getting paid for teaching in Hogwarts. Mr. Weasley, this is not Hogwarts. We have an entirely different method of charming our staff to work here. The Institute goes to great lengths to ensure our staff are happy and content while being employed here. Miss Clearwater, Professor Flitwick knows you are incredibly talented at charms, and would have been delighted to offer you an apprenticeship. Dumbledore wouldn't allow it inside Hogwarts. I'm not Dumbledore, and this is the Potter Institute, so that opportunity is available to you, alongside your job as an assistant, if you wish it. While the tears still flowed from Penny, her wide smile was a beautiful thing to behold. Mr. Weasley, we're all dealing with multiple problems on a daily basis. Some of those problems might start heading in your direction. Training will be provided for anything you don't already know how to handle. I would suggest giving it a couple of months to experience as many different types of tasks as possible before we sit down again in the new year and see if you have a better idea of where you would like your career to take you. Percy had already made his mind up. Headmistress, I want my career to take me here. Whatever you need me to do, I'll do it. Whatever you need me to learn, I'll learn it. This is where I want to work, in whatever capacity you need me. This time it was Pomona wearing the wide smile. Take a few days rest, you've both had a pretty traumatic experience. I'll let the staff know the Institute now has a couple of assistants, and they can apply to Minerva with what and when they need your time for. We'll take it from there and you'll both start Monday. She shook their hands, promising there would be contracts ready to sign before then. Percy's quip of, Dumbledore never even mentioned contracts, far less had us sign one, was yet another indicator to Pomona of how bad things had gotten at Hogwarts. To be continued. I hope you enjoyed this story. Also remember to subscribe and like this video. See you in the next video.